Alright, let me pull up this tier list. Let me put this on the screen. I'm gonna hide the sub goals. There you go. You can see it better. I'm gonna remove everything. Happy New Year, Dreng, for real. Thank you. Got the names of everything. Yeah, I spent time making it so that all the I don't want to say dumb motherfuckers, but all the silly people that comment, I don't know what class that is. Can you please put a name on it? I don't know what class that is. So all the bots. Yeah, all the bots. Facts. They literally like whatever, bro. So yeah, I'm down bad. Not down bad. I'm a man of the people. Okay, I'm gonna put this all the way at the top so it's not in the way. And there you go. Alright, now here's the tech. Since JP, Lawrence, and Phil are in this video, I don't gotta say shit, bro. We legit just like, I just got free labor out of them. Yup. Finessed. I mean, I didn't mean that. I didn't say that. Wait, my mic was on? Happy New Year, Vinus. I got you, channel help. All good. I'm gonna call the group. Boop, 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 boop. Hello?
Hello.
Yo.
What's up?
Hi. Hello. How's everyone doing?
Doing good. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm good.
We're sitting here in our room playing Maplestory on New Year's Eve. What do you think we're doing?
Chilling? I don't know.
Alright.
Alright, whatever. Bro, this guy JP hasn't said anything.
Yo.
Hi.
Hello.
Alright, bet. You guys nervous?
Not really.
Good, good. Chilling. Alright, I'm gonna share my screen. Guys, this is gonna be the tier list of all tier lists. I brought in the biggest minds in the game. On God. On everything. To help with this. This way you can't yell at me. You can yell at them too.
I don't know if I'm the biggest mind.
I said some of the biggest minds, you know?
Right.
It's like a safety announcement.
Yeah. Alright, so me and Phil are always like talking, so I guess I should probably say, do you and Lawrence want to introduce yourself so people know who you are? Why you're here?
Or, I guess I can start.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm Lawrence. You guys might know me better as Mafhwhale, the 288 level 288 Demon Slayer, and yeah, my character is fairly strong. I've played the game for a while, and you might have seen a recent video I posted about souling Black Mage with a level 0 weapon.
A wooden club.
Yep,
Yeah, that shit was
wooden
funny,
club.
bro.
Alright.
Yeah.
I'm JP. I play all 3 Expo mages. More recently FP, and I swapped to Bishop for Kalos.
Yo, they really got you on bishop duty. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Me
Dude,
personally.
that class is not okay.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Bishop does more damage than the other two mages anyways.
Yeah, probably.
It's actually stupid.
Wait, having bishop is like 8-man party instead of like.
Yeah, probably more
Yeah,
actually.
oh yeah.
Yeah, it's more than 8. It's like 10.
True. Wait. Oh, is that? Yeah. It's like 1.8 times damage for like literally everyone in the party.
Yeah, it's kind of dumb.
Maybe you have a little higher because of your gear is better. That number is just from my party's bishop.
Yeah, I think Bishop is balanced,
I agree
Nah, very
actually.
well class.
So, how do you want to put these tiers? Do you think S through D is fine, or should we make it like other shit too?
I think 5 is enough tiers to work with.
Okay.
How do
Okay.
you wanna rank things?
Oh yeah, I
Like,
should explain that.
Everything?
Yeah, so this tier list, I wanted to do it a mains tier list. So not only is solo bossing factored in, party bossing of course too. As you guys probably already know, mobbing in this game has pretty much become standardized across all the classes. Like it's very similar, so there's not that big of a difference. So we could talk about mobbing, but I don't think it plays that big of a that big of a factor into this. But it is something probably worth mentioning. And then something that I also thought of is, since this is like a quote unquote mains tier list, like what are the benefits of maining this type of class? So example, like we know like Hayato is like a decent class, but since it's a non-KMS class, like you just get shit on every patch basically. So it's like that's kind of like a bad thing about that class. Or like Explorer Mage, like benefits of maining Explorer Mage, like you can swap to all 3 without losing your weapon, right? So
Yeah.
stuff like that.
Makes sense.
Bet.
Yeah, bet. All right. Any preference on what we go first, or just go from the top left?
You count it, right? Those are 49 classes.
50. Well, I mean it's 50 because
Oh, well,
I
okay,
see
right.
Kali there.
Kali's in here somewhere, but we'll just ignore her for now.
All right.
All right. So I guess we'll start with Aran. Any thoughts on Aran?
Class seems reasonably strong, and I think that they output fairly good bossing results. Historically, their mobbing was kind of mediocre, but that's not, as you said, mobbing's been fairly equalized. Totems are moved, so like it's not even really a con anymore. And they did recently get the equality of life where they actually have an iframe now.
Mm-hmm. They also got their cooldowns all lined up now.
Yeah.
It's 3 minutes.
No
Class
left.
one from
more-
4 minutes to 3 minutes, I think.
No more like 165-second cooldown burst or whatever that monstrosity was.
Yeah.
They got another iframe.
It's on there. They turned one of their burst skills to 90 seconds cooldown and gave it an iframe on cast, I believe it was.
Okay.
Something like
A
that.
little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that being said, the classes, like even though they've gotten a lot of quality of life recently, I don't get the impression that their damage output is good, but it's not like top tier level good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I actually agree. I can't think of many downsides of Aran. It's just I can't really compare it to the strongest class in the game right now. Those classes have something extra, where it's
Yeah.
like really insane how strong they are. So
Yeah, I agree. I would think around the lines of like A tier, because yeah, as you say, it's like strong, has pretty good quality of life now, but it's nothing to sort of push it into the super broken category.
mm-hmm.
How does the round do in comparison between like the theoretical damage ceiling versus the damage uptime? So like how realistic it is to do optimal damage on that class? Because it strikes me as one of those uptime classes, so that like although your your on paper damage ceiling is not that high, your uptime is good enough so that your boss performance is still good. You still yield good results on boss timings.
Well,
That's true.
they do have good uptime, and they have to have good uptime because they have to keep up their combo. So it's
Yeah.
like you don't have a choice here.
But yeah, just like you guys said, I think the difference between those classes and the top tier classes is just that the raw damage ceiling is not as high as some of the other
A
classes.
little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I haven't seen any like crazy bossing results out of Aran. So like, yeah, even though they can like stick on a boss really well with all their mobility, and like they also get like free super stance, which is like kind of nice for a couple bosses. It just
Mhm.
like doesn't sort of give them enough of a push.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's facts. Yeah, okay. I guess.
So what you mentioned on the combo system is actually interesting because it does I know that it can be awkward at times to make sure your combo lines up with your burst.
Mhm.
Like you can, even though you can hold adrenaline, if it's a boss that has poor DPS uptime, then it's like it can be hard to get your combo in line with your burst cooldowns.
Yeah. Yeah. I think cuz like I used to party with an Aran for Saren and we used to make him hold in Dawn for literally that reason or else he would just lose all of his combo. So, just one of those things like kind of tricky to navigate, but I think it's as long as you know what you're doing, like it's not impossible to figure out. So, I don't think there's any boss where it's so egregious that you just lose your combo no matter what. Maybe slime, like you'll lose some, but you probably have your hyper every single test anyways.
Yeah, I doubt it's a big issue.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
think it's just pretty solidly A tier.
yeah, I agree. I think it's solid A tier. All right, so going from Arana, we're gonna talk about the best class in the game for sure, right?
Yep.
Bishop.
S
Yeah.
tier immediately.
I think we already talked about this before the video. I think this is just clear S tier.
Yeah, this is definitely the best class in the game. SJP is the most qualified to talk about it, so
I mean, this class has like everything: support, good DPS, good burst. Mobbing is also kind of good, but I guess it also kind of doesn't matter anymore because no totems.
yeah.
It actually does kind of comparable damage to FP
That's so
at the
crazy.
at the high end of stat, because obviously you gain more damage as your stat goes up
Mhm.
from Benediction and Angel balance.
What's the cap on that? It's like 110k, right, or something?
112.5, yeah,
Oh, okay.
basically. But I don't think you can reach that in reboot yet.
Uh, maybe. Like we're gonna get more symbols. Don't worry. It's gonna
Yeah,
get there.
People are reaching what at the highest 100 with like G strats.
100k right now, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
100k is what I've seen before. I mean, we
Yeah.
have this new
It's not that far off.
this
With
new totem
yeah, new totem, eternal gear around the corner, and
and Odin symbol.
an odium symbol. It's probably not
We're
that
gonna
far
get
off
to the cap.
within the next like
True.
summer update or something.
It's probably not gonna be far from cap.
Yeah.
Which is insane to think about that something is supposed to be a support class does more damage in FP or just as much.
Yeah, I just want to mention that like I swapped from FP last week to Bishop, and my clear times for like C10 or any other boss are pretty much unchanged. Like that's how crazy it is.
That's wild, to be honest with you. All these bishops always complain that they gotta do these weeklies, because they have to bishop for their party, but I don't know. I guess they're just weak.
Yeah,
No,
as JP says, Bishop scales harder with funding than your average class does, so that
Yeah.
does is a contributing factor.
it also benefits from these are like side notes, but explorer mages also benefit from events more because of buff duration in events. Like that shit's so fucking broken. Like that's another thing that's like going for these mages is because like a lot of people it's like they just don't put into buff duration because it's useless, but for the mages it's like that's straight up final damage. Those points are straight up FD. So
Yep.
also another point for mages, and they could swap between all the other classes without losing their Genesis weapon. So it's three classes in one. So all the mages are like top tier. But yeah, I guess there's no questions asked. Bishop's top class right now. Okay, so another really good class, Buck. I know Phil plays Buck a lot. This shit ever since it got the defense form is broken as hell. The hell? No? I've seen some crazy buck numbers, crazy buck rotations, and BA's like 350 bill per sec on bucks.
Isn't Jordan like 360?
Oh, is he 360? Yeah, that's a lot, bro.
That's insane.
Yeah, it's like a stupid strong class right now, and it's not like their burst
And
is
it's-
small. They have
I
a
think
big
it's getting
burst
like
too.
15 FD next patch as well,
Yep.
or something like that.
It traded 15% attack for 13% FP, and then the burst skill got better.
Yeah, crazy.
Yeah, classes also has very good tools to stick to a boss
Yeah,
and manage their TPM uptime.
Yeah.
yeah.
It's one of those classes that like since Lord of the Deep is something you don't really like even have to think about, is you can kind of like, I don't say dilly dally, but you could like rebuff and shit and still be doing your damage at the same time. Whereas a lot of other classes, like when they stop attacking to like, you know, reposition or rebuff, like they'll have to stop attacking completely. But Bucks and Sword of the Deep is just a toggle. Well, not toggle, but you know what I'm saying? Like it'll you'll still be hitting the boss the whole time, so you have very, very high uptime. And the movement is crazy on this, like you said.
Would you guys put it at S tier or A tier though?
That's a question. This is one of those classes where I think it's in between.
It's kind of close, yeah.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
in
To
between
me, at
S
least.
and A.
Bro, if this was just Savior patch, I'll instantly.
Yeah,
put
it would be instantly S.
Yeah.
It is, yeah, I agree. I haven't personally seen enough out of Buck to like have a strong feeling about whether it's S or A, but it's definitely like very, very, very strong.
All right, we could do
Okay.
this. We can order them. We could order them within the tiers, right? So, at the front
Sure.
is the best one within the tier, and then as we go on, it gets worse and worse. So we could do that.
Told. Okay, so Jeff told me that Jordan, like when they were practicing Kalos, Jordan has better higher BA than Howard.
And
that's
you know,
party.
and that's crazy because it's Kalos is like a burst boss, right?
Yeah.
So higher than the Night Lord, which is pretty insane to think about, to be honest with you. But Howard could also just be shitting the bed. That's just like one example, right?
True.
So
I think probably realistically speaking, nobody's good at Kalos yet. I don't think
yeah,
like literally like nobody's even seen past the first segment yet. So
Yeah.
yeah. So I mean, that's just like one example. Buck has, you know, obviously better tools to survive longer, so chances are Jordan's uptime is higher. So that's like something to think about. But regardless, Buck is still really strong. I think it's in the S tier, but just, you know, obviously behind Bishop. So because I do think it's probably better than like all the A tier classes.
it's fair.
Also, being an explorer can always swap, but you do lose your Jenny weapon. So, but that's like something that's like irrelevant.
Get a gatekeeper of S tier for now.
Yeah. Dark Knight. Okay, so something that I talked about the other day on my stream, I think Phil mentioned this, was Dark Knight's one of those classes that the kit is really good for future bossing. Like, no matter what boss comes out in the future, Dark Knight's kit will always be like useful. So maining this class was always like I don't, how do I say, like relevant. Like it's never like useless to main this shit because of how your final pact works.
Yeah, Pact is an insane survivability tool, but I will say something that kind of is really annoying about Dark Knight, and this is that their burst is sort of backloaded,
Yeah.
where you need to burst at the end of your, I don't remember what the skill name is. It's the 4/3 skill.
Darkness Aura.
Yeah, Darkness Aura. And in general, like that's just so awkward in bosses that disappear a lot.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Yeah.
it's
Go ahead.
I was gonna say that's shared by a lot of classes, but like Dark Knight is one of those where it can be really frustrating because of that.
Yeah, the other thing with Darkness Aura is that it's not just a pure infinity type skill. It's like for infinity type of skill, when the boss goes away, your infinity is still stacking. But for Darkness Aura, unless you keep hitting the boss, the Darkness Aura is not going to stack itself. So if you can't get good uptime during that 30 seconds for Darkness Aura, your burst just will just be lower. Whereas Infinity is the other Infinity classes, as long as you have a good bind off the last tail end of the buff, then at least you can ensure that your burst is optimal.
Mm. Is Dark Knight more of a burst class than DPS? I think they're very similar to DB, right?
I think they have respectable bursts, but their DPS is also good at the same time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I
I'm
think
Yeah,
that's
pretty
another.
similar
sure-
to DB in that sense.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Dark Knight has higher DPS than DB. DB has higher burst than Dark Knight, just because how Ready to Die works.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I agree. DB's burst is actually pretty good. I think something to mention is classes that have a burst or don't, basically, because I'm sure, as you guys know, like a lot of these bosses in the game just have like a burst element to them, whether it's slime window or callous window to attack, or gloom, or black mage having a shield to undo as much damage as possible between the tests, like stuff like that. Or Saren midnight phase, like there's always some sort of burst element in a boss. I think classes that have a burst are just inherently always going to have an advantage over classes that don't, and the way Ozdring works, and domain and all that shit. So despite like some classes being changed to 2 minutes, I still feel like 3-minute classes are still on top.
I agree. I think that, especially, well, even though Bishop is flexible now, Domain is still 3 minutes. So 3 minutes is always much, much stronger in a party situation as a result.
Mm-hmm. All right, now where would we place Dark Knight? Unless anyone has any more thoughts.
I also think it's just a solid A tier class.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
More than Aran?
I would put it higher than Aran because of the
Yeah.
pact just being such good quality of life for being unkillable.
Mm-hmm. Also has lifesteal. Thing to mention. All right, we'll put it ahead of Aran. Okay, moving on. Blaster. It's kind of funny how in the Savior patch, Nexon mentioned how they didn't know that people were using the in-game macro for Blaster, and they made it a lot easier to weave on this
They
class.
didn't know.
Yeah, they didn't realize that people did that, which is kind of like crazy to me, but that's just a side point. So despite mobbing being more equalized against the classes, I think Blaster is still one of those classes that still struggles with mobbing somewhat. It's one of the most shit ones in the game. But in terms of its bossing, it's got a lot going for it. It has crazy DPS, crazy survivability, as you know, infinite shield on Blaster. And the burst is whatever. It's not the craziest thing in the world, but it did get changed to 2 minutes, so it's not that high.
Yeah, and there's also, as we talked about, simply being a 2-minute class is a detrimental to bossing. That being said, so I'm not sure like if it's because of like the blaster bug or like something else, but I get the impression that like Blaster's DPS is not actually that high.
I don't think the class is that strong right now.
Like when I see like Blaster performances in bosses, like objectively speaking, like the class's damage output is just not that high compared to stronger classes. Like I don't know if it's because like the bug is the issue or like something else. But just objectively speaking, the damage the class outputs is not very impressive.
Anybody know the FD they're losing with the bug? Is like something crazy, like 20%.
So the thing about Blaster is that about a year and a half, or like some time ago, like a year and a half or so ago, when we didn't have FD and all these recent crazy big balance overhauls, Blaster's minimal requirement for clearing boss has always been one of the better ones that I've seen across the board. But I feel like this class just more or less stay the same in terms of like actual damage. Like they've been receiving like quality of life changes over throughout like probably last six patch year and a half, yeah, last like 5 or 6 patches, but no real like damage power creep like all the other classes have been receiving.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know what they've done since Destiny, but there was a blaster in my guild that was pulling off some really impressive stuff before Destiny.
Yeah.
But like obviously everyone else has just gotten majorly buffed since then.
Yeah, Destiny is a major power creep patch for like basically all the classes across the board. Not just Explorer classes that got reworked. Basically, every other class I've seen got like at least 15 to 20% FD, flat FD passive to added to them or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I completely agree. Blaster pre-Destiny used to be similar to Hayato pre-numbers, but it just didn't get all those crazy buffs that everybody else got. It did get changed from 4 minutes to 2 minute, which did help, but it didn't help as much as like it helped Hero, for example. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, and it's not to say Blaster's bad. It's just I don't think it's. I think it's just good. It's just a good class right
Like
now. Nothing crazy.
average, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'd agree with average. Like I feel
Yeah.
like it's their damage output is okay. They have great utility.
And they have a good kit to stick to boss with, like
But
shield and damage reduction and stuff.
so
And
also
movement.
the class just has a high learning curve, which is kind of
Oh, that's true
annoying for
actually.
players.
Yeah, that's a really good point. It's one of the highest learning curves in the game. So
Yeah. Yeah, average is
yeah,
I'm
I'd put
aligned with
it. I'd put it in the middle. B for Blaster.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
that. Before blast.
Yep. B for Bum. Speaking. Okay. Anyways, moving on. Speaking of
Beat.
B class. Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Beast Tamer. Now the thing with Beast Tamer, um, it is a non-KMS class, so you get shit on every patch, just right off the jump. Um, and the other thing about Beast Tamer is it barely gets any changes because it's a KMS class. So Beast Tamer now versus Beast Tamer like Destiny or even pre-Destiny got like almost nothing. So I think it's just one of those classes that has fallen off and just needs way more attention.
This class, well, this class is the performance is being poor ever since that they fixed the bug where you can. I think it was what was it? It was like when they can like have like all the buffs from all forms at the same time, right?
Yeah, it was when whistle was a bug rather than a skill.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Does have
Well-
pretty good support though.
Yeah, it does.
Even though it's like super weak.
Yeah, you can give your party attack, crit damage, good healing, revive. I mean, revive is whatever, but I think the revive actually counts as an extra life, no?
Yeah,
does.
you can revive someone who's at 0 lives, but it comes with a con that they can't be removed to the reward room anymore.
Wait, what?
So if you're at 0 lives and you get revived by a beast tamer, you don't get moved to the reward room, I believe. But hey, at least you're alive and can help your party DPS.
Yeah, that's true. Yo, that's crazy. What the
That's an
fuck?
interesting bug. I did not know that. That's how much I
Yeah.
care about this class.
This is what I mean by non-KMS classes. Like, there's always like these like quirks about them. It's just make no sense.
So what happens when your party cleared like the last phase of the boss? Then like everyone else got moved to reward room. What happened to the
Yeah,
BP?
you're just stuck there.
You have to relog or what?
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, I
Well, I
see.
mean, you can just leave the boss
You
room.
just
But,
leave,
I mean,
yeah.
the point is you don't get the boss rewards.
That's funny.
That's crazy. What the hell?
Boss room nerfed BT, real though.
Yeah, literally. Boss room literally nerfed it. Any other thoughts on this?
Is this like among the worst, like absolute bottom tier, or is like
I think
anything
so.
worse than this? Okay.
I think it's bottom
I have
tier.
literally no grasp on how strong the class is. I just know it's so many weird quirks.
Its burst isn't like shit. It doesn't
Yeah,
have like
I've
the
seen the
worst shit in
burst.
the
The burst
world.
looked good.
The mobbing is like crazy. It's like top tier mobbing, but maybe that I don't know if that's enough to save it.
I've heard some full rotations from Beast Tamers, and it's really bad.
It's bad,
Oh,
like
okay.
Grandis training. Oh my god. Oh no, never mind.
No, I
Like,
mean full
yeah,
rotations. Yeah.
DPM. Okay. Damn. Our
At
But
least,
statistics
at
is-
least that because they can function as a support, that's a pretty good selling point already.
yeah,
yeah, like if somebody wanted
those
to main this
supporters,
class.
nice.
Yeah, these type of like niche support class, there's always a market for, because some people just like that by like, you know, niche support type beat.
220 bill per sec. That's pretty low for nowadays.
That's really low. So
Yeah. That's like pre-Destiny numbers. Yeah, so I'm debating C or D. I don't know if the good things bump it up from D.
Okay, let's just
think-
put it in D for now, and if we see anything worse, then we can
I
change.
think D tier should be like no support at all, maybe.
Okay.
That's
And
true.
like
Just
I
no
think,
Okay,
D.
yeah,
and also like dog shit damage on top of that.
Okay. That makes sense.
All right. The class not just its own damage; it's also support damage. Never mind. Yeah, like, we can put it in C.
Okay. That makes sense. All right, let's move this out of here. All right, Marksman. This is a really good class, to be honest with you. They keep getting really good changes. The most recent change was their iframe being changed from 3 minute to 1 minute, and it does a lot of damage now. Consistent DPS. Their burst is pretty good. With their cartridges. They do have sharp eyes, which is nice. Minor support, but whatever. This is like a solid all-around class. It's not crazy in any category. Their mobbing is pretty good in Grandis with their split shot, which got increased to 72 duration now instead of 60. Well, that's about it. It's nothing like spectacular. It's just everything's just pretty good.
I believe their dummy works with familiars, which is actually a pretty good selling point
Wait, really?
in solo boss.
It does work with familiars. I don't know if it works with party members.
And
Like,
no dummy actually
Yeah,
works
yeah.
with party.
I think there was I thought there was once upon a time that Wind Archer's Emerald worked when there's party members as well.
I don't
I don't
remember that.
think so, but maybe you're right.
Hmm.
No, this is ordered. Yeah, this is an ordered list. Yeah. But yeah, Emerald is not Emerald. Their Arrow Illusion is actually a really good point, because it does make a lot of the bosses just completely brain dead. You don't have to do anything.
Yeah, I thought it didn't work on slime, but apparently it does. I
On
just tried it.
slime, really?
Yeah, it does work.
It
But
does. That's
the
pretty
thing is
cool.
that slime has to first be on the same platform as your Arrow Illusion.
Oh, okay.
I
Weird.
think most dummies kind of break when the boss teleports, and slime just teleports so often.
Yeah.
Does GMS attack speed make it any better?
Oh, that's something
Like-
to point out. Actually, that's a good point. Do we want to talk about GMS attack speed? I
I
think.
mean, I think it's kind of implied that our evaluations are the GMS setting,
Yeah.
so that's like sort of in mind already.
Yeah, that's a good point. My only thing that I thought of was like, do we all believe it's gonna get removed someday? Because I do. I think it'll get removed eventually.
I think so as well. I don't know if it's gonna be soon, but
Yeah, I don't know
Yeah.
when it'll be. I think it'll be. Actually, you know what? It doesn't matter. Let's just talk about right now. Irrelevant. But yeah, Marksman is just one of those classes that benefits a ton from attack speed. So that does give it extra points. I'm debating putting this in A tier. I do think it's quite a bit better than Blaster. So
I think on the lower end of A tier. Makes
yeah,
sense to me.
yeah. I agree.
I was gonna say low A.
Okay. No one's got any problems with that. I'll put it there. Also, like, you know, as with all the other explorers, always has the added benefit. You could always swap. So,
This time you need
always
to
an option.
reliberate though.
Yeah, you do need a relive. It's not as good as like mage or like a dagger class, but yeah. Okay, Bowmaster. I actually think Bowmaster is better than Marksman. I think Marksman has higher full rotation, but I think Bowmaster is a better class overall. It's better survivability, lifesteal, Hurricane class. Hurricane's pretty broken because we were just talking about attack speed. If it does ever get removed, it makes no changes for this class. And it's also just like very, very easy to play, like super easy to play.
Yeah, I agree all around. The class also has very lazy mobbing. That's
Yeah.
also a nice sell. But yeah, I think that the class just got so much quality of life and stuff and has so much survivability that
Mhm.
your DPS uptime is like incredible in bosses. So
Yeah.
in practice, it'll probably, even if Marksman has higher full rotation, it'll usually just out damage Marksman anyways.
Yeah, yeah. This
Yeah.
in real boss fights, Marksman, Bowmaster would 99% of the time out damage Marksman in a real boss fight, just because you know the crazy uptime that you have on this class.
How's
Yeah.
the burst on Bowmaster?
It's
The
actually okay ever since
yeah,
Destiny. They buffed it super hard.
they did,
I
but
see.
it's not like a lot of other class bursts. It has a long burst, so something like Roar, being a 2-minute class, like something like Roar, just like it obviously benefits from Roar, but it doesn't benefit like a crazy amount. So, which could be seen as a good or a bad thing, because like you probably just Oz isn't as required, but yeah, because its burst is 30 seconds at the minimum, and one of its V skills is 1 minute long as well. So, but yeah, it's not that bad. I think Bowmaster is just like one ahead of Marksman. I don't know if it's in front of a run or not though.
I would put it ahead of Aran actually.
Me too. I was even debating like between Dark Knight and Bowmaster.
Oh, you think so? Like it's ahead of Dark Knight too?
No, I was debating. I'm not.
Mm-hmm.
I think. Yeah, let's keep Dark Knight before just because I think the discrepancy between those two is just 2 minute versus 3 minute at that point.
That's a good point actually. Yeah, Dark Knight is on that 3-minute timer. So
I think Bowmaster actually struggles a lot on 3-minute timer because I think that one of their skills, it like actually maybe it changed. They have some skill where if you while it's on cooldown it procs an effect, but if you hold it for a 3-minute burst, then you obviously you don't get that effect.
Inhuman
Maybe
speed.
yeah, inhuman speed. I believe that's how
Yeah.
it works. I don't know if it ever got changed. But
Yes.
that's actually that actually makes it a lot worse than 3-minute parties.
mm-hmm.
You do really need to put that skill into cooldown.
Yeah, that's a good
I
point
did not
actually.
think of that. That's a good point.
Yeah, that's a really good point. W Lawrence. Okay. Well, no one else has any thoughts on Bowmaster. We can move on.
Yeah.
Okay, Cadena. I honestly think Cadena is one of the strongest classes in the game right now. Like top tier, like super top tier. Crazy consistent damage, very good burst. Now, it used to be the trade-off was it had shit survivability, but not anymore with its dumbass shield and dark side with every combo. So,
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this class cannot die.
yeah.
I mean, this class it's one of those classes that you need to stick to the boss, but beforehand you did not have any tools to help you to stick to the boss. But now it's just like, yeah, you literally can die.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this class is like completely busted, but the issue is there's like basically no super funded cadenas to show us its capabilities.
Yeah, exactly. That's
They're-
word for
they
word
just
what
all
what I've been saying. Because people are always so shocked when I say like this shit's like broken as hell, and I'm like, there's just all the cadenas are just dead right now. They don't play. So, but I'm telling you, like maybe by savior patch, like there'll be a stronger one by then. Like you're gonna see some crazy cadena numbers for sure.
Speaking
So-
of
It
that,
gets nerfed in Savior.
Yeah,
It's
too
getting
bad it
nerfed
gets
in
nerfed in
Savior.
Savior.
just because it's busted.
Yeah.
L. Never mind.
Like I remember when they were presenting the damage charts in Savior, and there was one class that's
Oh,
theoretical damage
yeah.
is like
I'm
way ahead
pretty
of
sure that
everyone
was
else.
Cadena.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's like
pretty
it's
sure it's
100% Cadena. It's 100% Cadena.
Yeah, 100%.
I remember some people DMing me saying the number one class on that chart was FP. I was like, no way, dude.
No, no.
Like, there's no shot.
No. It was a dark side class guaranteed because it went from performing not so good in Mihile to like the top class in Lotus, like and Dark now. So I was like, okay, this is definitely like a dark side class because dark side's obviously relevant in Mihile. So
Would you guys put it ahead of
It's
Buck?
definitely higher than Buck.
I think it's higher than Buck.
Definitely,
Yeah,
definitely higher than Buck.
I think it's definitely higher than
Uh,
Buck.
I
Not higher
don't
than
know if
Bishop
any
though.
class will be higher than Bishop on this list. I'm
No,
sorry.
Bishop is
no,
rock
No,
solid.
no one.
Yeah,
no
nothing,
one.
nothing can challenge Bishop. That's too OP.
Yeah, Bishop's rock solid. It's not moving, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, speaking of a class better than Bishop, Demon Slayer.
Yeah,
Yep.
so I guess I made this class. I can talk about it.
Yeah.
The damage output of this class is absolutely absurd. I think in solo bossing, it's like quite possibly the strongest class in the game right now.
Interesting.
I think that the class has insane utility with obviously plenty of iframes. You even have the capability to trade off damage with more iframes by setting Dark Meta to level 1, which is really unique actually.
Mm-hmm.
And then you also have just like Glide and Chaos Lock, and now with this patch we also have the same dash as Hero. So the class is just like absolutely absurd with
Change was
utility,
big.
super high raw damage. I think like literally the only weakness of this class is that it's a 2-minute burst class, and its burst is not, well, its burst used to be very OP, but with the ignition change, it's actually the ignition change is actually kind of net neutral to
Mm-hmm.
full rotation, but obviously your burst is significantly less front loaded now.
I prefer the 4-minute version of Demon Bane rather than the current version.
I mean, it's just more brain dead to play for sure, but I think if you do a if you just do a 4-minute test before and after ignition, you just get the same damage actually.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's
Lot of,
overall better though, even if it's more damage, because you do get another iframe within 4 minutes because you use Demon Bane again. So
It's like so because yes, you get another iframe, but like it like you sort of work worse with a party actually
that's
because
true.
your
Yeah.
burst is less compact.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
basically
actually a really good point.
every Demon Slayer I know just cries about the 4-minute to 2-minute change. I
Yeah.
agree. I agree. In my opinion, I also prefer the 4-minute version, but I don't think it's as big of a deal as they're crying about it to be.
I'm gonna be honest, all of my bosses got faster except for Slime. So
Oh, for obvious reasons.
Of course, yeah. Fuck that.
like
boss.
I really don't care about the change. I think it's like net neutral basically. In solo bossing that is.
Mhm.
Yeah. Would you say this is
think.
Cadena?
That's a tough one.
Honestly, I
Wait,
don't. I
Cadena's
just
3 minutes, right?
yeah,
Cadena's
Cadena's
3
3
minutes.
minutes.
Yeah.
I just don't really know enough about Cadena to say for sure. Like I feel like literally the only weakness of Demon Slayer is that it's 2-minute burst rather than 3-minute burst. Otherwise,
What
the class
about
is like
Reinforced
absolutely
Shield?
correct. Oh well, I'm just gonna assume you're gonna use your Reinforced Shield because the class is so easy to survive on if you don't use it.
I see.
I mean, this is a tough one because I used to boss a lot with a Cadena, and their damage really is all that. Like, it really is that guy. I'm not gonna lie. So, it's a really tough one. Like, I think they're very, very close. I don't think that one is really overshadowing another one a lot.
Yeah, I think it would be fair to put Cadena over Demon Slayer just by virtue of being 3-minute burst. That's
Yeah.
like pretty good and much better in party situations.
I agree, actually. I think Demon Slayer does have better survivability, but I think at the end of the day, I don't think these bosses are so complex that the survivability matters that much.
A little
Like, basic movement carries you like 80% of the way.
Well, it's more than just that, because survivability helps you increase your DPS uptime.
Yeah.
But
that's
I mean,
true.
that being said, both Cadena and Demon Slayer have very good kits for that, so it's not like a clear selling point for one or the other.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Solid.
Yeah, very good class. Demon Slayer yet again at the top of the tier list. What's new? Anyways, moving on. Hoyoung. I think Hoyoung's in. Okay, so I don't know if there's a hot take, but I think Hoyoung's in a kind of a weird spot right now. Obviously, it's gonna be super good in Savior. Right now, I just think it's just good but not amazing. Um, it still being
Yeah.
200 is like kind of ass, and its off burst is just kind of also ass, and then its burst being 30 seconds long, and you have to set it up for a while, and then in the middle of it you have to bind and burst is it's just weird. To be honest with you, it's pretty weird.
Yeah, I'm pretty unimpressed with how Hoyoung performs right now.
Post
It
Destiny, right?
it's
And everyone.
yeah, it's like it used to be like one of the three OPs with like
Yeah.
Adele and an Arc, but like so then
Those three
as a
classes got
result,
nothing from.
yeah, as a result of that, all three of those classes got nothing. So like Hoyoung is just not that impressive anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But all of their skill, I think all of their skill percentage got buffed like 10 to
Yeah,
20
yeah,
percent.
yeah. Savior Hoyoung and current patch Hoyoung is like literally
Yeah,
different class.
two
Yeah.
different classes. Yes.
Yeah, I agree. That's what I'm saying right now. It's just like whatever. It's not bad, but it's just not amazing anymore. Um,
I want to say that like 200-second cities in Party is not that bad, because you have
Yeah.
domain anyway. So
The main's 169.
yeah,
96, 196.
Yeah, it used to be really annoying when hypers weren't affected by
Oh yeah.
CPR, but
Platonic.
now that they are, it's like not as JP says, because it's so close to domain, it's like not that big of a deal. It's minor annoyance.
Yeah. But back in the days when tonic wasn't affected by cooldown, that was really bad.
mm-hmm. Yeah. No, that shit's annoying. There's also one of the classes that minor thing, but or two minor things. Mobbing is crazy good on this. Like one of the best in the whole game. Obviously, our rank one highest level is a Hoyoung. Um, but it's also like pretty annoying to play. Like there's like a lot of things you have to upkeep. Like 4 or 5 different buffs to always upkeep every like within 30 seconds. So, but that's just whatever. Like if you main this class, like it's something you get used to regardless. But I figure it's just something to mention.
I feel like the burst setup is still like something where no matter how good you get at it, if the boss has just like annoying patterns that you have to dodge at the same time, setting up the burst can still be very challenging.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a really good point. Because
Mhm.
it's just one of those things that if it takes you a long time to set up the burst, it's always a risk in bosses.
Mhm.
I don't think it's S tier right now.
No,
No,
definitely not S
definitely
tier.
No,
not.
not even
I
close.
was not thinking S tier. I was
I was
debating
I was
B.
I was I was thinking top of B tier.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bad.
Yeah. Okay. Bet. Sounds good. B for Bo Young. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Yep. Mercedes. Merc actually got way better. This used to be so garbage, I'm not gonna lie. Um,
The damage is really high. This class's damage is really, really high.
I don't actually think it's really high. I think it has really good burst. Its cooldowns all lined up. They used to be like garbage cooldowns. Used to be 210 and 150. Now they're just all 180 across the board. Besides vicious shot, of course, and it used to just not have an iframe at all besides its burst iframe. Now that has this 70-second cooldown water shield iframe, the survivability actually went up a lot. Because this class legit used to just every down FMA and BM, obviously it's just one example, just would die 100% of the time. So, but this class is one of those classes where you have to work your ass off, comboing everything to not do any damage. So, yeah, it's just like a hard burst class. I don't know how
I
I
don't
feel
know
about hard burst
about
classes.
I saw a Mercedes 59k with War on with a Osprey on, and his full rotation is 350.
Yeah, I saw that too. But the
What the
curious
fuck?
thing is his he did a BM solo right after that. His BM solo is
Yeah,
like
it's 22 minutes. I
Not
was like,
not
really?
impressive.
it's like I mean it's not bad, but it's not like if you put 350 build per second on a different class, they would solo much faster basically.
Yeah,
So something
22
is
minutes is
I
not
mean, that's just
super
being.
fast
I think
nowadays.
that's just the issue of being like a hard burst class. Like,
yeah, I don't know if it's because like yeah, the whatever rotation they were doing in the full rotation is just like not replicable with boss. Like I have literally no idea, but just I haven't seen like insanely impressive bossing results out of Mercedes.
the the thing about Mercedes combo is that it's not like compared to like other classes that stick to the boss and do their comboing. Mercedes is one of the harder ones to do on BM, especially in P3.
Hmm.
You just can't really do that, and if you do that also in P4, like you don't have a good way to negate the damage by comboing.
Yeah, that's true. Their comboing moves them around, which is
Yep.
something that's
Ow.
really bad because like that's why they reworked like Dawn Warrior and Nightwalker because it was so ass that they need to move around to attack.
Yeah.
How high would you guys rate the untouchable on Mercedes?
Well,
Untouch-
Untouchable's
This is one boss.
only relevant like
Yeah,
one
honestly,
boss, right?
pretty
So
pretty because like it's like the
It's like
outside of
P1 BM as well.
yeah P1 BM it's nice, but like let's be real, everyone just
I mean, they just one
like
burst
if you're on a
nowadays.
if you're a party, you just one burst P1. Even if you're solo, most people still just one burst P1 at the higher end of gearing. So like, I'd rate Untouchable. I mean, it's nice, but it's like very very minor.
We don't have to. Yeah, I don't think we have to consider that.
I mean, it's definitely worth mentioning for sure, but I don't think it's like it'll bump it up a tier because it has it, right? So
Yeah, probably not.
extreme BM, yeah, true, true. Definitely not gonna choose a Night Lord instead. That does exactly what this does, but better. Merc, I also think is probably in B tier as well.
I would at least put it in A tier. I feel like
I'll
Think
put it
so?
in
yeah, because like I think that the class has very good damage, but it's being it like just I don't know the particular reason, but it seems that like it can't translate that damage super well to bosses, but like even despite that, it still manages a like fairly good end result.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's fair. You would put it under Marksman or where?
Like let's say between Aran and Bowmaster. Like I feel like it's kind of in the middle basically.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. It is also a Freud's class similar to Aran, which is, I guess that's like useful, kinda.
That's both a pro and a con.
Yeah. For real.
really good way to put it. Curse and a blessing.
Okay. Pathfinder. Phil, thoughts? You play this?
It's just age.
Right. Literally every Pathfinder you talk to tells you about how bad their class is.
Nah.
Yeah.
Okay. The thing about Pathfinder, it's a really feel good class to play. The feel to the class is good. The attack feeling and the just the general feedback on on attack and stuff like that, and also Torrent's broken. Torrent that skill is what saves the class from me putting it straight up to C or D tier. But the it's a class that burst was just bad, and then they buffed it. And now the burst is not so bad, but the DPS on this class requires you combo and also does not give you anything to help you, survive while comboing. And then you have to be really close to the boss to do proper damage on the combo, just because how triple impact work. If you want to hit the boss with
All three of them, yeah.
yeah, all three of them, and then it would be nice if it had like super stance on. Oh, it does have super stance. Never mind.
It does. Triple impact is the super stance, yeah.
Yeah. While they buffed the burst of it, they nerfed triple impact, I'm pretty sure. And the quality of life that people have been begging for is finally coming in Savior, but not right now. So you know how like it has 3 different modes, and then it puts into that mode depending on which skill that you used last time. And
Yeah.
I think 2 out of your 4V skills. Wait, is it 2? yeah, 2 out of your 4 V skills require you to, be in that mode, be in the correct mode to do proper to use them to the fullest potential. And right now, when you're comboing, obviously when you're doing you're using macro like deluge and burst, then your attack mode switches between the two, and sometimes it just messes up when you put down your V skills because of the delay to when the form is changed on your V skills. So in Savior, what it is that you can just lock in a form no matter on your V skills, no matter what you've been doing beforehand.
Yeah. I mean, that's nice.
I'm pretty sure they're getting final damage buff and skill damage buff line increase on Savior 2 because they finally realized that they've gone too far on their Vinny class. Because when the class on release was really strong in terms of like raw damage output, and they just nerfed it patch after patch after patch after patch.
Yeah. Or they could swap. Always an option.
Yeah, that's the selling point for Pathfinder. You can swap the Bowmaster or Marksman.
Yeah. That used to not be a thing. And to be honest, like now that the Bowmasters and Marksmen can swap to PF and they have badge, there's really no point in playing PF because you don't have a badge. But
What's like
yeah.
what's like the BM solo timers for Pathfinders, Phil? Do you know?
That's a good question. I'm gonna look that shit up. You know any Chinese PFs, Phil?
I mean, I'm
just
pretty
Philipper?
Sure. Yeah, Philipper. I'm pretty sure Philipper and Pharaoh are the 2 strongest PF, and Philipper, he took a break for the last 3 or 4 months because of he's applying for grad school, so he took a half year break basically. He just came back, and he hasn't done much so far.
I remember Pharaoh's gear was really good, but
yeah, Philipper is Philipper is missing 1 pitch. He's just missing emblem. He has the other 5 set plus the Black Mage badge. He's just waiting for the emblem.
I can't find Pharaoh's shit on YouTube.
Really? I saw his I saw Pharaoh's GPQ the other day.
He hit 20k on GPQ. Like he was able to hit 20k, which is, it's not like weak, but like all the strong classes hit over 20k, like easily.
like
so.
20k is pretty good for a 2-minute burst class actually.
Yeah.
2-minute burst classes are, generally speaking, not that good at combat.
Yeah, he bursts twice.
Does he have a cooldown hat?
No, he just press all of his skill upon entry because they last like 10 seconds or whatever. Well, most of his skills last like a long time, and then the main burst lasts 10 seconds. And I guess that's all he's trying to milk out of. I can link you the video. But to put a conclusion, I think this is like a B tier class. At the moment. Might be in Savior. The crazy thing is they got buffed by so much in Savior. It's still A at best in my opinion. But we'll see when it comes to GMS. Oh, okay. Also another thing. I'm pretty sure at some point they made it the 0 attack speed doesn't work with their macro anymore. So this is like a hard 2 attack speed class.
Wow.
I thought that it was like that on release.
I thought,
oh,
yeah,
really?
I'm pretty sure like PF didn't need attack speed regardless.
Okay.
For their mobbing. Yeah. I agree anyways. I was going to suggest B regardless. I think all the A tier classes just do a little bit more damage. So. Their burst did get better though. The PF burst, it got condensed, cut in half. So. But being 2 minutes kind of sucks. With the odds rings and shit.
I don't know much about the class, but I'm leaning towards C. Because, I don't know, I don't see anything impressive like boss wise right now.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thoughts? C, B? Where you
I'll
guys
say
want to put
B
it?
just because it's easy to play.
Okay, that's fine. I'll just put it in the bottom of B for now. B for Pathfinder. Okay, moving on. Let's move on to Lara. Yo, I actually think Lara's like sleeper OP. I'm not even joking.
I feel like it's trash.
What?
I think that their damage numbers do not seem impressive. The class is like utility is not great, and I feel like the only real selling point for the class is its mobbing.
Lara's burst is like crazy though.
Yeah, they have a very strong concentrated burst. That is very nice. But like that being said, just the damage output of it is not that high.
Yeah, yeah. Unfortunately, they have a little bit of support. It's not that good to be honest with you. Their support, they have like baby healing, baby damage buff, but
No, they
it's
have
whatever.
a 6 synergy with Kanna where the skill that makes you float, you can cancel out of that when you're Kanna, and then you can just use Shiki from the air while floating. It's
That's kind
kind of
of
crazy.
odd. What the hell?
It's another non-KMS moment.
Yeah, what the fuck are these interactions? What
But
the
yeah,
fuck?
I think Lara is just really bad right now.
Yo, the thing about Lara though is it's one of those classes that's gonna keep getting buffed. So
It has been
yeah,
non-stop
and it
every
does
single
keep
patch.
getting buffed. Yeah,
Yeah,
like
but they're
Still
like
in the
really
dumpster.
tiny. They're really tiny buffs every time. It's like, what are they doing?
yeah, they did increase the damage to their summons like quite a bit. It's not like negligible in bossing anymore, but I think it's just one of those classes that like it's not done baking in the oven as they say. Like it needs some more time, and then I think it'll get a lot better. But yeah, its mobbing is crazy though. Like it's one of the best in the whole game. So there's that.
I hope they're, in the process of figuring out what they really want to do with the class because they have yet to found the kick that the class needed in terms of buffs.
It's weird because this is one of the most recent class releases that hasn't been broken as hell. Like usually when a class releases, they're like dumb strong for some reason. But Lara like started off shit, and it just keep getting buffed, but it's still not there yet. So
Kain too.
whatever, fuck Kain, I don't care.
Illium was also super weak on release,
Bro, Illium's
and like
old
two
though.
2 years after.
Yeah, true. Lara over Beast Hammer. I definitely think it's over Beast Hammer for sure. It does have better mobbing and burst than BT. So
But the thing is, the Beast Tamer has the support capabilities. That's the reason why we put it in C in the first place. So Lara doesn't really have like that as an option.
yeah, but Lara has more damage and mobbing, right? That outweighs the BT.
Is BT is Lara mobbing better than BT? Or is it significantly better than BT? I thought BT was
No,
also
they're
one
both
of the
really
good
good. They're both really good. The only thing about BT, like if you're training Grandis on BT, the birds don't do that much damage. So I'm not sure if it actually just like wipes maps in Grandis. I know Lara summons do a lot of damage, so like it wipes maps in Grandis.
Do we think Lara's among the weakest?
Uh, it's kind of weird because you guys saw Vu's Lara solo BM, right? She did it at 49k. Kind of like low. Like obviously BM requirement isn't that high, but
That one was Osling, no badge, and like a
I
lot
think it was
of
also Black Heart as well, which
yeah,
also deflates the stat even further,
yeah.
but maybe I'm mistaken.
damn.
I'll say though, like it's Lara's burst is like easy to execute and always perform always performs like very stable, solid burst, um, which is something to consider. If you're in party situation, it's easy 3-minute class that just finishes bursting like 5 seconds or something. So it's like hard to mess it up, I would say.
Yeah. No, you're like always gonna hit your burst on this unless you're like super ass. But yeah.
So we looking at C angle or D angle?
I think it's definitely higher than BT for sure. For
I think
sure.
it's probably if then it's probably just on C tier along with BP.
Yeah, I agree. I'll settle for that. BT's got the non-KMS debuff, but yeah. Anyways, so moving from the bottom, we're gonna go straight to the top again. Um, yeah, this class is dumb as fuck, to be honest with you. Nightwalker, like, dude, this shit is not fair. It literally nothing bad, literally nothing, and the damage is it's too much, and it's getting buffed again, for no reason.
Funny
Yeah.
What is
story.
next on thinking?
Yeah, the next buff is kind of bizarre.
Yeah.
Seriously,
Alright.
there's like not very many Nightwalkers that really upload much content. There's like the Chinese guy, but that's about it.
Oh,
I
I
think
speaking of that,
Shapaz
I just
uploads
finished
a good
watching.
amount.
Yeah, I just finished watching Shapaz's Saren solo before our call.
Yeah. God, I didn't know you were a Chapaz fan like that.
Oh, yeah. I
Yeah,
am.
the thing is, normal Saren is like it's kind of easy compared to before Ignition now.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
like piss easy
the
now.
HP got nerfed.
Yeah, the HP got nerfed, the patterns got nerfed. Like
Wait, what changed with the patterns?
they're slower and they do less damage.
What
Oh, I
the
didn't even know
hell?
that. I have not tried out to the.
Like the boss is like just like I think it's really telling where like as soon as Ignition hits, all of a sudden you see all these normal Saren solos.
Yeah.
It's like the boss is just so easy compared to before.
Yeah, facts. Nightwalker's damage is still very, very, very high though, even if Saren got easier.
Yeah, for sure.
Ignition
The
gave it
the
like
class is
20
very strong.
FP. And then the crazy thing about Nightwalker is it has good burst, so its DPS is actually so fat for no reason too. A lot of people always like akin it to Nightlord, but it's really not like Nightlord at all. The DPS is crazy with your GDS every minute. And Shadow Spear lasting whole last 90 seconds, so it's insane. I think it's definitely an S tier. Above Demon Slayer, I don't know. It's a tough one. It
100%
is a
bread and
3-minute class too.
It's
At least
100%
in at least in solo bossing, I think it performs a lot worse than Demon Slayer. But as you say, 3-minute burst gives it it helps favor it a lot.
Above Cadena?
I think it's kind of hard to judge.
It should,
'cause
yeah.
There's like no end game cadenas to compare
I was
to.
just about to say that just once again circle back to our.
I would probably say it's above Demon Slayer though. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Disgusting class, to be honest with you. Another thing about Nightwalker is very, very rare class that can genuinely just train with one button. Not a lot of classes can do that. Maybe only DS can. But even DS has its gripes because the rates are ass. And you might run into like an E-mob or something that fucks up your Fury. But you can legit get like 14k per hour in Grandis with bite farming. It makes no sense.
I think there's actually a decent number of classes that can do it. People aren't exploring the ways how you can do it.
You think so? Like real
I
one button?
I know there's at least one other class that can do it that nobody ever talks about.
Uh-huh.
DM, please DM.
Right.
No, I'll keep it a secret. But it's like I think there's a lot more classes people just haven't experimented with it.
Interesting. You guys heard this? This guy's gatekeeping right now. Uh-huh. Illium? Maybe. Whatever. Okay, moving on. Fuck Nightwalkers. Blade Master. Yo, I think Blade Master is very similar to Dark Knight. Like I would put this in high A tier. Their burst went up a good amount since Destiny. Like Blade Tempest isn't like negligible. It's a pretty strong 90-second burst. Very good survivability. Their DPS is whatever. It's not that crazy. It's just okay. And the mobbing is really good. Something unique about DB is since its mobbing skills hit super hard, it's one of those classes that can train at high sack required maps early before a lot of people. And since it uses a dagger, same as Shad, you can always swap to Shad and not lose your Jenny weapon.
I think that's reasonable, but I think it is their damage output is quite a bit lower than Dark Knight still.
Mm-hmm.
Even though, as you say, their damage profile is similar.
I think the full rotations I saw from DBs were not that impressive.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're not.
I know Tummy, I don't know if he hit 300 or not in his DB.
He did not.
He did
It's
not.
like
Okay.
Yeah, DB.
290 or so.
I have yet to see a DB that hit 300 on full rotation.
Dude, jump hits 400.
But that's jump though.
Yeah, we can talk about gods.
Yeah, that's true. Okay. I guess normal DBs can't hit 300, but yeah, whatever. I'm not sure where to rank this thing. Although its damage might be lower, or it definitely is lower. I think it has a really good kit. Like it's one of those that could one of those classes that kind of could deal with anything, at any point.
Reliable.
Yeah, it's like reliable solo bosser. Party, eh. It's like whatever. Like why would you bring a DB versus like a Night Lord in a party, right? Or even a Shad. Shad's just better DB. So
Also, DB is like the only class whose dummy doesn't work with familiars.
well, that shit doesn't work like period. Like even without fams, I swear it's like 50-50.
Yeah, the way that one draws aggro is really bad compared to the other two.
Mhm.
I still think Bowmaster is better, even though it's 2 minute versus 3 minute.
Mhm.
What
No,
do you guys think?
Bowmasters can hit some pretty big damage.
I think Bowmaster would be quite a bit above DB. I would place DB at like
Aaron?
at the bottom end of A tier basically, because as those other people said, just the raw damage is like they have good utility, but the raw damage is kind of low compared to these other classes.
Mhm. That's fine.
How does it compare to Marksman? I think DB's damage uptime might be higher than Marksman. Actually, no, I lied. Marksman
No, Marksman has their new
long range really helps in a lot of bosses.
well, not only just that, every third hit is like a big ass hit on Marksman too. That's
Oh,
like a
true.
new thing they got. So their damage is really never low.
True.
It's like very consistent.
Dummy actually works. Never mind. This is just worse than Marksman.
Yeah, true. DBS because you can swap the Shad. That's actually a good point.
Damn.
Marksman can't swap the Shad. Alright, we'll keep it at the bottom of A. Okay, Jett. You guys are familiar with a Jett main? I don't really know that many Jetts to
Yeah.
be honest.
Class is very burst heavy and 3 minutes cooldown. It has sometimes okay utility. There's some bosses where it like you can get in your spaceship and fly like right above the boss's head and just shoot for free. That's kind of nice. But it has the issue where there's like a lot of like random ass small bugs.
Yeah,
It's
non-KMS.
non KMS class, and also just the raw damage is just kind of low.
Yeah.
People
What-
always say it's a 3 minute burst class. I still feel like the 3 minute burst is not. I'm not impressed.
Well, if you're not impressed, then
That's pretty bad, bro.
the class is pretty bad because the class is super burst heavy. Almost
Yeah.
all their damage is during their burst.
Yeah,
Isn't there?
Uh,
Don't they have RNG burst?
Yes, but I mean, your hurricane ticks fast enough that it's
yeah,
not that big of
Okay.
a deal.
like my Jets, like, I mean, maybe it's just because I'm lowly funded, but amongst all my mules that can do, normal slime, I feel like Jazz not what I expected it to be, even though being a 3-minute class in slime.
It's the class just has low damage. It's just the truth.
Mm-hmm. What patch
Down.
was it when this class was like at the top of the world? There was a
Before
point
Destiny.
It's right before
Before this.
Neo.
before
Oh,
Neo.
was it
So
Neo?
before damage cap.
Yeah, it's when it was that was when there was the bug where you could mash your hyper and then it just casts 10 times and blows up bosses. It was probably best class in the game then, but yeah, obviously they got patched. So
I think they
Mhm.
were still a top class before Destiny, but then obviously non-KMS class. They get
Yeah.
nothing while the others get like 30 FD.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, most classes got like just got power creep by like 20% damage.
yep.
Unfortunate. So
Just definitely not average, right? It's definitely below average, right?
I would put it like at the top of C tier because like
mm-hmm.
yeah, the class has kind of shit damage, but at least it has like decent utility that makes its damage uptime pretty decent.
Yeah.
That's
Right.
like
It's got the
literally the only thing
hurricane
the class
benefit
has
too.
going for it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That's fine. All right.
Yo, Hammy,
Yo.
you wanna redeem yourself to all the Kaiser mains?
Nah, you know what? You know what? Fuck all you Kaisers, bro. Y'all didn't see that video, bro. He popped every buff in the book and sweat his ass off to barely do 30%. And it's with event buffs right now. Yup.
Do you have War 3 though?
Yup. Nah, I'm
Yeah,
trolling.
but
I'm
I
trolling.
think he mentioned he's like so much weaker than the top Kaisers.
Yeah,
like
man doesn't even
20
have
to
AK
30
Legion.
FD.
Bro, doesn't even have AK Legion, man.
yeah. yeah. Nah, I'm
I
trolling.
feel like we got troll idea.
No,
Gia
I
literally
got
said
gaslit.
that-
I got gaslit, bro. The chat was telling me other endgame Kaisers were like, nah, bro, the Kaisers can't do that shit, bro. It's ass. I'm like, oh, okay, I guess so. But I was proven wrong. This class actually is not super garbage burst. And it is kind of strong. But at the same time, it's not amazing. Like, it's not like giga strong. So let's just talk about what are the pros and cons of this, right? So very good DPS, very solid, very good movement actually, like very slept on movement actually on this class. It seems kind of counterintuitive because it's so big, but the movement's kind of broken. As a very strong iframe, and by strong iframe I mean it's one of those iframes that like you could like it increases your DPS uptime a lot. It's not like an iframe that just like keeps you stuck in place, for example. The burst isn't as bad as I thought it was, but it's still not amazing. And the mobbing on Kaiser is also really good. It's solid overall. Like it gives me like Aran vibes, to be honest with you, but I don't think it's as strong as Aran.
There was recently a normal Saren solo by a 200 stack Kaiser.
Really?
Classes,
Yeah.
Interesting.
it's like it seems decent.
I actually talked to some people on that, and we just think that the class is actually pretty advantaged in Saren, just because
Yeah, teleport classes are all
yeah,
super
teleport
advantaged.
classes automatically like yeah.
Mm-hmm.
To be honest, teleport classes are pretty advantaged in every endgame boss.
True.
Yeah, it's true. 'Cause
He's OP.
It's like almost an iframe. It's kind of weird.
I'll
Yeah.
point out though, you
Warrior with
cannot
TP.
you cannot jump and attack at the same time on this class.
Jump and
But you
what?
can just telecast instead. That's just
Yeah,
like
that's why
better
they made it
9
that
times
way.
out of 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why they made it that way. Like you teleport and attack. It's like a mage. But then I think my only issue with with this class before everyone got up jump is just because like you can't like it teleport seemed. I think the patch when everyone got up jump, the teleport just got activated a lot more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, definitely underrated class. I thought it was worse than it was, but I do think it's actually better than all the B tier classes for now.
It's a 2-minute class, right? I remember.
Yes, 2-minute class.
Mhm.
But as others have said, the burst is kind of unimpressive, and the a lot of the damage just comes from their sustained damage.
Mhm. Yeah, it's very very high uptime.
Interesting to see. Like, I'll be interested to see a Kaiser with Mugan so because this class does have a cooldown reset.
Oh, that's actually interesting. Yeah, you could get Cadena with Mugong Soul.
But that's RNG.
Same for Kaiser, no?
No,
No?
Kaiser's hyper skills guaranteed.
Kaiser's
reset.
Oh,
hyper
it's
is
guaranteed?
yeah,
I
it's
thought it was their
guaranteed.
goddess shit that
They also have that.
oh, they have both. Okay. I
Yeah.
see. Interesting. Wow. Where would you guys put Kaiser then? What do you guys think?
Do you think this is better than like the current iteration of Hoyoung?
I do. I think it is. I don't think
I think in
Hoyoung's that
solo
crazy.
bossing probably, but not in party bossing. I think in party bossing, Hoyoung pulls a lot ahead though.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Kaiser just I don't a 2-minute DPS class low burst just doesn't sound like a Formula 2 parties.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no, it's
it's
not.
not a very good class for like party bossing.
Mm-hmm. I guess we could put a right next to Hoyoung then.
Sure.
Yeah, between Hoyoung and Blaster seems fair.
Yeah, that's fine. B for Bizer.
Nice.
Okay, moving on to Ice Lightning. So, I mean, JP knows this class better than anyone, so.
I mean, I think ice lighting is pretty strong. It's a 2-minute burst class,
Nah, the hybrid.
but it actually bursts stronger than like a lot of 3-minute classes.
Yeah, vast majority of them, except for like 3, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure the only 3-minute classes that had higher 15-second bursts than Ice Lightning is like
And then
Nightlord,
Merc.
Nightwalker, and Merc. I don't think there's any other 3-minute classes that have higher bursts than Ice Lightning.
Why all feel so weird to play? Is it just me? Like, all their cooldowns I feel like are jumbled.
I think they line up pretty good.
Is this one of those that like you have to have infinity at a certain time for it to be good? Like you have to have a certain amount of infinity? Or if you have low buff thirst, it's just like super garbage.
Yeah, I mean, I think if your Legion is low, almost all the Explorer mages are kind of bad.
Mm-hmm.
Is this still the case when they capped Infinity in Destiny or non-Destiny post-Destiny?
I mean, you still want a high uptime on Infinity, even if it's capped.
Has a really good class find though, one of the best, or the best, excluding not in KMS, right? So, which is
True.
also an iframe.
It's better than Buck, right? At least right now.
I mean, all the mages are
I
OP
was,
as
I was
fuck, bro.
thinking about putting it ahead of Dark Knight. I don't know if it's better than
Yeah, but
Buck.
you have the option where you can always switch the Bishop, the best class in the game. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
That's true.
And you don't lose your Genesis weapon.
But then why don't we put DB in S tier as well?
That's what somebody said earlier. They're like, DB can always swap to Shad.
I mean, I think it's not fair to put it in like
Yeah,
the
I don't
same tier
think
as what
so.
you can swap to, but like it is a plus, so to speak.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a bonus.
Wait.
Like if you were to main this class, like you have that option in your life playing this game.
Wait, you think this class is in high A tier? I was.
I think it's
pretty-
weaker than Buck, actually.
It is.
Yeah.
How does this class do like off burst?
Yo, I feel like IL doesn't do shit off burst.
it still has some decent damage, but like most of it is like front loaded with burst.
Okay.
What are the main criteria for the main tier list? Everything. We're just talking about everything. Everything about the class, pretty much. All the things worth mentioning about the class.
So if you say this is between Buck and Dark Knight, would you put it in S or A?
think top of A, but I don't know. I might be biased. I don't know. I feel like it's not good enough to be S tier.
I don't think it's good enough to be S tier either. I think IL's the worst one out of the three. For sure. I don't like how IL has to fucking hold down its burst either. That just might be me though.
You could do the same thing with DV though.
You can move though.
Oh, good point.
IL also has pretty broken slow. So that's a good thing to mention. I think it also has IED debuff, no?
See, the IED debuff, I'm pretty sure will only be meaningful if you're soloing, because in bosses you're definitely not the one to bind, and then I'm pretty sure you would rather save that as an iframe than like just debuff it for your party when the boss is already bind by a Kanna.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Usually, I wouldn't use it after the Kanna bind. Like,
Yeah,
you just save it as an
iframe.
iframe for yourself. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Top of A
That's
then.
fine.
I
Okay. Moving on to Kain. One of the other weird classes that Phil plays
Yeah,
for
it's
some
just
reason. Yeah. I don't know why you like to play all these bad classes.
I mean, it came out. I just, I was in the process of like now. So when King came out, I was in the process of making all my boss meals, and I was like, new class, getting a lot of like event rewards. I might as well just turn this into a boss meal,
Mm-hmm.
and yeah, sucks.
Yeah, Kane's one of those weird classes. Well, not weird, but it's weird for an archer because it's a 90-second class.
Yeah.
And vicious shot is 2 minutes. Like that alone just makes it garbage. Like that, just that.
Imagine if Kain
is
just had
weird.
ready to die instead.
That's
Yeah,
that's
exactly
what
what
I've
Phil
been
was
saying.
saying. Yeah,
That's what I was
that
saying.
would be
If
the
this class
fix.
was a thief,
Yeah,
bro,
literally just that.
I would say, dude, I'm pretty sure if this is class is just a thief, it's like a 2 tier above instantly.
Yeah, literally. It's got thief
It's dark side.
attributes. As dark sight, it's got crazy movement, like 90-second burst. It just needs last resort. That's it.
I have a feeling that when they made this class, they thought it was gonna be a thief, and they turned into an archer. The same thing for Blaster. I'm pretty sure
Blaster?
Blaster was designed to be a pirate.
Oh yeah, I agree. You know, I found out it was a pirate like not that long ago. I mean, it was a warrior.
No, yeah, but yeah. I'm pretty sure making an archer was an afterthought on this class.
Yeah. So where do you guys think it would go?
I think it's bottom of B.
Bottom of B. Okay, so it's better than all the C classes.
I think so, just because it's really easy to survive on this class. You have a 35-second cooldown iframe, and then you also have like basically dark side on command that works really well. The movement is really, really good, and burst is really simple. 90-second, 180-second, and then if you're playing in a party, streaming the burst is always like easy to execute.
Mm-hmm. Okay, good point. Anyone else have thoughts or nah?
I just don't know enough about Kain to.
Yeah, I don't really know shit about Kain.
Okay. Got you. Okay, moving on to Mihile. Now, this is one of the classes that went up a lot in this patch. Mihile's damage is actually very respectable. Arguably the best survivability class in the whole game. Or I don't even know if it's arguably. I think it just is the best survivability class in the whole game. Their training also went up a lot. They have their shield summon. And yeah, their burst isn't like garbage either. I think it's like overall pretty strong right now. It's like it's in a good spot.
Mihile's just so strange though, because like a lot of their strength comes from their survivability.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like in a boss like hard Damien, where it's like really easy to survive and maintain DPS, they're like unimpressive. But then like when you go to a boss like Saren without Untouchable, it's like, holy fuck, this class becomes god tier. So
Yeah.
there's like really, really big variance in terms of how well Mihile performs because of that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a good point. The thing about those, like, I don't know, it's tough because on one part of me wants to say like, well, someone in chat just mentioned 300 bill per second. That's what they are. 4 minute gloom, 3.5 minute dark now. That's not bad.
That's
And it's
pretty
very
good.
Like
fast.
300 bill per
That's
second on
really bad.
Mihile with
That's really
crazy
bad.
survivability. That's pretty good.
Both of those boss, I will say though, both of those bosses are really annoying to survive as a non-dark side class and really easy to proc your shield. Just because the small chip like debris and stuff, it's really easy to proc your royal guard on.
Yeah, I was gonna say like for me like in my validation in my head, I favor like the higher tier bosses more because like at some point for most players like all those lower tier bosses just become irrelevant. Like you're not really doing the boss anymore. You're kind of just blowing that shit up and leaving. Um, so like the performance in higher tier bosses, that's just like way heavier. And like Mia has a really good performance, and in a party, it has a really good uh party support as well. Like very very good with their shield. Basically, just the party's unkillable. And I think it gives F debuff too. Or am I wrong on that?
FD buff is only to yourself.
Oh, okay.
This,
Okay.
this guy mentioned sub 20-minute BM solo without event buffs, which is
Yeah, that's
actually
really
pretty.
fast.
Yeah,
Yeah, Solid ends here in the same time as Lawrence and Willie.
I feel like the more hectic and hard to survive the boss is, the better Mihal is.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Mihile is just like in the later bosses where damage uptime is harder to manage, the class just goes up astronomically in value.
Yeah.
yeah, and that's like the direction the game is heading. Like, all these bosses are so crazy. Mihal's kit is always gonna be relevant. It's always gonna be a good kit. So, I actually like
Honestly,
rank this class really high, like maybe even higher than Dark Knight.
mm,
But you guys can debate on that one. That's where I would put it. I'd put it right under IL.
I would put it in somewhere in S tier because it's just like yeah, for the high tier bosses, the class has such good performances.
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Okay, yeah, yeah. Like I'm okay with that.
LMS sounds good. Yeah.
All right, I'm okay with that. That's fine. Yeah, this class honestly like it's so good for them because Mihai was like memed on for so long. So
Yeah,
now look at him.
Mihal did get nerfed in Savior. Yes, it did.
Okay. Illium, yeah, another class that Phil plays for some reason.
God damn.
I swear he plays all these weird classes. And the one after that too.
No, I don't. I honestly believe that Nexon just forgotten about this class or don't know what to do with the class at this point.
You know, at least you can give a party iframe. That's like
That's
really
pretty
unique.
fat, yeah.
Yeah.
A whole party like Jenny iframe.
Yeah, I think like the first KMS reboot Kalos Clear utilized Illium just because you could just
Oh,
extend
they
your
did,
burst
yeah.
window. It's
Mhm.
a very, very unique trait of the class.
Ah,
That's about all I know about the class. I don't know anything else.
I mean, they have crazy mobbing. Like that's like their mobbing is one of the best in the game. That's one thing to mention. They're a little bit annoying to set up. I think Phil has mentioned this before. Like in between bosses is just like one of those annoying to set up classes. You have to charge up all your shit and then go in. But that's like a minor thing. But their actual bossing performance, I don't think is that bad. What do you think, Phil?
I've had before, but it's like 3 crystal gate you have to put down, and you have to fuse your rope, like fuse your summons, and then you have to like a big summon that you put down, and you have to put down 2 balls. So when you go into fly, you get extra damage and stuff like that. It's so annoying to boss with on this class.
Mm-hmm. Where would you put it?
I would say the setup is even longer than Hoyoung. Not gonna lie, it's a longer
Wow,
setup.
that's crazy.
And the burst is
can
just smaller.
can you fly above bosses like similar
Yeah,
to Jett
yeah,
and just
yeah.
avoid like mechanics?
It is even more forgiving than uh Jett. Jett, you can only be like a little above the boss, but Illium you can straight up at the I'm not even kidding. Like sometimes you can be on the ceiling of the map and it still hits the boss. Because Javelin has like a built-in like a chase mechanic. It just curves down and then it just founds the boss.
Wait, that's pretty cool.
But so it's just low damage percent. I think the damage is very lackluster. They have forgotten about like the balancing on the skill percentages on this class, and the setup is way too annoying. They really need to simplify that. You know, sometimes similar to you know how BAM had like the alters on BAM and like that. You have the option to press a key down and just sets down all of them at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
I really think Illium's orb and the crystal gate, the two V skills, really need that the quality of life change as well, just to make the boss setup easier.
Mm.
But for what it is right now, uh, I'll say top of C, in my opinion.
Top of C. Wow. Okay, I got you. Any arguments against this?
I think this one is another case of like there's no one at the top for reboot to compare to or like
Mm-hmm.
see the clear times.
Oh, didn't you see there's that one Illium who was struggling to solo normal Sarens. They're joining a hard Saren party.
What the hell?
There was some Illium that soloed Black Mage recently, and their gear is pretty solid all around.
Mm-hmm.
But their damage just isn't that high, it seems.
Yeah. You know when the patch? Okay, this is also another evidence that I have that Nexon just doesn't remember that this is a class that exists. You remember the patch where everyone has their burst compressed, like
Yeah.
lightning orb and like all that skill, like blade tempest, all get condensed by like half the duration, and then just do the same amount of damage.
And they forgot about Illium that patch.
Illium's crystal ignition is the only skill that they left out, and then
Mm-hmm.
they did it the patch after. I'm pretty sure Nexon just doesn't remember that this is a class that exists.
That sucks, bro. That's tough. Illium. Okay, sounds good, Phil. Thank you. We're moving on to Demon Avenger. Hey, I'm not saying shit. You guys got this one, right?
Bro, this class is actually so strong in terms of raw damage, but it is like so fucking annoying to play. Cause I think that so at least before the nerf, they got nerfed really hard in Ignition actually.
Yeah, they
I
did.
think they were like probably the strongest class in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously they got nerfed very, very hard in Ignition, so I don't think that's true anymore. But the class remains very, very annoying to play. Because there's just like I don't know, shit like the hard load. If you're using Ruin Force Shield and then you get hit by the Lotus Push, you are left with like under 1% HP left. Like the class is actually so unforgiving if you mess up.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the funny part. Like I thought DA is the class that will okay out of the two demons. I thought DA will have a better time surviving with the Ruin Force Show. I was completely wrong.
No, if you don't use Ruin Force Shield, it's not that bad. If you do use Ruin Force Shield, like it becomes pretty challenging to survive actually.
Mm-hmm. This is a class that has no burst though. Like nothing.
There actually it was it like Dimensional Sword is actually pretty decent burst. It's not I wouldn't say their burst is like amazing, but it's not bad either.
It's
That
like
being
a
said,
2 minute cooldown.
yeah, it's like a okay 2 minute cooldown burst. Obviously, the majority of the damage comes from their sustained damage, but like this class still just even with the nerf still outputs pretty crazy damage numbers.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just like holy fuck, it is actual AIDS to play.
Yeah, it is.
Got you. Mm-hmm. DA,
I think to share an anecdote, Ray said that Gangdu Jett or whatever you want to call him,
mm-hmm.
he's out of all the characters he did Liberation on, for Hard Lotus, DA was by far the hardest out of all the classes he's played. Just because that so much random shit just instantly pops you if you have a Ruin Force shield.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Okay. Damn. Okay. So DA, how about in a party though? Like DA in a party. This is like a hard DPS class pretty much, and the burst is 2 minutes.
Yeah, it doesn't work that well with a party because yeah, their burst is not the best, and it's also 2 minute cooldown as well.
Mm-hmm. So what got nerfed with DA in Ignition? Like how hard was this nerf?
So there's two changes that happened. Actually, maybe there was more, but these are the two main changes. So they capped Frenzy's final damage bonus
20%.
from they reduced it from 35% to 20%.
Mm-hmm.
So that's already like a 10% final damage nerf. And then they also changed the Revenant to be half the duration and half the cooldown. So like on paper, this doesn't sound terrible, but the issue is because Revenant has like a stacking mechanic, it's actually a really big nerf to Revenant. Also, Revenant also has like a fucking 2 second cast animation or something. So having the duration is actually really bad.
Oh
But
wow.
that gets changed in Savior. They actually like double the speed and the cast speed. But regardless, they got nerfed really, really hard in Ignition.
Do you get a feeling when they did the 4 minute to 2 minute change that a lot of changes is just not very well thought out? It was more like just
My,
division.
my impression was every class got nerfed except for Hero.
Yes. Literally
Yeah.
every
Hero got buffed hard, everyone else got nerfed. That's my impression.
Yeah, but what Phil's trying to say is like they those dumbasses at Nexon, they thought about it too simply. They're just like, okay, cut the cooldown in half, cut the damage in half. Like that's it. Oh, that makes sense. But that doesn't
You
make sense. There's
know,
more to
you
it.
know, you know what's crazy? So most of the classes, that's what they did. They cut the cooldown in half and they cut the damage in half. But for some reason, for Hero, it didn't get cut in half.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know why Hero just got a slightly better treatment than the rest. But it's kind of weird. Where it's like all the classes the damage is half except for Hero. They do a little more than half.
Yeah. I mean, it's the
Yeah,
main
I
character
think
after all.
I think Hero enters like the damage percentage is like 23% lower on Combo Instinct, and the duration is like 33%. It's 1/3 less than before.
Mm-hmm.
But that skill duration is affected by server lag, and that should last way longer than 20 seconds.
Yeah, but even without server lag, it's still like not a cut in half like all the
Yeah.
other classes got. So it's just like kind of bizarre that Hero got an abnormally good treatment compared to everyone else.
Yeah.
But Nexon does whatever they want.
Anyways, let's focus on DA. So where would we put DA?
I think
Yeah, so I'm not really an expert to judge how big the survivability problems are in a lot of the end game bosses because I don't know, I just play a DA for boss meal and for fun.
Mm-hmm.
But I do know that their raw damage output is still incredible even with the nerfs.
okay, so DA, from what I've seen, I think the survivability is actually good enough, unless it's a really hectic boss that has a lot of like environmental effect.
Even with
Because-
29 Frenzy and RFS? Because with both of those, you start getting popped by attacks that only do 40% damage.
If you use what's that other skill that give you another 30%?
Yeah, demonic, yeah, blast, but that has
Yeah,
a 10-second
demonic blast.
cooldown, so you can only use it sparingly.
Yeah. But I would say though, this class doesn't have a really good kit against like, right now they're moving towards in a trend where like bosses starting to have like mechanic that deals like more than 100% damage,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't think you just die.
Yeah, at least they have Revenant to tank that. No one else can tank it.
True. I think it's amongst the A tier. I just don't know where exactly to put it in A tier.
Yeah, I just don't know enough about how big the survivability issues impact their performances in the top tier bosses. I'm just very clueless about that.
Mm-hmm. Well, last time I talked about DA, I got yelled at by a lot of DAs, but they informed me that DA is one of the hardest classes to play with RFS and 29 Frenzy. Like very, very, very difficult. Me
I'd believe
personally,
that because almost nobody plays with both of those on because it's so hard.
yeah, I found it unbelievable. I kind of just told them that they suck, and that maybe that's why, but maybe it really is that hard. I'm trolling. Yeah. So you said in the middle of A, where in A? Do you think it's better than Bowmaster?
I don't know. I feel like I don't know enough about how hard it is to play the class to really give a good judgment here.
Mm-hmm.
Like I think their raw damage is like S tier, but then the issue is maybe you don't maybe you can't actually deal all that damage because you're too busy dodging shit that other classes would just face
No
tank.
burst and like hard to survive are pretty big factors,
Yeah.
in
Yeah,
my
I
opinion.
was gonna say I'm pretty sure the like raw damage like these raw damage out damage every single class in A tier, but
Mm-hmm.
I feel like any class in A tier will have a better time actually dishing out their damage in a boss fight. But I could be wrong.
Yeah, I guess DA is also like very variable depending on the boss. Like you on one hand, like Lotus is like really fucking AIDS, but then like if you go to a boss like Will or Lucid, it's like really, really easy. It's kind
Mm-hmm.
of super huge variance depending on which boss you're in.
Okay. I got you.
An A. I also put it in an A because I just had a flash of a third segment in Cal's P2. I do not know how the class survived. I personally don't have that image in my head of how the class should survive in the third segment of P2 Kalos. So
I think that the didn't like one of the early Kalos clears in KMS have the it's like the one really famous Demon Avenger.
yeah,
Like that guy also cleared Extreme Black Mage with like full lives
yeah.
or something. Like that guy, I don't know what he's doing, but he's making DA look like it has no survivability issues.
Uh-huh. So it really is just a hands issue.
Maybe. I don't. I've never watched that guy play, but he seems to survive very well in all the in-game bosses.
Wait,
Interesting.
how about
I
we
guess I
put it?
saw his extreme BM clear, and it did look kinda impressive.
How about we put it with Mihile because both of these classes are like varies a lot based on like the bosses they were doing, but
That's true.
the
I think
damage
Mihai is
performance.
way more reliable than DA though. Like way more.
That's true. I think that the range between best boss for DA and worst boss for DA is a lot bigger than for Mihao. That's true.
Yeah.
True.
Like you could have that one KMS dude, or you could have like,
Name, please, just name.
or you could just have like, and
I dare you.
there's just like a big gap, you know?
True. Maybe we'll put it in top of A just because it out damages everything in A.
That's fine. That's fine. We'll keep it like that. That's fine. We'll just, we'll just say like A, and if you're really good, S tier for sure.
All right. Bet.
That's fine. We'll just note it like that. I don't want to spend too long talking about the shittier demon class. Anyways, moving on.
Kinesis.
Kinesis. Yeah, Kinesis. Well, this is another class that got pretty fat buffs recently. All their cooldowns lined up, plus like 20 FD smacked on top.
Did you get unified to 2 minutes, 3 minutes, right?
3 minutes,
They're
yeah.
3 minutes, but their
Yeah.
goddess is 2 minutes still.
Yeah,
Ah.
weird.
But it's stacking, so you can like pop 2 goddesses every other burst. It's kind of scuffed.
Mm-hmm.
But hey, better than nothing.
True.
Yeah. Class actually has crazy movement, like super slept on. Your damage isn't too bad. I don't know. I think the Kinesis is just one of those, just like overall fine. Nothing too amazing. I know Raichan. I forgot if Alex is not here right now, but he was like hella hyping up Kinesis. Like it had a higher full rotation than his mech and his CM, so it's actually like kind of strong.
I think
Yeah,
he
there's a-
mentioned.
There's a
Both those
Kinesis
classes
in
have
my
low full rotation though.
yeah. There's a Kinesis in my guild that outputs really good results. I think they had like a roughly 20-minute Black Mage solo.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like this class seems to have pretty decent performance.
Sahatsu.
Yes, Sahatsu is the one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's definitely an A tier class. I think it's definitely better than all the B tiers. Not 100% sure where in A tier. Probably somewhere in the middle. Definitely not at the bottom. And then Kinesis in a party is fine. I don't think they have any party buffs, no?
I
I
think
don't
they
think so.
actually I think they had one party buff, but it got moved to they moved like in this patch where they moved the final damage around. They changed it to be something else. I don't actually remember. Let me double check.
Oh, that's a good point. The thing about Kinesis in Black Mage is also that Black Mage doesn't move, and this class does really well against classes bosses like that.
Yeah, Black Mage just one boss though. Like Callus, Callus runs around, Terran runs around.
Yeah, no, I'm referring to like the good.
Yeah, I don't
yeah,
know how
result.
big of a deal that is if a boss moves around a lot for Kinesis though.
Okay.
Mm,
Darren says IED Shred FD debuff is only for Kinesis.
Okay, I see.
If boss moves, Kinesis is fucked. Okay, interesting.
That's what I thought as well. Because the Trangs and the V skill big. Oh, what's that shape called?
Icosahedron. Yep.
Yeah,
Got you.
that thing. If boss moves, then rip.
Yeah. Facts. Lucid P2.
Do you think this class has better results than
Oof. You got me rethinking the A rank, to be honest with you.
why is that?
Kinda hard to guarantee all your damage hits on this shit. On all the bosses.
Yeah.
Like we do have bind nowadays, like you always have bind, but I don't know, man. I have an IL and a Kinesis. Kinesis did not match up to IL. Okay.
Do you think Kinesis is better?
What?
Do you think Kinesis is better than Hoyoung?
I think it is. Yeah, I think it is. I think Hoyoung's.
Aren't both classes kind of reliant on the boss not moving that much because they have to set up some various summons?
Yeah, they're very similar, but I think Kinesis is.
Kinesis, yeah,
It
Kinesis
has better
definitely
cooldowns.
affects Kinesis more.
And Kinesis is quicker. Hoyoung's takes way too long. Because Hoyoung is weird because you have to bind through the second half of your burst. So you could set up all your shit and you can't bind it yet. So the boss could go out of the way, then you have to bind it, and you could be binding it in like a bad position.
But the Tiger is really big though.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure round and round does a lot more damage. Like that shit's broken.
All right, A or B for this one.
I mean, I could put it just right above Hoyoung.
Do we have any DB that has like low sub 20-minute BM solo?
I feel like most of the DBs just haven't tried.
I also think most of the DB are just chat at the moment.
I mean, Jumps is, but like, that's it.
Hmm.
Tommy's isn't.
Yeah, I just put it top of B. I'm okay
That's
with
fine.
that.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Uh,
Aha, Hero.
with it.
I think Hero's the strongest class in the game right now. No cap.
I feel like Hero is like very, very, very similar to Demon Slayer. Like my observation is that Demon Slayer and Hero both do like basically around the same damage. It's not like any major differences. And hey, I guess both Hero and Demon Slayer have the same dash now. Hero also has a short cooldown iframe. Like the classes just play so similarly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Hero.
They have the same structural burst and
Yeah,
off burst
like
too.
yeah, like Combo Instinct is like Demon Bane, Burning Soul Blade is like Awakening. It's like the classes just play pretty similarly, all things considered.
Yeah.
Yeah, they made Hero way better by removing the FD from World Weaver and putting on Sword Illusion and extending the FD duration. Like that's just such a slept-on change, because now its survivability just went up so much. World Weaver is just an iframe now.
No
25
life steal for the
seconds.
party. Good point.
Yeah, that's true. DS is probably better in a party than Hero. Hero does have puncture debuff though, which that's something.
No, V-Char
You
actually
think-
heals your party members, man. That's kind of crazy on Demon Slayer.
Yeah.
You think Demon Slayer has better burst than Hero?
Uh,
For
I
15
think
seconds,
I think it's around the same, if I'm being honest.
I feel like for 15 seconds though, Demon Slayer might be higher, just because I actually didn't know that the snake, the big snake, did that much damage.
Yeah,
No,
the snake
Snake
is a lot of damage.
mad strong, bro.
I
I
think
did not
it's
expect that.
probably Demon Slayer is like slightly ahead for the first 15 seconds, and then Hero pulls ahead because Combo Instinct lasts a little longer,
Yeah.
but then they start
The rest
equalizing
is
later on.
basically the same.
Like I think that like in terms of damage difference, the two classes are like there's no major differences.
Yeah,
Personally,
Philna,
I'm biased
ahead.
and I like Demon Slayer's kit better, but yeah, I'm biased because I actually just played Demon Slayer.
yeah, Phil and I were talking the other day. And I think he was saying something like, "Oh, if I had to choose between Hero and DS, I would play Hero." And I said, "Nah, I'd rather play DS to be honest. I think DS's kit is just better than Hero's."
Demon Slayer
I
also
think
has the
DS
benefit
has
of
more iframes and glide.
yeah, they have more iframes, glide, and also they have Chaos Lock as well, which is really
True.
broken in a few bosses. And yeah, I guess we're also talking about mobbing. Demon Slayer is kind of good at very low effort mobbing, just a little bit.
Eh,
People
clunky.
can pull 15k kill rate TP farming in some maps. It's kind of nuts.
That's kind of a lot.
Yeah.
What the hell? Everybody always complains DS is clunky.
That came from actually.
So I would sympathize with that before they changed Lash to a key down. I think that when they changed Lash to a key down, it's just a skill issue if you think it's clunky.
Okay. That's funny. Now the question is Hero above DS?
I would say that DS is higher because it has better utility,
Uh-huh.
personally. And I think that their damage is comparable enough that it's not a big differentiating factor.
Now here's the ace up my sleeve. Hero can swap to Paladin. How does that play into this?
Honestly, I think Paladin's a really broken party class. But
Yeah, it is.
I think,
Like,
That
I
I
think
shit's
think
all
why-
the
OP as
hero
fuck.
mains, have axes.
Yeah,
anyway,
most of
so
the hero
you
mains
can't
chose
really
axe.
swap.
That is true. They do have an axe, like the strong ones. That is true.
It's like 5% damage though. Like
It's
Yeah, but
it's
it
more of
cups the
a
entire ability swap.
it's more of a show that you're loyal to hero rather than you care
Yeah,
about the damage.
it's
Blast
definitely
Blade.
more that than anything else.
These axe heads in chat. Shut up, bro.
So do we give a bonus for the paladin factor or do we not?
I would not.
Okay.
I think Paladin is not very good in solo play, but in party it's like cracked. But I feel like most people just care about solo play primarily, so they would never swap to Paladin.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
that's the thing, right? Like you do like there's probably like one or two bosses that's relevant for party play, and the rest is just all on you. And then hero just feels for the most part, hero just feels better in those weekly bosses.
Okay, that's fine. I'll put hero right under DS, but I just want to reiterate, like, a lot of these differences are like so small. It's not like because DS is above hero, it's like way better. Like they're very very small gaps between. So, but yeah, moving on. Cannon Master.
I'm
Yo,
gonna take a short break to eat dinner. Actually, you guys can keep going though.
no worries, bro. Enjoy your food.
Thank you.
Cannon Master is actually weak as shit, to be honest with you. Okay, I'll take it
I mean,
back.
this
It's
is
not weak
the
as shit. The problem is that it doesn't have a big 180 burst skill.
yeah. This is a 90-second class. This is the shortest cooldown class in the game.
Yeah, literally. Yeah, literally, like everything's just on 90 seconds. It's like it's okay. Um, but it's nothing amazing.
I think Alex keeps complaining how weak the class is.
Yeah, Alex does keep
And
complaining. I think he's a complainer, but he does have a point though. Like 90 seconds kind of weird.
Right now,
yeah,
this class is just lower DPS, lower burst than Buck. Both on both spectrum.
Mhm.
I honestly think this is the weakest out of the 3 pirates at the moment.
No, I agree. I think it's the weakest out of the 3. Um Pirates are good classes to main though, being like dice classes. They do always have like that EXP advantage over everybody, which is like, and they have decent like party support. Well, CM especially because it has Monkey Magic and Banner, and Pool Maker, which is I think 30% damage for like 20 seconds or something for your party. So it's like you can stack a lot of buffs with this. And the damage is like decently consistent. It does run into a little bit of trouble because you can miss your bullets, but I mean that's just a skill issue.
I think that's a big factor because I don't know, sometimes the boss just decides to TP away or something, and then what can you do at that point?
Yeah, no, that's a good point because bind at the lowest is 100 seconds, right? Like if you're solo bossing, and if you're party bossing, you're always probably gonna bind either 2 minutes or 3 minutes. So at least, so if you're binding every 2 minutes, like that's just a weird cooldown for CM, anyways. And if you're binding every 3 minutes, that means your one of your 90-second bursts is always just up to chance because
Yeah.
it can miss. So
Yeah, the thing about Buck is that Buck also has a 90-second skill, but that skill you can finish in like 1 or 2 seconds.
yeah, it's the whole map.
And the AoE is really big. It's basically guaranteed to hit if you want it to hit.
Mhm.
And CM, the 90-second wave just really scuffed.
Yeah. No,
And also,
I
isn't
agree.
Pool Maker 60 seconds still?
Yeah. 60-second
They
cooldown.
really need to either change that to 90 seconds or whatever. Because 60 is weird because it doesn't sync up with your 90-second.
Yeah, no,
It's because
the
it's
cooldowns are a
not
little
on.
whack on it.
Right now, it's on 0, 60, 120, and 180, right?
Mhm. Yeah.
Um,
The thing with CM is I think it's better than PF. Right in between PF and Blaster. It's like where I
That's
would
what
put it.
I was thinking. Yeah.
Yeah,
True.
right there. And that's like the perfect spot. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so moving on to Corsair. You play this a lot. This shit's actually pretty good.
Yeah. Obviously, I cannot stress this enough. Brain Scrambler is absolutely batshit crazy. That skill deserved to be nerfed. Which they did. They're nerfing that skill. But yeah.
Yeah. Corsair also has one of the best mobbing in the game. Very, very, very brain dead. Like although obviously like mobbing is very equalized, like this skill this is like worth noting because CM is like on some not CM, Corsair's like on some other level of mobbing. Like it's really like AFK. And
Yeah.
it also does have a hurricane. So hurricane attack speed removal or not is pretty it's like relevant. Hurricane's like a
Mhm.
really good thing to have. Its crewman, like its version of Sengoku Force
Quality of life is insane.
is crazy because the fact that they could take status resist for you, it makes like the survivability of this class like crazy. Like, you
Yeah.
just don't get sealed. Like if you take a curse death, like you won't get sealed, right?
Actually, have not ran into that situation.
Oh,
If
okay.
someone can, yeah, you still get sealed.
You
Okay.
still get sealed? Oh, okay, never mind. Damn, this shit sucks then. Never mind.
Another thing though, the iframe 30-second cooldown, and it lasts for 3 seconds always now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Yeah, Corsair, I think Corsair is definitely in the A tier for sure. Like, it's definitely better than all those B tier classes.
Yeah.
I think it's I'm thinking like
This is
right next to Dark Knight, like in my head.
Yeah, this is a interesting. Okay, so this I originally thought that the savior change is a pure nerf to the class, but on the second thought, I think even though Brain Scrambler got nerfed in savior, I'm pretty sure that's the other changes that can actually push this class from A to S up to S again. But at the moment, I think just middle to the top of A tier, which is like you said. I think it's better than Dark Knight at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
But compared to ice lining, I don't think so, because this is still like a 2 minute. At the current iteration of this class, it's a 2 minute. It is a 2 minute more DPS oriented 2 minute class, but
Mm-hmm.
in Savior it will be a 3 minute like burst class.
Yeah.
So yeah, at the moment it should be between ice lining and Dark Knight in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's fine. Moving on to Lumi. Now, depending on who you ask, you get mixed results with Lumi.
Don't ask Jeff,
Yeah.
please.
If you ask Jeff, it's here. But if you ask me, it's like right here, to be honest with you.
I think the class is
it's somewhere in
kind
the
of
middle.
solid.
So what do you think about Lumi, JP? Why is it solid?
It has pretty high full rotations, and I mean pretty decent boss clear times. But the big issue with the class is that it doesn't have any burst if you want to consider party play.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, exactly. This is I mean, Jeff said it's like a hyper greed mage that does no damage. I don't think it does no damage, but you do have to like hella sweat your ass off on this shit.
It's like the strongest Lumis can do like 350 in a full rotation, which is
Yeah, that's
high.
very high.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I also do agree with what Jeff said about equilibrium though. Like even if this class can ender all the way through, Ender has they just removed the cooldown on Ender, this will still not be among the best classes, and that says a lot about the class.
Mm-hmm. Wasn't Lumi isn't Lumi just getting nerfed these patches?
I don't
I don't
think
think
I've seen
it got
Lumi.
any changes in Savior.
Yeah, I don't think it got any changes.
Okay. Yeah.
How does it compare to
Just some no
Oh,
overload nerf.
yeah.
Okay.
how does it compare to Kinesis?
Kinesis.
I think it's
Well-
better in solo, but worse in party.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Because Kinesis does have 3 minute burst, which is really good in party. But Lumi's like what? Like Lib Orb? Like Lib Orb doesn't do shit. But yeah. Now the thing with Lumi, here's my ace up my sleeve, is Lumi has a full party heal every 5 seconds. That's kind of good.
Okay, that's true. I just thought about something else. I think Lumi and Kaiser, with the way that they do damage and the in terms of like DPS versus burst spectrum, though these two classes are pretty similar, but Kaiser, I feel like it's a lot easier to hit your theoretical damage on Kaiser than Lumi. Right. Because it's a lot less effort to do optimal damage on Kaiser than a Lumi.
Yeah. No, Lumi, like, you're definitely not getting the full rotation off in a buff.
Feel like
100% you're
yeah,
not.
I feel like this is just worse than Kaiser.
Okay. You think it's better than Blaster?
Blaster has not impressed me since like a year and a half ago.
Well, I mean, Lumi. Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with putting it between Blaster and Kaiser. I mean, I think it's worth noting that this shit has broken ass mobbing. Like,
Oh,
broken as fuck.
Yeah, I think you can go Grandis like super early.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we
I
can
just
let.
checked the changes that Lumi got in Savior. They changed the animation on reflection spreads. I don't even know what that means. But anyways,
It's like barely any difference from what I know.
okay.
Mm-hmm.
Mech.
Mech. You know Mech.
No, I don't.
What?
How do I know Mech?
You know Mech. You're the Mech guy.
What? I just know that I got 15% FD
Yeah,
from
so
Don
you
Don.
know shit.
Bro, I just care about my 15% FD though.
He said my. See, he plays Mech. Anyways, what Mech, bro? If you ask Alex this, he says this shit sucks. So, I don't know. I've seen some pretty good Mech clear times. Like
Yeah,
decent
that's
clear
true.
times. That's the thing. On like BM.
This is also like a infinity type of beat class, right? Because your burst is like backloaded just because how your spaceship or whatever that carrier works. Like it's the damage is backloaded into the towards the tail end of the carrier.
Mm.
Because the longer the carrier is being on the field, the more small missiles it sends out every wave.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, this is also one of the classes that you like. It has a quite a bit of setup to do, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Now here's the ace up my sleeve on Mech. This is one of the best party
15%
bossers. Yep. 18% FD. One of the best bossers in party bossers in the whole game. Like one of the best supports. Like people literally run Mech in their party just for the FD buff. Like that's how good
We are.
it is.
I think the damage uptime on the class is also like really good. Cause I
Battery
don't know,
assault.
for like BM for example, you can always duck the push and still
Oh,
keep
true.
DPSing.
Mm-hmm.
And also like play certain mechanics while your summons are still doing damage, like Seren for example.
Yeah. Yeah, like that's pretty important. DPS uptime and it's FD buff in the party. Like FD buff in the party, I think it weighs pretty heavy on like maining this class. Like you will always be wanted. You're like always very useful.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, wouldn't it? Okay, doesn't it
Thanks
help
for the
that
five
to know
gifted
that
Raven stars.
at least for Alex his max is better than his CM,
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
it's better than CM for sure.
so we know the baseline to go off with at least.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
would put it personally like between Hoyoung and Kaiser was my guess.
that's not a bad placement.
Yeah, tell me how like they said they were gonna change all the 200-second classes and only Hoyoung got changed.
Yeah,
They're taking their sweet time.
maybe they got something bigger in store for Mech. That's why.
All right,
Copium.
Copium.
Yep, copium.
All right, between Kaiser and Hoyoung, bet.
Okay, that's fine. Uh-huh. Evan.
Put that shit in D, please.
What? Are you crazy?
All right, you do you.
Are you crazy? Why do you think Evan's a D tier? Evan's
fold.
actually so good.
I fold.
Yep, conquers Aki difference. Yep. Um,
No, that I just show how much I don't care about this class.
No, dude. Evan's actually so good. Okay, it's not that good. but it's not
Devin.
D tier. It's not Devin, bro. It's not Devin.
Devin.
It's not Devin. It's maybe Avin.
Isn't it also like a sweat mage that does no damage?
No, 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 no. It's not as egregious as like Merc. Uh, the problem with Evan, which they're fixing in Savior, is its off burst is just dog. Like, and it's too complicated. Uh,
I feel like the burst is not that good though.
no, it's decent burst. Like, it's not terrible. Like, if you land it all, like that 12-second burst of Zodiac Ray isn't that bad.
Yeah, I remember. Do you remember when like KMS, like when we first got Black Mage released, and during that meta, like Evan was one of the fattest bursts in the game.
Mm-hmm. That's like a really long time ago, though.
Yeah, I mean, he just didn't get like any good buffs since then. Every other class
Yeah,
got
it
power
does
creep.
have support though.
Well,
Yeah,
I'm
it does
back,
have
but
support. It gives magic
I
attack.
haven't
speed.
got 20% final damage since then. There was that time when they changed the weapon multiplier.
Yeah, I remember
True,
that
true.
exactly.
1.0 to 1.2, right?
And they also made some change where they made Zodiac a lot longer as well.
Yes,
So
yes,
I think
exactly.
they've actually gotten way stronger since then.
Yes, exactly.
I do think the class is at a pretty good spot, but I think JP mentioned it, they also have support, which is actually really big.
Is it
'Cause
the elemental force thing?
Yeah, they give like 10% final damage to mages. Like,
Yep.
granted, it's only mages, but like,
No, that's
I mean,
relevant,
build a copper.
though.
If you build a copper around it, that's kind of cracked.
Yeah, like if
I
you
mean,
main this class, like you're wanted. Like people know that. Like Evan, think about the first clears in parties. Like Evan is usually there.
I feel like half of your party comp is like mages anyway, like Bishop, Kanna, and Evan.
Yeah, that's like 3 right
So,
there. And then
yeah.
it's
And then you
usually
throw in a
like
battle mage, and then like, holy fuck, it's all mages.
Yeah, that's true.
Yep. Yeah, what you were saying with its elemental radiance, it used to be where like as soon as you pop it, you have 15 seconds and that's its entire duration. So charging it up, like let's say you take 2 seconds to charge up, then okay, it only does damage for 13 seconds. But now when you pop it, you have I don't know exactly how long, maybe like it's a long time. It's like at least 5 seconds to charge it, and then once you charge it, it starts activating the full duration of its attack. So that actually helps a lot. And like I was saying, its off burst just isn't that amazing. That's the issue with this. Phelp has a crazy BM clear time, but to be fair, Phelp's gear is like on some other shit. So
How fast was it?
I think it
17.
was like 17 minutes, but I think pretty easily could have been improved to 15 minutes.
Yeah,
with
it could
improving the
have.
play.
Mhm.
Yeah, even
He kind of ran it down in P4. Was
Yeah,
the
he
issue,
did.
I remember.
Yeah, even he said that.
Yep, exactly. So like that's not low. Although like it was white aura, which is something to mention. Like you can white aura this. It's still pretty fast. So I don't think Evan's that bad. I'm debating A or B. Like if I think it's A, I think it's like low A. But if it's B, I think it's high B.
Just checking. I'm pretty sure you can jump teleport on this class now, right?
Yeah, and they changed
I
Okay.
think
it
so.
in
I'm not
Savior
crazy.
where they have like BAM TP in Savior as well. Where you could
Alright.
just TP midair to nothing.
Good. At least I'm not crazy.
Yep. But yeah, I think Evan's solid overall. Mobbing is also crazy. They just buffed its mobbing so that it's shit doesn't get split amongst targets. Like the damage, it's just the same damage on all the targets now, which actually helps a lot. I would put it maybe like top of B. That's where I would put Evan. Bevin.
I would say it's even better than BB. I don't know if I'm.
Yeah,
I don't know if it's
I'm
a sledge,
thinking I'm thinking it's like somewhere on the low to mid tier A, because like even though as you say, Phelp has crazy gear, like so do the rest of the super fast Black Mage clears, and like I think his time is still pretty solid, all things considered.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you get like a sub 12-minute clear if you put that gear on FP?
Well, I think. Well, I don't know what JP's gear is, but Phelps might be better. And
I
JP
think
did what, like
it's
9 minutes?
full double primes.
I
Yeah.
think it's not enough of a difference to make like a massive difference in clear time.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, let's like choose one class. Let's compare it to like Merc, for example, like Evan or Merc, right? Like I feel like Evan could be better than Merc.
I believe that as well, just because most of the Evan skill is um, offhand. Like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, not from yourself.
Yeah, no, like they put down a lot of turrets that do
Yeah.
damage for themselves. Like you set Mirror down to do whatever the hell it's doing. You put down your fourth V. Um, you could have Zodiac Ray going. The only thing you're really doing yourself is holding down Mana Burst.
Yeah.
So like that
So
helps a lot.
Does Evan still have this shit where like you need to maximize your damage, the boss needs to be a little bit in front of you? I actually have no idea if that ever got changed.
Oh, I don't know
But
if that got
that's
changed
kind of
either. I know what you're talking
that's
about.
kind of awkward for that. That was I know that that was a big deal for Black Mage Solo and Saren, but I don't actually I have literally no idea if that ever got changed.
Does anybody
I
know in
thought
chat if
Spiral
that shit got
Mana now
changed?
hits a little behind you as well now.
Oh, it does. Yeah, it does. Spiral, like their fourth V, that shit's hitbox is big.
But yeah, other than that, I have no idea.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think
But I do think that the support that Evan adds is would make it that like if you think it's comparable to some other class, you would place it just a tiny bit higher
Yeah.
because their support is definitely very solid.
do think it's probably better than Merc in a boss fight.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I think probably in terms of boss performance, it's probably comparable to Merc, but then because of the support they add, you place it just a tiny bit higher.
What's Evan support? It makes yeah, the 10 yeah, exactly G4 for the mages. I mean, it also does give attack speed, which is irrelevant. Like you're kept on attack speed anyways, but I'll throw that out
And it's
there.
relevant for Kanna, the like one class that can't hit zero attack speed by themselves.
Yeah. I heard that doesn't stack with Kanna's. What, the element? Does anybody know if that's true? The Evan.
It's a separate modifier.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Do you think this is better than Bowmaster?
I don't think
I'm
so.
just saying that like being a 3-minute class itself is like
Yeah,
hmm,
3 minutes is really nice, but I don't think it's better than Bowmaster. Bowmaster's kit is crazy. I think Evan
no,
is better than BM in a party, but solo bossing, I think BM's definitely better. BM
okay,
has
okay.
higher uptime, better sustain, better survivability, more consistent damage.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah,
So
so I think it's right between BM and Merc.
so
Okay, that's fine. So anyone know anything about Blaze Wizard or?
I don't know, man. It seems kind of bad. Despite that, it got nerfed in Savior somehow.
Oh, Kyle's in chat. Perfect. Say something, little bro.
I saw some Blaze Wizard do a before and after ignition comparison, and they did like the same damage, which seems kind of depressing.
That's so
I
sad.
I've said this before, but I'm gonna say it again. I think the new uh, hyper that they got to help their burst, like this 30-second duration hyper that's supposed to be to be their burst, I think has the same issue as the old Demon Awakening, which it doesn't synergizes with the old Demon Bane. It's the same shit with I feel like Blaze Wizard has the same issue. That new hyper that they got doesn't synergize at all with Infernal Sapphire or whatever that skill is called, which is like the biggest skill for Blaze Wizard.
He said you just delay Phoenix Drive. It works with Sphere. Okay.
It's like the same with Demon Bane, where you just use Demon Bane first and then you delay Awakening, I guess.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
I will say
Yeah,
though
just,
that
I
Blaze
mean, just
Wizard has really good support. That's something that it has going for it at least.
yeah, just make that hyper also add 90% final damage to Infernal Sapphire. You instantly have a good class.
How much FD do Blaze Wizards give?
So they
Uh,
give the 10% elemental shred, so that's
yeah,
around 10% damage, and then Conduit gives 60% damage, I believe it was.
that's like
Yeah,
another
60.
10 FD.
That's
Yeah, a
pretty
little
good.
less than that, but yeah,
That
it's
and
very
it's
solid.
perm uptime too. Like that's very strong support. Like that's mech support basically.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Like that alone makes it like good. Like legit in a party. That alone makes it good. Um so I
But
mean
yeah, I agree. It's
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 just
better than
worse
King.
mech then. Your BM slows 50 minutes with buffs. Yeah, but your gear's not that crazy. True. Um
Is it better than Kinesis?
no shot.
I don't think the
It's not
support.
better than mech. It has the same support as mech, but it's not better than mech.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe their support's a little stronger than mech, but I think their at least my impression is their damage is behind mech, but I
The
don't know that well.
the thing about the support part though, but if you have a battle mage in the party already, then your support instantly drop down to only 60% boss,
Well,
right?
that's true. There's like so few battle mages in the server that like how often are you gonna find a
There's
blazer
only one,
and a
bro.
battle mage in the same party?
I
Yeah.
feel like you'll never have that.
Yeah.
True.
There's only
Critical.
one of each. Like that's
And
literally it.
the more relevant one is Dawn Warrior because Dawn Warrior also cancels it
Yeah,
out.
true,
Dawn
true,
Warrior
true.
is actually popular, but
Yeah.
there is no way you're gonna find a battle mage and a blazer in the same party.
Yeah.
Does this list take accessibility into play like skill floor? We mention it if any class is like particularly hard to play, but I find that most classes in this game aren't really that hard to play. Like, everything's like nothing is too complicated.
Is it better than Kaiser?
I don't think so either. I don't think so.
What about
Uh,
Lumi? We'll just go down by the list.
I think it's better than Lumi.
Hmm.
I think the Blazer support is like hella valuable. It's not like the Blazer damage is like giga garbage. It's just like not high.
Yeah. Okay. Between Kaiser and Lumi then.
Okay, if no one has any objections, that's fine. B for Blaze Wizard. Another B class. Battle Mage. Yo, imagine maining Battle Mage right now.
Oh, this class has depressing solo damage, but like the best support in the game that's not Bishop. Kind of
Yeah.
strange.
Yeah, very strange.
They keep nerfing the solo damage too.
Yeah, it's like you're not allowed to be strong if you're a support unless you're Dawn Warrior or Bishop. All
Yeah,
the other supports just get shafted.
yeah, very very odd. Um,
Oh, yeah, you're right. All the other supports did get shafted.
except for the most problematic one. But yeah,
Bishop is balanced.
Angel of Balance is not balanced.
I don't know who can say that with a straight face. That Bishop is out.
So the only thing BAM really has going for it is its support. Like it has second best support in the game, like you said. Maybe third because Kanna exists.
I would rank Battle Mage's support better than Kanna actually.
You think so? better than like barriers, 15-second bind,
Dude,
domain,
this is
healing.
why you can tell he plays a DPS class.
For
true.
real.
But I mean, Battle Mages, their burst is or not their burst, sorry, their support is just so good because yeah,
Yeah.
it's not as it's their peak damage contribution isn't as good as Domain, but the fact that it's 100% uptime is kind of crazy.
Yeah. They made it easier to switch between. They made it easier to maintain that in Savior too.
Yeah.
You don't have to switch once a minute. But yeah. How bad is the solo damage though? Like how bad is it?
I actually don't know.
Because on paper, the numbers don't look that bad. Or at least it gives a person it gives me an impression that it shouldn't be that bad. But I've never seen really good battle mage solo results from literally any of the servers, not just our server.
I remember before Destiny,
Happy New Year's,
I
guys.
don't even remember who their name was. There's like literally the only one battle mage player. They had a pretty decent black mage time, but obviously that was so long ago.
Who, Saeem?
Saeed, yes, that's who it
Yeah.
was. I don't
Yeah.
even know if he plays Maplestory anymore. I saw him on Lost Ark all the time.
Barely plays anymore now. But yeah. Nah, Bam is nowhere near as that strong anymore. It used to be pretty solid, like a pretty good strong class, but now it's basically just a support class nowadays. Like that's how much their damage got nerfed.
Still think it's above B tier though, in terms of overall.
Yeah, I mean its support is definitely better than mech. Like that alone puts it like very high because of how strong its support is. Not only does it have the auras, it has its barrier too, which is pretty good.
True. You forgot about the shelter thing. It's in A tier, right? Not crazy.
We could put it at the
Think-
bottom of A. Or top of B. Or right above mech.
I would say
Any-
top of B is more fair than bottom of A, just
Mhm.
because the solo performance on this class is not that good.
Okay. Mobbing is really good though, right?
I actually don't know how the class mobs.
Oh,
That's a lot.
yeah, no. BM mobbing is the BAM mobbing is super crazy. It's super good. Yeah, it's very, very strong mobber. But what do you need all that mobbing for with you got Earther Shower? So
Top
but,
of B then.
yeah, we could just run top of B, that's fine. The support is the biggest thing on this. Like that's carrying it. It's super good support. Yo, I think this is the first D tier class.
Dude, that's just ass. Like
I
that's just legit
honestly
ass.
think so. I honestly think this is the first D tier class. I legit believe Arc is so garbage. Dark.
It's the worst class in the game.
Yeah, I
right
think that it's like I think their damage is comparable to the other classes in C tier, except then it has the added issue where it's a 2-minute class, which makes it automatically a lot worse than party. It does have the saving grace that it does have some support buffs that are like not terrible.
Yeah, ID boss, crit rate, attack speed. It's not that bad, but no, this class is just so garbage. Like its damage is so low. Like it really is that low. Like I think Illium definitely out damages it. Jett probably too. Lara, but yeah, the thing is not only is its damage low, you gotta work your ass off to do low damage too. Like at
Yeah.
least I'm playing the other classes, it's easy to do low damage. Arc, I'm trying
Yeah,
my.
this is a
trying
combo
so hard.
class that has low damage.
I'm
That's, like,
trying
really
so hard.
rare.
I'm getting punished for it. This is one of the most egregious examples of cutting the burst in half, and like you know what I mean. Like they changed Abyssal Recall and Infinity Spell to 4 minutes to 2. This is one of the worst examples of nerfing it. Like it nerfed
The
it
crazy,
so
the
hard.
crazy thing was they also took away 5 final damage. It's like, it wasn't enough to nerf your burst. Let's just take away some final damage as well.
Yep. Yo.
Savior though, but we'll talk
Yeah,
about
the
it.
class
Savior goes up to
goes
here.
crazy in Savior, but it is in such a bad state right now.
Yeah.
Dark.
I mean that's why they're buffing like crazy.
It's so funny because Arc went from big 3 to garbage.
It's because it was like the weakest out of the big 3, and then it didn't get any buffs in the whole times because of the stigma against it, and then now it's just in a very, very sad spot.
Do you guys remember right before Destiny, literally like the patch before Destiny, that before all the Explorer reworks and stuff, in KMS, Arc helped the fastest BM solo time, and then ever since Destiny hit, the class just went to the dumpster.
Yep. Funny. Alright, moving on from Arc. Kanna. So hot take, I don't think Kanna's that garbage. To be honest with you,
So
I
here's,
think
here's actually an interesting thing. Are we going to be talking about high ping or low ping Kanna? Because high ping Kanna is
That's a
so
very
much
good
stronger
point.
than low ping Kanna.
Very
It
good
is like,
point, actually.
I didn't
Very good
realize
point.
how big of a difference it was until recently. Like it's like almost 20% final damage increase just by having high ping.
Yeah, you can like lag switch Kanna and go crazy. That's actually a very good point, but I guess we should talk about its intended play.
I'm pretty sure that you guys remember the patch before Kanna nerfed. I was watching Bamba's video. The dude had a faster Mihile and Gloom clear than me. I was like, the fuck?
Yeah.
Class was crazy before Destiny. Right after Destiny, it's kind of a sad spot if you have low ping, but if you have high ping, the class is actually very strong. Not gonna lie.
Put two Kanna.
Yeah. The Ethernet cable weave.
Wait, yo, how about you add a male Kanna to this?
What? What, male Kanna versus female Kanna?
Bro, there are
use
some
the
people
male Kanna as
who actually put like male Kanna in their video titles. It's like male Kanna Black Mage, so it's kind
Wait,
of amusing.
really? What the hell? Who would do
I don't know
that?
why people make such a big deal out of this.
That's so
People do that.
weird.
People do the same thing with Lara, like male Lara.
What the fuck? Odge. Okay, so Kanna actually got quite a lot better with Sakuno going 2 minutes. So you have 3 minute Sakuno, right? With your domain. That actually helped it a
Yeah.
lot.
Yeah.
Cause now it just has like a decent burst, like a decent 3 minute burst. And this is also one of those, it's like a hand class, right? Like if you just hold down cheeky, it's like so garbage. But if you're like actually like cock weaving and shit, like it's actually not that bad.
It's worth mentioning that this class is like probably the hardest class to play in Maplestory right now, optimally.
Yeah, it is like the amount of effort it goes to like get your weaving in a good spot is like absolutely absurd.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's just its like mechanic. That's just like its mechanics. Party support on this is like crazy too. Like one of the best party supports in the whole game. Every party has a Kanna. Only 15-second bind in the game. Barriers that give you a ton of damage. Domain 33 FD and heals. Haku, which gives you your mages like 300 magic attack or some shit. Heal. That's just all. Yeah, that's like all the party bossing, and then party
They also
utility.
have a lot of also have a lot of self utility as well.
Yep, Yuki. They have air stall. Haku. Like it has everything. It literally has everything. The damage just got nerfed. That's it. But everything else is still crazy strong. And with the
That being said,
Sakuno, it's not
yeah,
bad.
it still does have the issue of being a non-KMS class, so there's a lot of like stupid bugs or like lacking quality of life. Like their up jump has a cooldown when like literally nobody else's does.
Yeah,
You
it's
like can't
really
TP
weird.
you can't TP into a wall. There's all the high ping interactions that actually
Yeah.
benefit you in this case, but objectively speaking, I'd say there's still bugs. Like the class is in a really strange state due to being non. So yeah, there's also the added thing where fucking domain and barriers are
Oh
no
my god.
transparency.
Dude,
Yeah.
when I saw that after patch, I was like, no way, man.
Yeah, this class is like, holy fuck. Nexon is just shafting you because you're non-KMS.
Yeah.
Oh, also, tell me how like for every black mage party I coach, I have to tell the Kanna that if you want up jump against the wall, do it face away from the wall.
Yeah.
And then you just see people die to spikes because they didn't.
It's because they
facing
don't
the
know
wall.
that the up jump is not in a straight line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yo, you can pull this crazy trick where you up jump between falling meteors. It's like really hard because the timing is so sensitive. But you can actually do that because
I
it
know
has the
it's
slight horizontal movement.
It's like super giga niche Kanna techs. Insane.
Yeah, at low ping, the class its damage is like around the same level as the other classes in C tier,
Mm-hmm.
but it has
Mains.
like significantly more utility compared to them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like way more.
So you
Um,
think even at the way that it's intended to play at like low ping, it still should be in B tier?
I
Yeah,
think
probably
so. Yeah.
somewhere, probably like just because of the really high party utility and stuff, I'd place it somewhere in like maybe somewhere in the middle of B tier. That's where all the other supports are, I guess.
I
But
mean,
if
Yeah.
you,
it's definitely more than Blaze Wizard. I'd say that.
yeah, definitely more than Blazes.
Okay.
But the
Oh, I would say it's also above mechanic, no?
Mm-hmm.
yeah, not gonna lie, I think it's probably around Battle Mage because their support is like comparable to Battle Mage, I guess. Probably a little bit better in certain ways.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, their damage is not in a good state if you're low ping.
Yeah. You think if it's high ping, you think it's S tier or not?
I think if it's high ping, I think it's yeah, I think it actually does reach S tier. Uh, I'm not really sure what Poem's doing, but whatever he's doing is making the class deal like absolutely absurd amounts of damage.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a conversation for another day. Yeah.
Yeah, let's just keep it the way that the class is supposed to be played, I guess.
That's an ongoing investigation. Yeah.
I just I zoned out for a second. I just realized what you guys are talking about.
Yeah. Anyways, moving on to Shade. This class, I think a patch ago was like top of the world.
Yeah,
Very, very, very strong. But it got nerfed, unfortunately.
they just kept on buffing it because I think they were just going off of their feels about like how much this class should be buffed, and they went too far. It's like, oh shit, we need to ninja nerf this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I will say though, Shade is the best friend of Archer classes though, because they're like one of few 2-minute cooldown supports because of split.
Mm-hmm.
And they also have the unique interaction where their Spirit Gate, because it gives a lot of crit rate,
Yeah,
it,
yeah,
it gets
exactly.
converted to crit damage from vicious shots. So Shade is like absolutely bonkers support with archers.
Yeah.
That's a pretty niche case.
BT too, right? BT also gives a lot of crit rate, if I
It's
remember.
true as
BT
well.
goes 30 crit rate, yeah.
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 Two, right? Arc also does.
Arc gives crit rate as well, yeah.
Yeah, Arc is also 2-minute on 2-minute support vibe. But yeah.
They changed Shade's burst to like be more often less hard hitting or something, right? What
No,
did they change?
it's still the same. Just
So
lost crit.
they changed the two V skills that were like weird cooldowns. Like there's the punch cooldown that had like a 90-second cooldown, and then like Spirit Kid had like a 105-second cooldown. And then they
Mm-hmm.
changed both of those to 60-second cooldown.
I
They
see.
also nerfed the spin skill.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
spin skill used to be every time you use that other V skill, the cooldown reset V skill, I don't remember the name of it. You have a one-time use on that skill that does 7.5 times the damage, and then they nerfed that down to 5.5 times on the spinny skill.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I haven't. I'm gonna be honest. Feel like all the shades like went to sleep after the nerf, so I like literally haven't seen
Yeah.
Yeah.
how the class does after the nerf because
No,
they're like,
literally.
our time is gone. Let's go back to hibernation, guys.
Yeah, literally. Like when they were
Dude,
on top, like that's all I
during that
heard. That's all I saw.
Astral, yeah, during that Astral, you saw so many shade videos, so many.
Mm-hmm. Oh. Shade's all quiet now. What happened, bro? Um Shade in terms of its solo bossing as well uh has insane like survivability. Like this class can't die. Obviously with its own link skill and its built-in Foxfire. Very, very good
It also has
survivability.
a self door as well,
Yep.
and also like pretty good life steal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that life skill is really good. It's that the life skill. You don't have to actually be attacking for that life skill to work.
Yep. Now if I were to place Shade somewhere, I don't think I'm debating if it's in the A classes or not. I feel like it's not. Not anymore.
I just don't know enough about their current damage to give a fair evaluation. Because yeah, as I said, all the shades went to sleep. We we just don't know what their damage looks like anymore.
Its current
I-
damage is still higher than pre-Destiny. Obviously, it's just not as high as pre-Ignition.
I think with the amount of damage that they have, like comparable amount of damage that they have right now, it's probably like on the same similar level of all the classes on B tier, but they also have split, right?
Yeah, Split's very strong support.
I would say it's worse than mech at least.
Their
Like,
support
I
is
don't
at
think-
least a week worse than Mech. I don't know how their damage compares though.
I'm pretty sure just because how much easier it is to execute the burst, it's probably more reliable than mech because mech's burst is also backloaded with the way that the carrier works. So I just think that Shay might be able to have an easier time, more consistent time of pulling off its optimal damage in bosses than mech.
Mm-hmm. That's fine.
Obviously, the support is straight up weaker.
We could probably put it like right above Kinesis.
Okay. Bet.
Okay. All right, moving forward. Night Lord. Yo, this class sucks.
I will say, now that this is a mains tier list instead of like a solo bossing tier list, Nightlord actually goes up a lot.
Yeah, it
Because
does.
Nightlord
It
is
does go up a
like
lot.
super broken in party.
Yeah, Night Lord's the party class. Like, you need a Night Lord.
I don't know what you're talking about. damage
Yo,
mule.
Night Lord's damage in a party? Sight Lord. Facts. It is Sight Lord. To be honest, it is Sight Lord. It's somewhere
damage
up here.
I'm a damage mule.
That's the point. Yeah, the whole point of the party comp is for the Night Lord. That's
Also
why you
worth
put
calling
the
out that they even have good party support with Frailty Curse.
yeah,
and
that's
Showdown.
40 a
That's
whole ass
untouchable.
IED.
You don't need that. Like Bishop already gives you 44
This guy's
ID.
arguing
Why
against
do you
Night
need that
Lord,
much
bro.
ID for?
Found the Night Lord main.
No. I mean, I'm just saying that the ID. The strength thing about IDs though, like if you don't have a bishop, then the ID is really good. But if you have a bishop, then it gets devalued a lot, right? And like if you were to choose one or the other, like a knight lord or a bishop, like who would you choose? Obviously,
Okay,
it's
well,
gonna be the bishop.
you
Night
choose
Lord.
Bishop over literally any other class in the
Yep.
game. It's like
Yep.
not Bishop is just way too broken in that regard.
I was saying this like in any duel, like just easiest way to look at it is like in any duel situation, bishop with any other class will out damage any other duel.
Yeah. Like Bishop plus
Yeah.
any class
Unless
is
you're doing
stronger
two
than
bishops,
two classes.
and then you're grieving yourself.
Yeah. That's facts. That's actually like big facts. It's just crazy. But anyways, let's stick to Night Lord.
But yeah, like the way I think about it is like I think that like in solo play, Nightlord will probably be like somewhere in A tier. Like it's not bad, but it's not like crazy. But because of this, we're factoring in like party play and such. Nightlord just goes up a lot in value because it's like the best DPS in a party, and also yeah, like Frailty Curse is pretty decent support. Hey, you can also show down the boss room box for a slightly higher chance of pitch, you know.
Yeah, Phil's got his 5 set for some reason. Wonder how.
Wait, okay. Let's be fair. Black Mage box and Serum box, I can't even do that.
Okay, well, you don't need a badge, so it doesn't matter. And then Emblem, that shit drops like every week, so.
Fair.
Anyways, in
Yeah.
regards to Night Lord, fattest bind burst in the whole game, and that unfortunately is the way the game is set up. Bind burst, like that's how things go. Night Lord is literally that, bind burst. Like, you know more than anyone, like back in those early Saren clears, literally Night Lord's like off burst, just all they had to do was survive. Just wait for the next burst, survive till next burst, that's it. Now I'm debating putting Night Lord. I think Night Lord's above DS in this case, but I don't think it's actually above Nightwalker, to be honest.
Here's the thing. If you look at any classes in S tier, Night Lord is significantly weaker than all the other classes in S tier in terms of solo bossing. But other than Bishop, we're talking about, Nightler is definitely stronger than all the other classes in party play.
Yeah, but I think that at the end of the day, solo play is still pretty important.
Yeah,
So
it is. It is very important.
I would not put Nightlord that high just because, as Phil said,
Yeah, because
Nightlord solo bossing is relatively unimpressive compared to the rest of the class in the S tier.
Mm-hmm.
it is in S tier just because we're considering party play. That's why we put it in S tier.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. I agree. Actually,
I would put it between Hero and Buck because it's like I think we're all on the same page that solo bossing is not that great, party bossing is insane, and I don't know, that's just my gut feeling of like it's pretty good, but you know, the solo bossing experience just isn't as good as a lot of these other classes.
I will also say, yes, Destiny is the power creep patch, especially for the explorers. But I will say this: I'm pretty sure, based on my personal experience, how I feel about the meta shift. I think Nylor was relatively a stronger class overall compared to the other class pre-Destiny than after Destiny, just because the gap between Nylor and the other classes got closed in a lot.
yeah, yeah.
during
No,
that.
I agree. No, Destiny was way bigger for the other classes than Night Lord.
Like if it was before Destiny, I although I didn't really like Nylor either before Destiny, but I didn't complain it as much
Cope.
about not going with the dagger. But I started really complaining hard about that after Destiny.
Bro, don't make me say it.
All right,
I
shut up.
told you to drop your shit in
I
like
don't want to hear
April.
it. I don't want to hear it.
Whatever.
Anyways,
Yeah, Nylo's pretty good. It's pretty good. In regards to its survivability, it is relatively harder to survive than the average class. Despite it having dark sight, it has like shit dark sight, but that did get compensated with its dash. Its dash dark sight is broken as hell. Instant dark sight. Anything that puts you in dark sight immediately, regardless of cooldown, it's actually broken as hell. So that does help a lot. But yeah, Nylo is pretty solid overall. So we can move on. Paladin. So this one's weird. I think solo bossing it's not that amazing. In party bossing it's like giga good.
I think it's like it's kind of dumb how there's all these classes that do a lot more damage in party than in solo play, and Paladin is one of them. Where
Yeah.
yeah, your mimic just literally does nothing in solo play. It's really dumb, and then like all of a sudden you join in party and you're like, oh hey, I'm just like 20% stronger now, guys.
Yeah. Exactly. And you can make some other party member way stronger too.
me.
Yeah.
Yeah, Night Lord in particular. The thing about Pally is it's like very, very burst oriented as well. It has very, very strong condensed burst. Like its 5-second burst is very strong actually. But its DPS off burst is actually garbage. So it's in a weird spot where it has a lot of ups and a lot of downs. So I do definitely still think it's better than like the B tier classes because its party contribution is actually a lot. But I don't think it's high B.
Doesn't it also have like a 50% ID debuff?
Yes, Threaten is a big IED debuff.
Yeah. That thing's fat.
Yeah, Paladin also has the advantage of you could always swap to hero.
Unless you're one of those guys who uses a mace.
Yeah.
Okay, that one's an odd one actually. Like
Explorer Warriors actually have so much class pride
Yeah,
that
they
they'll be
do.
willing to pick the weapon that makes it that they can't swap.
Yeah,
Like
literally.
it is so strange.
They will sacrifice a core, like one of their biggest advantages of maining that archetype in this game, just to be like, no, I'm a real paladin. You're a fake one.
It's like
The thing
like,
about-
what, 5% ID or 5%
Yeah.
damage? Like,
10%
it's-
or 5% or I don't remember.
so
It's
small.
5% damage.
It's more about the message you're sending than the damage difference.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the argument for Paladin going hammer is even worse though, because Paladin doesn't need ID. Like why do you need that mace ID for? Like what? But yeah, I know people are just trying to send that message, but it's like, dude, Please don't do that.
Yeah,
Please.
personally, I think that Paladin's solo performance is not quite as bad as you're saying. I think it's like it's below most of the A tier classes, but it's like comparable or better than most of the B tier classes.
Mm-hmm.
And then I would say that the support capabilities or the classes like absolutely busted in party would push it towards like somewhere in the lower tiers of A tier.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what I was
That's
saying.
how I would feel.
Mm-hmm. I think it's low A tier as well because of its party capability. It's very, very important. Although solo bossing in this game is like, because I honestly feel like solo bossing is like when I think of Maplestory, I think solo bossing is the most important
Yeah.
thing.
I mean,
Like,
I'm pretty sure we all are here.
yeah, I always like base off everything off solo bossing, but since this is like a mains tier list, we're basing it off like your experience like maining this class. Like that is a big part of Paladin. Like if you play Paladin completely solo bossing, like why would you play this class completely solo?
Well, I'll be
Right?
honest, actually, this is actually something kind of relevant that all the other support classes, like if you're like running with a bunch of meals, you don't get value. But something
That's
unique about
true.
Paladin is that you can just be carrying your friend because they want like arcane drops or some shit, and then suddenly you're just way stronger.
Yeah, that's
It's
actually
kind of
true.
interesting about Paladin.
But you lose half your money.
Yeah, you lose half your money, but hey, I think it's pretty common that people like trade carries nowadays and stuff.
Yeah, that goes to what I was saying. Like Paladin is one of those classes where it's like, although solo bossing is so important in this game, like why would you play this class solo story? You know what I mean? Like this class is like almost designed to be a party play class. So like if you're gonna solo story a warrior, like play hero, right? So but I do think it's low A. Is it above DB or nah? That's the question.
Maybe between Marksman and DB.
Okay. Tommy's
I
the
don't know.
perfect
Just a
perfect guy
gut
for this
feeling.
shit. Plays both.
I think DB's damage is still lower
I
than.
mean, yeah.
Mm.
And like DB is like the pinnacle of like solo class. You bring like zero things to party.
Yeah. Yeah, DB is that guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Lone
Okay.
wolf. All right, FP.
Now comes the king of dojo.
I actually don't think FP is that strong
King
anymore.
of Dojo? No, Shad's King of Dojo for sure.
No, I'm just yeah.
Oh, I don't even think Shad is the king of dojo. I think
Really?
there's another class, and I think most people wouldn't consider it the king of dojo actually, because it's not played very much.
Bro, you and your mysteriousness, bro.
Oh no, I mean it's
Drop
we
the
haven't
name.
even it's Wind Archer. We haven't gotten into it yet. That's why I didn't want to talk about it. But
Okay,
that's for another day.
Okay. I got you.
Well, we
Anyways,
can talk about
FP.
that once we get to it.
Yeah.
I'll say FP is not that amazing after ignition. Like it's still a very good solo bosser. Like one of the top ones, but then you bring nothing to a party. And
Something
like you don't have any burst or anything like that.
Yeah, I wanted to ask, like, does FP really have no burst, or is that cap?
I mean, it has a very small,
Oh,
like
we can
90
go by the
second
metric.
burst.
Can you get to the Gloom instant open on on the first open?
Yeah, I can.
Uh-huh.
But I mean, I don't know if that's
Yeah, but so
Okay,
can
you
Kaiser.
can doesn't mean like average end game 5 poison page can though.
yeah, I don't think
I
so.
mean, I don't think this is a good metric. I just
Also,
think
yeah,
it's
I don't
funny.
think first open and Signum is like an amazing metric.
Like
Mhm.
how much do you do on the first burst on FP?
Like 35%.
Okay.
That's actually kind of low, to be honest with you, considering the gear. Because even something like Kaiser can run like 31% with like
I mean, I'll
6K
say
Legion.
I've done like way more as a bishop this week.
Mm-hmm.
How much is way more?
Like 45.
That's a
Oh,
lot.
shit.
That's a lot. Yeah. I don't know. Phil gasses up FP the more than anyone else in the world, so.
Wait, what?
I guess
Yep.
to put it in perspective, like from all the ignition changes together, I think that FP was relatively net neutral in power. Because that's including the Canadian change. Because
Yeah, that
they
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
because they got the Canadian change, Infinity got improved, but then the class just like lost around 10% final damage. Altogether it's like very roughly net neutral. Wow, everyone else obviously got like some level of buffs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Do you think FP is still in the S tier despite in party bossing not being amazing?
I'm debating between like low S tier and like top of A tier.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I
'Cause
agree with that.
Cause
Yeah.
I mean,
I
it's still a very good like solo bossing class, but I just I just think like if you were to pick any class in the S tier, it would never be Fire Poison for party bossing.
Mm-hmm.
I think based on right to the ignition changes point, I remember Smosaki telling me that FP before and after ignition is like I think it's around 3% FD more than pre, but it's basically no difference between pre and after ignition.
Yeah, there's basically no diff.
Oh yeah, here's actually something that's kind of relevant. The ignition change made it that the explorer mages are like less crazy during event buffs.
Mm-hmm.
Because before it used to be
Oh,
that
right. Yeah.
like your Infinity just kept scaling and like
Yeah.
Infinity was kind of shit beforehand, but like if you just got it longer because of event buffs, it scaled to like really high final damage. But now because it's capped, the relative gain from event buffs is smaller than it was before.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. No, that's right. Actually, I didn't think of that.
Yeah, during Troop where there was double event buffs for buff duration, like your Infinity final damage got so high.
Yeah.
But nowadays it's going to be a lot weaker compared to during event buff peak. Event buff peak.
I feel like FP at this point is like a pure solo option for the three mages now.
Yeah,
Because
it's
if
a
you,
very
if you
strong
want,
solo bosser for sure.
if your party already has a if you're a mage and your party already has a if you don't have a bishop yet, then you're a bishop. If you already have a bishop, then you go ice lining if you're doing party bosses, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
I think it's very similar to DA. It's like very very strong
I think it's better
solo
than the
DPS.
for
It's
solo.
definitely better than TA though.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't like. I'm not sure if it's better than Mihile. Like,
Dude, here's the thing, like I think the last meta was about like even from KMS to us is like the hard Saren solo. It's like the current like the nowadays time all things considered, right? That's like what people are
aiming
talking
for.
about like solo strengths about.
Yeah.
But
Mhm.
FP is like so designed for Saren. You have teleport, you have touch cancel, and you have E form. All three of those things just hard counters everything that Saren has.
There's also
Mhm.
elemental adaptation as well that blocks a lot of the annoying
Oh
debuffs.
yeah.
Yeah. I think it's okay putting it in the bottom of S. Like right
I think we're
there.
all in agreement there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm fine with it.
Okay. We can move on to Phantom. Um what's the term? High ceiling on this class?
Wait, what?
Like high skill ceiling? Like this is one of those
Oh,
classes where like if you're good, it's pretty good.
This class actually has pretty good performances in solo play. Like
Mhm.
not like S tier class level performance, but like not bad. But then
Uh-huh.
in party, because of its burst is kind of lackluster and it doesn't do that great.
Yeah.
yeah, and
Yeah.
you have to be like you actually have to be like on top of the boss 100% of the time to do.
Yeah, but Phantom has the kit to let it do that. That's the
Yeah, yeah,
thing.
yeah,
Yeah, so if you're good at using the tools, Phantom does performs pretty well in a lot of the end game bosses where DPS uptime can be troublesome. But it's like the raw damage is just quite low. It's kind of like a worse version of Mihile in that sense.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that actually makes a lot of sense. That's a good way to put it. Worst version of Mihile. It's a very,
Actually,
very good way to
Meow's
put
also
it.
easier to execute than
Yeah,
Phantom.
Mihile you just kind
Yeah.
of press Royal Guard when
Yeah.
something dangerous is coming. Well,
But
Phantom
none,
you have to like maneuver around. you also now with the recent buff they got where you have to actually use Tempest for like a lot of damage. It's kind of ass because Tempest is like kind of a shit key down to be using all the time.
Mm-hmm. It does have the added benefit of being a hurricane. Like attack speed is irrelevant on this.
The thing about skill ceiling is one of those things is like the more things you have to manage, then the more breaking point to your entire kit
Yeah.
is, right?
Mhm.
Like the more things that you have to manage, obviously, if you can, you know, keep up like 100% of the time, like on every execution, then it's definitely good. You can pull out all of that, but the more layer of complexity that there is to your class in dealing proper damage, and it just more room for fuck up there is.
Yeah, it's more room for fuck up, but it goes the other way too. It's more room for more damage, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, so
this is like interesting because this is like we consider this is like a good solo bosser and like only amongst the A tier, but if we think about party play, then this actually do you guys remember back in the days when people were trying Saren and the parties that Cam found like Night Lord, they just get a Phantom to get the showdown?
Yeah, that was kind of silly, but it was
The rule
like
was scrubbed.
yeah, it was like Saren made it that like it was like kind of bearable because you could still use a final cut during your bursts. It's
Yeah,
just you didn't have it like for your off burst.
true. Would you guys put this in or
I would put Phantom probably in like the middle of B tier because I
yeah?
think their solo performances are they're not bad. They're like pretty decent.
mhm. I would argue for A tier. Like I think their damage is good enough to put them up there if you're good, but
Yeah, I guess that's a good point where it's like if we keep getting bosses like Kalos that are like
yeah, their
absolutely
kit's
aids the
future proof.
DPS, then yeah, Phantom performs very well in those kinds of situations. And it just depends if we keep getting more bosses like that.
It seems like they're heading towards that direction.
Mhm.
Even Black Mage, right?
Yeah, Black Mage is a boss that Phantom performs quite well in because yeah, a lot of classes can struggle for DPS uptime there.
Yeah, the damage uptime on Phantom is pretty
Mhm.
good.
That's what makes it like that. It's set up to be that way.
Yeah.
Like full rotation isn't crazy, but the uptime is huge. Like it's very efficient with its full rotation. Um so that's why I think it's A tier. It also has like it has future proof kit. I think it's similar to DB in that sense where it's just like always going to be relevant in the kit.
I feel like DB is better just because I think DB does better in parties.
Yeah,
Mhm.
DB is a lot better in party play, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But Phantom's boost is not weak.
It's not like terrible, but DB bursts much harder than Phantom does.
Mhm.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay,
Here we
everyone's
go.
okay with this?
Yeah.
Here
Hmm.
comes the
I can't wait.
copium.
What are you talking about? What copium? Guys, hear me out. Okay, I'm not crazy.
I'm listening.
I'm
Dude,
not
I was
crazy,
gonna say
okay?
that he's gonna start us off with "Hear Me Out."
Yo, hear me out. This just not as bad as you think it is. Just because it didn't get buffs and that the forward rotation isn't that low, bro, doesn't mean it's that bad.
Yo,
I'm
yo, yo,
telling you,
but
bro.
can we have two spots? One for Hayato and all the bosses in the game, and then one for Hayato and Sea Slime?
Oh yeah, sure. Okay, so let's get rid of the Sea Slime one first. Okay, so Hayato and Sea Slime arguably can be even lower than like Arc. Like it could be in its own tier. Like that's how bad it is in Sea Slime. Like y'all don't even know, bro. You could have max gear Hayato like 15 minutes. Like that's the fastest you're gonna clear that shit, bro. No
I
matter
will
the way
say
you dice
So bad in Sea Slime.
I will
it.
say
The
though.
worst.
I will say though. The goddess change already made it better, more bearable than before, but
It's
it's
still
really
bad, bro. You losing Phantom Blade. Like I don't like. There's nothing they could do to make that good, bro. Like they could give us permanent Sakuno, bro. It's still ass. Like losing Phantom Blade. It's that egregious to this class, bro. It's so garbage, bro. Like.
It's actually related to that. I actually did, so I asked Hui to do a test recently about
Mhm.
testing Hayato like 4-minute rotation versus 3-minute rotation. and they actually both do around the same amount of like damage, like
With roar?
DPS. Assuming roar and weapon jump.
So he did his 4 minute with roar weapon jump, and then his 3 minute just roar.
So the you have your shitty 90-second burst where you
Yeah.
DB Link
Oh, I
Zonko, God
see.
of Blades, and then you dump your Phantom Blade stacks. It's like pretty mediocre, but I mean, hey, it's something. And he got like almost exactly the same damage in both situations.
Yeah, that's how bad this shit is. Um,
Yeah, but
Yeah, I
I think
played
it's an
3 minute now.
it's just an interesting observation there where if you have both roar and weapon jump, Hayato is very flexible in terms of the burst cooldown you work with. So
yeah.
like it doesn't actually get a disadvantage for being a 2 minute burst class because it can play out at 3 minute timer at no detriment.
Yeah. I play 3 minute on this class now.
It's 3 minute is not actually good unless you have Ozrings, I will say though.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, yeah.
I don't, but
I was gonna say,
just
yeah.
because
Only if you have roar.
how
Yeah,
slime
yeah.
works.
So slime is a special case. Slime is like, holy
Yeah.
fuck, that boss actually hates Hayato.
Yeah, it's literally the worst thing in the game. Like, I remember the day the boss dropped, it took me 20 minutes. That was like, I was like, what is this, bro? Like, I'm never doing
Interesting.
this shit again. Yep. But yeah, so disregarding slime, yo, name a class with better uptime than Hayato. I'm waiting.
Mihile.
Phantom.
Besides Mihile, besides Phantom.
What do you mean?
What? You just didn't name a class. They named two, and you say except for those two. Like what?
I do agree. I think Hayato is pretty nutty damage uptime.
Yeah,
Fucking 200 move speed Hurricane is like legitimately unfair. And they
What?
also have they
no
also have
other class has that type of lifesteal than as Hayato.
yeah,
Kanna,
Hayato has
Bowmaster.
well,
No,
okay,
Bowmaster is only.
Bowmaster is much weaker than Hayato, but when Yuki is up, Kanna is better than Hayato, but when Yuki is down, then obviously Hayato wins. So Hayato's more consistent in that regard.
Yeah, facts.
The built-in bot.
Whatever, bro.
But yeah, I think that Hayato is like all around a decent performing class. Like it's not like crazy good. It's kind of very similar to Phantom in that regard actually, where
Oh,
it's like raw damage is kind of low, but they might make up for it with really high DPS uptime.
okay, all right, I'll be honest. The thing with Hayato, two things. It has the non-KMS curse, so there's always some shit going on with it. Like always, like whether it's instant slice can't be used on its own, or 100 strikes is DCing me, or 100 strike is doing infinite damage. You know, it's there's something going on at all points with this class. Phantom Blade's not doing damage, or like I don't know, just some stupid shit's happening. Shinsoku's DCing the map. Like there's always something. You can't fucking cancel your up jump with before after the apex of Vapor Blade. Some stupid shit's always like something like that.
Also, I also remember there's that one. I think the strangest bug was that Hitakiri Strike would like only be an iframe for like the first few days of
Oh
every
my
patch,
God,
and then
for
and then after
real.
a few days it would break and stop being an iframe.
For real,
I think
that
that
was
was
the
by far the
weirdest thing.
strangest bug.
I remember me and Jaepy like going back and forth. I'm like, nah, this shit's an iframe, bro. He's like, no, it's not. And then like we do testing, and it's like next week it just didn't work. Like, bro, this didn't make any sense. Like, there's so much shit with it. So that's why like Hayato just like if you main this class, like you got to keep in mind like there's all these like hoops that you got to jump through to like avoid crashing or avoid missing out on your damage or something like that, or like Zonko just not doing damage sometimes if the boss disappears in the same instant. Like it's like stupid shit like that. And the other thing bad about Hayato is also it's the same point, I guess, not being non-KMS. Like we just got no changes. Like the double Sakuno is nice, but it doesn't matter that much.
Yeah, remember how like before Destiny, this is one of the best performing classes in the game. But
Yeah, it was. It was a top
Destiny,
tier
every other
class.
class got like 15 to 20% final damage buff, and then the non-KMS class just got nothing, and then that's
Yeah,
when
you kept
everything just gone through
reassuring me
shit.
that we'd get shit. Every day, bro. You kept reassuring me. That's the other thing about non-KMS classes. Is you don't know what you're going to get until like a week before the patch. When everyone else knows like 6 months before. It's not fair, bro. It's actually miserable. But I
Didn't you also
guess
have to change your node setup like a billion times?
I did. I had to fix my nodes so many times, bro. I probably dropped like 15k nodes on this. Bro, one time I dropped 2k nodes just to max 100 strikes, just to cap in dojo for like a gif. Like
Yeah, but at least you got to use that node later on.
that is
Not
true.
the
Yeah,
worst.
that is true.
True.
My future sight's on another level. But yeah, in regards to Hayato's damage, I actually don't think it's that high anymore. Like unfortunately, like every class just went above. Like they just kept getting stronger and Hayato just kind of fell off. Like that's all it is. The kit's good. I honestly think Hayato has the best fourth job in the whole game with Shinsoku Akatsuki Trace, which Akatsuki Trace is definitely working as intended. Nobody needs to
Yeah.
know how that works.
About that.
Also, Hitakiri 100 strike scales perfectly with nodes. Nobody needs to know about that either. Very, very good. 120% FD buff. Akatsuki Trace, definitely was not hitting over 100 bill on that shit.
But do you remember in Neo when Neo first dropped like the damage cap and then all that stuff and all the different changes, and then we were doing Gloom and you'd be hitting like 130 builds on Gloom on Akatsuki Trace. I was like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. Anyways, yeah, Hayato, it's just like bottom of A. Like that's all it is. Like it just fell off. That's all it is.
I feel like
I feel like it does more damage than DB though.
So I think in
I don't
terms
think
of
so.
like the actual class performance, it's like bottom of A, for solo play. But the issue is in party play, it becomes awkward because I mean, even though they're flexible on the burst cooldown, just their burst is just objectively not that strong.
And Sukuno, you have to
And then-
wait. That's the issue. with it.
Yeah. You also have to wait for your burst because it's not just Sukuna. There's also the fucking God of Blades where you have to wait for it to pop dump all your sword stacks.
I mean, you could always
That's-
cancel it early.
Yeah, but I mean that's still like not ideal, you know.
Mhm.
So, but then there's also the added things that you talk about where the class has fucking 3 billion bugs, non-KMSC. You're just gonna get no attention at all. So I would rate it like lower than A tier because of those issues.
Mhm.
Better than Kanna. I would not put this lower than Kanna.
I do
can't.
think it is better than Kanna as well. I could obviously just be biased, or I probably am. Actually, I'm not. I'm not biased. Fuck
Do
it.
you know what top Hayato's like full rotations are?
Yeah. So I was just gonna mention that. The other thing about Hayato is its full rotation isn't high. I don't know how high Hui is now because of like double Sukuno and whatnot. But back when I was testing before double Sukuno, it was around 240, and
Yeah, so I
like,
think-
that's
I
not
think
that
Hui-
high.
I think Hui probably hits somewhere around like 250, 260,
Yeah.
but he doesn't have that much pitch boss compared to some of the other hard hitters.
I'm gonna be honest. There's
That's
no
another-
other hard hitters.
Oh, I was sorry. I meant like hard hitters for other classes.
Oh, okay.
That's what I meant.
Hayato's like dead now. I'm not gonna lie. So, the glory days are over. But it is what it is, man.
So like top of B tier. I guess?
Question mark.
Yo, I think it's like with Phantom though.
I don't know. I think you have to downgrade it though because of the non-KMS issues.
Non-KMS, yeah.
That's very true. That's very true. It's that bad. I think it's that bad. Like the non-KMS issues. Like if you're not a Hayato main, like y'all don't know, bro. It's really bad, bro.
I would never play on non-KMS class, dude.
Yeah,
That's like suffering.
it literally is. Everybody's hyping up their updates, and we're just coping in the Discord, making shit up. Anyways, moving on. So, what a great transition. Hayato into Shad speaks volumes to me. So I think Shad's one of the best classes in the game. Straight up. Super strong, super good in a party. Very
do we
good
know
mobbing.
do we know if the weaving bug was something that KMS had in the past?
No, they didn't.
I see.
It's strictly plus. No idea why.
GMS specific.
Here's the thing. I talked to I talked to someone from KMS that plays a Shad. They said upon ignition release, KMS had that bug for Shad as well, just because they changed the way how like AAA works with Assassinate. So they probably made some innate change to how Assassinate works. But when that bug happened on KMS, they got fixed a week after ignition release. But for us, it's been how long now?
It's been months.
So then hopefully, yeah. So then I guess we can think about like in theory if we think the bug was not in effect. How strong
Mhm.
the
Right.
class would be.
Oh, Shad is crazy. Like, cause the difference in the bug is like around 10 FD. Like that's how terrible this bug is. It's so bad. It's like you're missing a
Yeah,
stage of
it's pretty
attack speed. Um. But Shad's consistent damage is so high. Its burst is very respectable. It's not like it has no burst. And Sonic Blow itself being such a short cooldown skill is so stupid. Like that skill Sonic Blow probably does more damage than Zunko, and it has like such a way less cooldown, for no reason. Um, Shad's mobbing, I guess, is something worth to note because if you're a Shad main, like you're just always gonna make 20% more meso than everybody else in the game. So, like that's a big deal, to be honest with you. Like I'm debating Shad like right under Bishop. Like that's how good it is.
I wouldn't say it's that good because like so Shadow, the way I think about it is it's similar to Fire Poison Mage. I think that their right now their DPS is um well I guess let me rephrase. With the if you assume the bug is fixed, I think their DPS is around the same as Fire Poison Mage,
Mhm.
except it comes with the perk that their burst is a lot stronger than Fire Poison Mage.
Mhm.
So I think that that's like that's definitely worth a lot. They also have, I'd say, better utility in general than FP Mage. They have obviously Trick Blade is like super broken. They have a billion dashes. They have Dark Sight, all the good stuff.
Well, not only dark side, they have
Scream.
like the best dark side.
Yeah,
Their
yeah,
dark side's
yeah.
crazy.
Yes, their Dark Sight's super good. And just in general, like I think that the class is like basically a better version of Fire Poison Mage.
Mhm.
And yeah, the 20% meso is a pretty big deal, I will have to say. It instantly makes them like by far the best farming class.
Yeah. Especially on reboot. Like that's almost 20% easier progression. Like straight up.
Yeah, Shock's full rotation is 364 with this bug.
Yeah, that's 364 with the bug, and based off my testing, like based off my boss clear time, it's like about 10% diff. Like that's a lot. Like he's almost 400. Like
His familiars are a little non-standard though. They're quite a bit better than like literally anyone else in Reboot.
yeah, but his gear's like not amazing.
It's still pretty good. Let's be fair.
Comp
Well,
flames, badge, lab
he
blocks.
he it is he doesn't have the Lexi gears, and the other thing is that his pitch boss setup is weird. Like
Yeah, he
standard
does.
out of the standard six, he only has three of them. He's five set, but that five set, two of them is belt and earring.
Yeah, but let's be honest.
The Fems make up for it.
His familiars make it
Yeah,
a
his
pretty
familiar
good
is
spot.
better than like the full pitch boss set. Like they
Mhm.
literally the full pitch boss set.
Yeah, his familiars are like literally like hard carrying his damage. It makes him so much stronger.
So lucky, bro.
Why can't that be me?
For real.
But yeah. Um
Now the
actually
question is, I think Shad is better than Night Lord though, but
oh
I'm debating. I honestly think it's over here, right here. I'd rather have a Shad than a hero and a DS in a party, and then solo boss you could say hero and DS is better than Shad, but I
hmm,
don't think it's that much better.
That's reasonable.
yeah. But I have a feeling that yeah, I mean that is what it is right now. You can put it there, but I have a feeling that it's going to start fall off because it's been two major patches and they seem to think that this class is in good place and stopped power creep on this class while every other class is being getting buffed.
Yeah, is Cadena really that busted? Yeah, it is. Just this one's like a source. Trust me, bro. Like,
Also, on that note, I'm gonna do one thing. I'm pretty sure Shock should still have like some of the boogies as 30% boss. I'm gonna tell him to try one with just 90% boss and see how his BA looks like.
okay,
But anyways, we can move on.
yo, I'm not saying shit, bro. I'm traumatized.
You're gonna get clipped out of
Yeah,
context.
these Thunderbreakers last time made an edit clipped of me and me talking shit about them. I didn't even I didn't even talk shit. They just edited me. I gotta watch my words. Guys, Thunderbreaker is the best class in the game.
You should clip that yourself and send it to them.
Yeah.
So I have one TB friend, and his boss clear times don't seem like impressive at all.
Uh-huh.
Oh, but they got sharks, man.
Okay,
Sharks are cool. That's true.
that's true.
But so does Buck.
Yeah, I don't know why Buck kind of just got like half of Thunderbreaker's identity. That was kind of strange.
Well,
But yeah,
I mean,
Buck-
it's not shark, it's serpent.
It's a sea serpent. Bro, what up? Shut up. Bro, fucking nerd, bro.
but yeah, TB has the disadvantage of being a
I'm
2
sorry,
minute
I'm
burst
joking.
class and also relatively sustained damage. So it's like kind of like even if its solo bossing was good, it performs pretty poorly in party as a result of those two things. And yeah, I think that even their solo bossing performance is it's just okay. Nothing really impressive.
Is no burst. Average DPS. Okay survivability. Good movement.
Yeah, good movement at least. Though apparently they have some bugs that make their movement worse.
Of course, it's still bugged.
Is it average?
I would say it's like
Well, I think it's
maybe
below average
low
for sure.
low B
Yeah,
tier.
like I would put it slightly below average just because of yeah, it's like even though I think it's solo bossing is okay, but the parting bossing is just not good.
Mhm.
So it would be rated lower as a result.
I feel like Illium just does a lot better in a party boss situation.
Oh, I mean,
Oh,
Illium gives the
definitely.
whole party an iframe, so it's not even up for
Yeah, yeah,
question.
yeah. I'm saying like even without that, just in terms of like party burst and everything, just how much you contribute as a solo DPSer, I think Illium's still better than Thunderbreaker in a
Mhm.
boss. But yeah, obviously with the iframe, it just puts it a lot higher. Now, is it better than Jett?
I think that the damage, like the solo bossing damage of TB is probably higher than Illium and Jett, to be
Okay.
fair. Uh, party is a different situation, but just I think that like solo bossing should still be weighted pretty heavily.
Mhm. Yeah. No, but the thing is like, although its solo bossing is fine, it's still not like that good.
Yeah, I agree. So
Yeah.
I would personally put it towards like the bottom of B tier.
I think Illium's ahead though. I think it's in between Illium and Jett.
Okay.
Okay.
I guess yeah, when you factor in party bossing, sure, that seems reasonable to me.
Mhm.
Should we put Illium on the bottom of B just because of the party iframe?
I don't think it matters.
Okay, sure.
Dawn Warrior.
This class is
The
so busted. I think
the
it should be right.
child of the
It's like
patch.
above
I think it should be
Cadena, I
right.
think.
I think it should be right behind Bishop. This
Dude, this
class
is
is
like
Wow.
nuts.
this is like the main character of the patch.
Like
Yeah.
this, I think this class is competitive for highest damage in the game while also being a support. And I think that that combination is just absolutely unfair.
Mhm.
I
Yeah.
didn't expect its like slime performance to be as good as it is. Like I was looking at I Fallen Dawn's solo videos. I was like, I was impressed. I was better than I expected.
Their burst got really strong after
Yeah.
ignition.
My only gripe is still I feel like if Cosmos is a 180-second skill, this class will be even far stronger than what it is right now.
Mhm. Yeah, it's 90-second. You were saying like, oh, they wouldn't classify it as support because it only gives
Wait, is
10
it 10 FD or 15
It's
FD?
50,
I think it's
15.
15.
Oh,
There's
yeah.
a there's a
15 with
Did they
also
increase
the
it?
Yeah.
elemental threat, right?
Yeah, there's some hyper passive you take that makes it into 15 final damage.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
and then the
Damn.
elemental threat.
I think that combined with like how strong the class is just puts it under Bishop.
Yeah, I like that. It just it's like you just look at the other classes that give a comparable amount of support, and they just do like so much less damage than Dawn Warrior.
Mhm. They're giving you a good point. Like, I don't know if the word support fits it. Like it, I don't know. word support like kind of like this is just like semantics. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
I mean,
I
I
guess
mean, you
we're
can
just
say it the other way, right? Like amongst the
it just
all
has a
the
good party buff, like a really good
yeah,
party buff.
like
Yeah.
its party buff is extreme. Like you look at the other classes in S tier, like all of them have like pretty shit party buffs, except for Dawn Warrior and Bishop. They're like the only ones with like a really strong party buff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
yeah.
Dawn Warrior's got it all. It's got very strong party buff. Because what's better than FD, right? Like 15 FD, like that's a big difference. Because that's almost as much as mech. Like mech is 18. This is 15.
Mac is 50.
I thought
I
mech
thought Mech
was
was
18.
16. I think it's 16. It's 15 base, but then combat orders makes it
Okay, okay.
16.
Oh,
Is my
okay.
reflection.
A
Oh,
little bit of
okay.
IED.
Yeah.
Okay, I see. But yeah, Dawn Warrior's damage is too much. Like it's on some other shit. And the cooldowns are low,
Only
which is funny. Like it makes it crazy for solo bossing too.
yeah. I mean, the only thing I have to complain about this class is I mean, obviously the Cygnus Goddess is shit, in my
Yeah, the
opinion.
Cygnus Goddess is shit, but the class still performs great in despite that. So that just
Yeah.
shows how strong it is.
Yeah. I feel like if Cygnus classes just replace their goddess with the Explorer one, then all of them would just be stronger.
Yep. Cygnus Goddess is like Sakano, but like half as good. Like
Yeah, it's
it's
like damage
actually so
percent.
bad.
It's like damage, right?
Yeah, it's like it's damage percent. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So it's like whatever.
Oh, another thing that people I just learned not long ago as well is that your regular dash now you can do it like on the ground. Before you have to be off the ground to use that dash. I don't know if you guys knew that,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
now they actually allow you to do it just off the ground.
It has its thing is a TP too, not like a normal
Yeah,
dash. It's really really good.
yeah. Equinox strike or whatever. Equinox slash. I think.
Equinox slash. Yeah.
Yeah.
Only way with a TP. Nah, Kaiser has one. Hayato has one.
Yeah. Okay.
But
Yeah.
yeah, it's whatever. Dawn Warrior is like super good. Yeah, very very class. This is like a little minor thing, but it has the added benefit of being like pretty easy to play too. So like as a main, like if people are like starting out in this game, like this is one of like the best go-tos.
I was gonna say, isn't this class also like hella benefited from attack speed 0 though?
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah. But yeah, we can move on. This is a good place.
Okay. Adele. So
Yeah.
I think Adele's pretty balanced right now. They fixed a lot of weird things with it, like swords not staying when you die and infinity when you die, stuff like that. The damage isn't so high. It's not super high, but it's still like very respectable damage. It has good DPS, good burst. It's one of those classes that's like a hands class too. A lot of things to keep track of. Very big difference from like good Adeles and bad Adeles. Training is fine. The thing about Adele in a party, it only has like very minor party support with legacy restoration healing and the shield, but it's like not that much. I like to think of Adele as like worse Nightwalker basically, where they just have like good burst, good DPS, but it's just not as strong as Nightwalker.
And I think that I agree with that.
So like I think it's definitely an A tier class. I don't think it's S tier. But I think it's a high A tier class for sure. Like I think it's probably like right below IL. That's where I would put Adele.
That seems fair to
yeah.
me. I think the class shows pretty decent performances in bosses.
Yeah. It's been getting nerfed ever since this release. It still holds up. That's the crazy part.
Yeah, they've gotten some quality of life recently that helped a lot, though, to be fair.
Oh, true. In Ignition, right? That's when they brought a lot of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It does have better uptime than Nightwalker. That's true, but the damage still isn't higher than Nightwalker. Like even despite the better uptime.
I think post ignition, it's just not the damage is not that close between the two anymore. It was, yeah, I think that it was comparable before ignition, but not anymore.
discrepancy even going to be bigger after Savior.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, like Shapaz says, like Nightwalker and Adele have very similar damage profiles. Like that's why I like to compare them. But the Nightwalker damage is just higher. So
Yeah.
I think it's
Okay.
just like right here. I think. Oh shit! I fucked up. Like this. That's
Sounds
not
good.
bad. AB.
I see what you did there.
Huh? Oh, where'd the
Well,
Wait,
did
what are you talking
going
about?
on, man?
Wild Hunter go?
Wait, what happened?
Yo, aren't you an upcoming Wild Hunter player?
What are you
should be
talking
an expert
about?
on it.
All right, fine. Fine, we'll talk about it, whatever. And by we, I mean you guys. Yup.
No, aren't you? Shouldn't you be an expert at Wild Hunter now?
No. All right, fine. If you insist, I'll shed my wisdom. This is the worst class in the game. The absolute worst class in the
Yeah,
game.
that's
Do
true.
not play
Okay.
this.
We can move on now.
Yeah, do not play this shit, bro. Don't.
I don't think I don't think the class is that bad, to be honest. It's like, so I will say, they give good party buffs. There's a slightly
I think we shouldn't count those.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think it's like, it kind of sucks for Wild Hunter how like it's the one party buff where you can just get it outside and you don't have to bring them in the box with you.
Yeah, I think we shouldn't count that.
Second
It's-
PC go.
Just because you can buff
It's
outside.
kind of sad how that's the state of Wild Hunter. I'm not gonna lie, it's like real depressing.
Second PC goat.
Yeah, but in terms of actual damage, I think that Wild Hunter performs okay. It's not like
They-
insanely good, but like it's just okay.
It has respectable burst. They buff this
Yeah,
burst. It's not
it
bad.
has-
If I'm not mistaken, this is the second highest 2-minute burst in the game, after IL.
I'm skeptical of that, but I mean, whatever. It's not a big deal, anyways. They do have very strong bursts for sure. There's actually an interesting thing where now after they made CDR effect hypers, cooldown head is actually pretty good on Wild Hunter
Mm-hmm.
because it lets you get more rampages during your Jaguar Storm. But yeah, the class is like its damage is just okay, basically. It's nothing too special. Normally they would be like better functioning because they give some support, but like you don't even need to bring them in the boss. So like they're just like a support class, but they don't actually get the support because you would get it anyways.
Yeah. It does have the benefit of being a hurricane class, like as a main, like you're future proof with that, but it's not that good of a hurricane class. Like just play Bowmaster if you want that. But yeah, where would we place this? I don't think it's better than any of these B tier classes.
Only little bit.
Kyle Kunter.
I mean, I feel like Wild Hunter has better boss performances than a lot of those classes actually.
You think so?
Yeah,
Like which ones?
Like I think that so I guess to put a little perspective, I think that during the troop and Tobin, I think that like Selly could probably solo Black Mage in like
Mm-hmm.
maybe like 18 minutes or so without Blackheart. Or maybe it was with Blackheart. To be honest, I don't remember anymore. But like their boss times are not bad. It's not like it's not amazing, but it's not bad either.
Yeah, but if you put Sally's gear on like a better class, right?
I mean, but the thing is that like I think that a lot of the B tier classes would have a comparable time with Selly's gear, is what I'm saying.
I see. Okay.
So I think that like it belongs like somewhere roughly, I don't know, the higher end of B tier is actually a lot of supports. So
Yeah.
maybe behind all those various supports basically.
Yeah, but the thing about this Wild Hunter support, like I don't think it's that
Yeah.
notable, right?
Yeah, but what I meant is that like I think that their damage is just better than those like supports in the B tier though.
I see. Well, Sonic's in chat. He thinks it's right under BM or Battle Mage. Bam.
I think that's reasonable.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, Hoyoung's not that great right now. It's not that great. next patch it'll go up a lot though. AB.
That's pretty bad, I think.
The thing with
Not the
AB
greatest.
is they fixed a lot of shit, right? Like a lot of
That's
shit
true.
just works now, and they made it
The
easier to
class,
play.
the class had like horrible quality of life before,
Yeah,
and now it's like just okay.
yeah. They fixed a lot of shit, but regardless, the numbers aren't up there yet, right? Like now that they fix all the shit, they just need to up the number, and it'd be a super good class. Because I think the kit's are actually really good for a 2-minute class. It's just yeah, the numbers just aren't there right now for AB. That's all it is. So it's
Yeah.
just weak.
Yeah, I think that like there's some really strong EU reboot AB that solos in like low 20 minutes.
Mm-hmm. That's
Something like
slow
that.
though. Like that's
Yeah,
pretty slow.
this guy's gear is like really cracked, and it's just like it doesn't output a very good performance.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there is actually like a true 7-set AB in the Chinese community, and his clear time's not impressive on
There's also
bosses.
Luna as well, who's 6-set with Glow in his heart. He's very, very strong.
Oh,
But
true, that guy.
yeah,
They don't post anything
they don't
about like
post
their boss
anything. Yeah,
performances
that's the
though.
thing.
Like the like boosted like Bob from EU is like the only guy who really posts much boss
Mhm.
performances.
Did Ray like give up on his AB or what?
He gave up on it a long time ago.
Okay.
He
makes
boomed
sense.
his badge for fun.
Oh shit! Damn. Pain. Now the thing with AB is it's just all right. Like it's just a whatever. Like it's not too amazing. I think it's just maybe low B. That's it.
Yeah, I think it's near the bottom of B tier.
Mm-hmm. Oh, is it better than Kain? I don't think it's better than PF, for sure. No, we'll put it under Kain because Kain is on the 90-second timer, which is just better.
Yeah, what you said about like good kit and low damage percent, I think that's what King is as well. But I
Mhm.
still think King is better. I
Yeah,
really
we can give the edge to Kane because it's better in a party, basically.
yeah.
Okay, moving on to Wind Archer. So apparently this class is crazy.
Yeah, so this class, in normal bossing, I'd say it's actually really, really similar to Bowmaster. I think
Yeah,
that
yeah, I agree actually.
the play style is very similar, where like it's like high consistent damage, Hurricane class obviously, and then they have good tools for damage uptime with their dummy and Gale Barrier, and they are also a rare archer that has a dash skill, the Windwalk.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, like I think in terms of their solo bossing performance, it's very, very similar to Bowmaster actually.
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
I always compare them. I think it's just it one ups Bowmaster a little and that's it.
yeah, I mean, I think it's like not a big deal. And then in terms of party bossing,
It's
so
better
this
than Buccaneer.
so this is actually interesting in that. So despite Wind Archer natively being a 2-minute class, they can play because their cooldowns are like they don't actually have that many true 2-minute cooldowns.
Yeah.
So they can like so Barry did a test where you pick comparing like the 2-minute rotation and the 3-minute rotation, and he only got like a 3% damage difference between the two.
Mm-hmm.
So Wind Archer can actually play really well at a 3-minute cadence.
Does it
So
also
that,
did he also use both wings in the 3-minute?
yeah, he used both rings in both
Okay.
tests.
Okay.
So like I think that that's a pretty big perk because it means that the class functions a lot better in party bossing than like Bowmaster would, for example.
Yeah.
I agree. I completely agree. It's definitely had a Bowmaster. Do you guys think this is an S tier class? Because being a unique class that can function in 2 and 3 minutes is pretty valuable. Not a lot of classes can do that.
I feel it's not strong enough because like the point of comparison I do it with is like with Fire Poison Mage. So Fire Poison Mage is just like very similar to Wind Archer's kit where they just have like a lot of skills that are low cooldown and they pop them for their burst. And just like I think Fire Poison Mage just does a little bit more damage than Wind Archer.
Mm-hmm.
So I would not I would put Wind Archer near the top of A tier.
What about versus like DA, IL?
Let's see. Let's say, it's kind of similar to IL actually. IL is also kind of similar where they have pretty few true 2-minute cooldowns,
Mm-hmm.
and they have all these skills that have like low cooldowns. So it actually functions really similar to IL. Probably a little bit lower because their burst is not as good as IL. But yeah, I think that between Adele and Ice Lightning seems fair to me.
Yeah, that's fine.
Mhm.
I agree.
Yeah, and also
Minor sharp eyes buff too. But
true. Also about the point I talked about earlier, this class is like absolutely absurd at Dojo because of all the low cooldowns.
mm-hmm.
Uh, there's this Wind Archer that clears 74F in Dojo despite not having any Oz rings at all,
Really,
which is like absolutely absurd.
that's a
And
lot.
I think they're only 3-set pitched as well. So I think this class has like real potential to take #1 in Dojo if like a super geared Wind Archer comes along.
74 with no rings is crazy because each ring can add like a whole floor on its own or even more.
Yeah. And also Wind Archer, it's like super easy to use Risk Taker as well, because Gale Barrier just blocks all damage.
That's true. Yeah, Risk Taker use like 2 floors. Okay, moving on. Xenon. This class is a little weird. Like if you were to main Xenon, it's weird. Xenon, yeah, it's weird because
Oh, this class is ass to main because cubing for Allstat is so bad.
but the flaming is so much easier. That's the thing.
Yeah, flaming is so much easier, but like, yeah, it's cubing is so much worse.
Yeah, you need to be high level on this as well because of the amount of node slots it needs.
It needs a lot of nodes.
Mm-hmm. Like, granted, if you're maining the class, like, you'll get it to high level regardless. It won't matter. But, like, hey, that first, like, early mid-game experience is gonna be shit. Like, it's one of those you gotta stick for the long haul. And even then, it's not amazing. Just worse Night Lord. Better
Pretty sure
DPS,
the
worse
PS a lot
burst.
better than I would though.
Yeah.
Also has an actual usable iframe.
Oh, its iframe's actually very strong. That's a
Yeah.
really, really good iframe. Yeah. Its burst also puts it in iframe. So it's like guaranteed almost to hit. Very, very easy to land it. But I don't think its damage is anything special. I don't think it's like super, super high damage. I think it's respectable damage. But not anything too crazy. So I do agree with the Xenon suggestion. Yeah.
I think the burst on Xenon is actually pretty good. I don't know.
Yeah, the burst
From
is
my
really, really
experience.
strong.
Mm-hmm.
I think this class solo potential is a lot better than Night Lord though.
Yeah, so that's actually something that's worth bringing up because this boss has like pretty cracked tools for damage uptime and stuff. They have that like diagonal dash skill, which is like really good at dodging a lot of patterns quickly and then returning back to DPSing. Obviously, iframe burst is really good, and like I think that is like there's it shows really like I don't know Joe is obviously very very geared Huda,
Mm-hmm.
but he shows some really impressive bossing feats that
Yeah.
I think that clearly show that the class is like if you're willing to fund it, which is obviously hard as we talked about before,
Yeah.
it shows a really strong performance in bosses.
And
Yeah.
then too, the guild leader of Primer, yeah, also one of the strongest Xenon in the server. The numbers are really good on boss timings.
My only thing is like it does have a really good solo bossing performance. I didn't really understand the full scope of it, but you guys make good points. But if you were to put this in a party, like, would you not just take NL over this in a party?
Probably, but
But-
Xenon is still like their burst is really really strong.
Yeah, I don't doubt
It's
that.
I don't think it's as strong as Night Lord, but like my
but
impression is it's one of the best bursts in the game.
yeah, that's the thing though. Like, you unless you want to fill your party with like 4 Night Lords and then a Bishop and a Kanna, there's other classes that you can take, right?
Mm-hmm.
And even though it's like the Bears is not as good as Nightler, but that's pretty much about it, right?
I will say, from my personal experience, it's better than Ice Lightning.
Interesting.
Hmm.
Better than IL. Wow. So you think what
I was,
about compared to
I'm
FP?
still doing, I'm doing Seren with Joe Huna.
Mm-hmm.
And back then when I was
Thank
still playing in
you.
Ice Lightning, he was out damaging me by
Thank
a good amount.
you.
As a
Despite,
newcomer with a 252 NW,
the
main
gear
1
diff
month
not
in
being that
W/4K Legion, in your opinion what would be the best 2 classes to make as boss mules?
Thank you for the donation. I appreciate that.
Compared to like most of the classes in A tier, what would you guys say?
Just run Bowmaster and Wind Archer. Do those two.
I don't know. I really only have Joe as my reference point for how strong Xenon is.
I mean, I think that's a good reference point.
And I think he does his boss times are like really impressive.
No, there's Jeff too. Obviously, Jeff's Xenon isn't like crazy strong, but it is actually stronger than all of his other characters, which is pretty insane. Because I think
I think
his
plays enough
Lumi and Kanna are better geared, and it's still stronger with less gear. No, bro,
I mean-
Jeff. Second, bro, you lied. Never mind.
I think Jeff plays enough classes that to have a good gauge too on how those compare to other classes.
I got you. So comparing, so you want to put it like right next to FP or right next to DA?
I don't know.
I was
Solo performance
thinking
between-
between DA and Ice Lightning.
Uh-huh.
Luminous still.
Yeah.
Dude,
I'm-
Jeff said
I'm
his Lumi stronger than his Xenon.
In before you forgot where it was before.
That was right here.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
That's fine. Yeah. The Xenon, similar to the Mage, is one of those classes, like, once you're high level and good funding, like, it does perform really, really well. Okay.
It's just high scaling ceiling.
Last class. I think this one goes to the bottom.
Yeah, Zero is like kind of
Good
like
and low
Arc.
damage.
You it takes a lot of effort to combo and stuff, and then you just get trash damage out as a result. At least it has good party utility where it can lock down the boss forever.
Yeah. I've seen that the KMS streamers party, like his party is built around his zero bind and for Kalos. That was really fun to watch.
Yeah, I think that the Zero bind is not to be underestimated. Like, yeah, in Black Mage it does nothing because you can only bind P1, but like in like Saren and Kalos, it's like pretty big because locking down the boss in those two bosses is like gives you so much DPS uptime.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Zero does have very like niche use in parties where you can like get some crazy results. So that definitely does play a factor. Solo bossing, it does have a decent BM clear time, like low 20 minutes, despite it not having the highest damage in the world, which isn't bad. But it is still one of the slower clear times, right? So
I think the raw damage output is really ass, but everything else, like utility and the kit itself, in terms of like for you to perform bosses, is really good. It's just the damage numbers are not looking hot.
Yeah, I think that the raw damages are on C to D tier, but it does. Yeah, I think that the utility it brings would definitely place it like I don't know. I guess maybe close to Illium because they sort of essentially offer the same thing where
True,
it just
true.
like a
that's a
lengthens your
good point.
restoration.
that's a
That's a
really
good
good point, actually. Yeah. Yeah, I'll put it right under Illium just because its damage isn't as much as Illium's.
Yeah.
And we can't really talk about Kali yet, so
We do really be leaving Dark at the bottom though, just by
Dude,
himself.
Arc is so bad. Like Arc is really the
Yeah.
worst class. Like it's really that bad. It's so bad, bro.
Thankfully, it's getting saved in Savior, man.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I was looking at you know what the KMS. Obviously, there's one big KMS streamer that's hard. Basically, what it seemed like is that after the savior change, the current iteration of the 2-minute burst is basically the same amount as the old 4-minute burst. It just gets the second 2-minute burst in the middle for free. That's basically what it boiled down to.
Yeah, Arc deserves some major buffs. They've been terrible for a long time.
I know, it's so sad.
Ever
That's
since
so
it was ever since Destiny, I think.
Yeah, in Destiny, they fell really hard, and then in Ignition they fell even harder.
Yeah. Like I knew that they had a good intention of breaking it to a 2-minute class, but then they just fucked it up real hard on
Because
that.
they don't understand why. They don't understand it's where its damage comes from. That's why they just thought split in half and cut the duration in half. There you go, same thing. No, that's not how this game works. Sorry.
The worst part is though, they also try to save it in the last part, like the third part or after Ignition or like the last patch of Ignition by adding the damage to Abyssal Recall, but they added to the wrong part. They added to the the middle part, like
I think it's because they were unhappy that the optimal play was instantly cancel Abyssal Recall. That's why they added it there.
But the reason that was really bad though was because with the way that they changed Abyssal Recall to a 2-minute skill, is that the duration on the buff it gave you for infinite resource, infinite whatever the timer on the
gauge, whatever.
Gauge form, they also cut that thing in half. So if you stay in Abyssal Recall for the full duration, you come out of Abyssal Recall and then you have no time left on the infinite gauge.
Yep. And you gotta work your ass off to not do shit.
Yeah.
And it's even more egregious with our attack speed because it's even harder to combo.
Oh, true.
It's so bizarre how attack speed like almost
Fuck it
hurts
up,
Arc.
yeah. You have to combo in the Spectre mode first, right?
Yes. You have to start your combo in Spectre, then exit Spectre, and while you still have your that skill that makes it easier to combo, run your party buffs with the Flora form, then go back to Spectre and burst.
I remember there was this shit where you had to like not be at 0 attack speed when you started getting your stacks first.
Yeah,
that
you
was
could
like
also
the
do
worst
that.
timeline.
Yeah.
But they made it that you didn't have to do that anymore.
Yeah, kind of aids.
That's so bad.
It's so bad. Any last minute adjustments to this? Anything that stands out that's pretty bad? Lumi?
I just put Kali there.
Alright, you caught me. Wait, how do I remove it? Oh
I
shit.
wasn't here when you guys talked about Lumi. I'm actually surprised it's so low.
I can't remove it. Fuck.
What do you think about Lumi?
I think that it shows very good performance in solo bossing at least. Like I think
I did say like some of the top Lumis have pretty high full rotations.
yeah, I think Johnny said his full rotation was like 350 bill per second. Like that's pretty good.
But
And,
how does that translate to actual boss though?
it's very, very easy in solo bossing at least. In party bossing, it's obviously Lumi's burst is not that strong, so it's not that good.
That's what we were talking about in party bossing. We're just like solo bossing it's fine, but party bossing it doesn't do shit.
I mean,
So-
but there are classes that just like even despite that difference, I think it would outperform them in party just because the class's raw damage is so much higher.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I was thinking at least.
Hey, I'm always okay with moving Lumi up, to be honest with you. So
Oh, me too.
Yeah.
The class
Just to
is
fuck
like
with Jett.
yeah,
the
same.
class is crazy, man.
Sumi? Ayumi?
I would personally place it like
Wait, where's Lumi right
maybe
now? Oh, it's in B.
right now it's like the lower B tier. I would personally place it like middle of A tier, maybe even higher, to be honest.
Hmm.
Yeah, you know, I actually agree. I saw Zong get 23k in GPQ one time.
Pretty good.
That's a lot.
The class is kind of bad at GPQ though.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So to get 23k on like a shit GPQ class?
Bro, all the Lumis bitch about how they suck at GPQ, but then their scores are actually fine.
Very, very good TP in Equilibrium too. Like, probably the best TP, actually.
Oh, they also got the heal. Can't sleep on that.
I mentioned
Oh,
that.
we
I
talked about
literally
that.
mentioned that. I was like, 5-second cooldown, full party heal. That's pretty OP.
And that is actually something that we brought up.
Sumi. Alright, let's put Lumi with its other Freud friends. Right here. The Freud
Seems fine to
gang.
me. It's actually funny how all the heroes are together.
Yeah. Freud's friends. Bishop
Cool.
also has heal and is S. That's a good point. Yeah, so I guess I'll reiterate something since there's probably a lot of people that, you know, join in and out. We have been talking for about 4 hours on the dot, 4 hours and 56 seconds.
It's been that long. Shit.
Yeah, it's been that long. Happy New Year's, by the way, guys.
Happy New Year's.
Happy New
Happy
Year's.
New Year's.
Yep. Sorry. Hopefully, 2023 isn't as miserable in Maple, and you know, just kidding. This is actually a pretty good year. People are gonna say, "No, you lost totems." Shut up, bro. They changed. Whatever. That's a whole different conversation. I guess I should reiterate. This is a mains tier list. Like, this is just like, factoring solo bossing, party bossing, your experience as a main in this class. It's very important to hear what we're saying about the classes in its entirety before you judge this list. This list is also ordered in, like, the ordering of the classes matters. So like Bishop being at the top, we are suggesting that Bishop is the best class in the game to main out of every single class. Actually, it's not even a suggestion, it's just a fact. It really is the best. Like, Bishop should be in its own tier. Like, if there was an SS, it would just be Bishop. But
I remember before Destiny, it'd be like Kanna gets its own tier.
yeah, literally.
Now it's Bishop gets its own tier.
Mm-hmm. How the
Tables
times have
turned.
changed. Yep.
Justice. I mean, my bad.
Found the Bishop player.
Bro, one time in my 7 party, my our bishop switched to FP. Dude, that round was miserable. The whole round was one burst slower. Like, fuck my life.
I remember when Hayato and Bishop had the same damage. When we were both hard capped. And had no lines.
I'm pretty sure Bishop got slightly buffed in Savior, right?
Yeah. it
Yeah,
got
they increased the damage
divine
on
punishment damage.
Yeah, but the issue is I think the
Mana Overload.
mana
nerf.
overload nerf probably made it pretty close to neutral.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
That's why I said very
But better than
minor.
other classes that got mana overload cut and did not get compensated.
Like,
Bro, I
damn.
don't get why some classes like Blaze Wizard, they not only did mana overload got nerfed, they also got their like MP regeneration nerfed at the same time. Kind of bizarre.
I think it's because I think their reason is because like the patch before they made it so that mana overload would not only apply to certain skills. I think there was a bug with mana overload that it only applied to certain skills but not to some other skills. So in some patch they made mana overload like apply to all of your skills across the board, and that affected different classes differently. So, and you know how mana overload drains your mana, and then the mana leech skill works differently. So this is what their solution to that.
Yeah, but it's just so bizarre that like there's these classes that just aren't even performing well get double nerfed, and then you
Yeah.
have Bishop over here who gets buffed.
And on the other side, you have Nightwalker that's gets a fat buff.
Okay, the Nightwalker buff I still don't get till this day.
Oh, unfortunately, I have to main this class. How unfortunate, guys.
So unlucky.
Fuck my life, I guess. Yep. 2023 not looking bright.
This guy.
But yeah, I think we made a really good list. Ended off the year strong. I think this is pretty good. I mean, you could always debate things here and there, but us four, I think we think this is a pretty solid list. And yeah, I want to say thank you guys so much for pulling up and sitting here for 4 hours. I didn't think it would take this long, but yeah.
I mean, we tried to cover, everything that we can think of. So this
Yeah,
is
we
good.
spent pretty long time on each class. So
Yeah.
not surprising it took so long.
That was pretty fun to do.
Yeah.
Hey, if you guys are
Thank
ever
you,
open to do anything again, like for sure. So
Yeah, maybe for Savior.
yeah.
Yeah. We'll run it back in Savior.
Oh,
When
yeah.
when they take away attack speed. I mean,
Yeah.
I said nothing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, true. And Hayato gets buffed.
True.
Yeah, surely Sengoku will get a rework in Savior.
Yeah,
Surely.
we'll get our 2-year buff timing. That
When
is
was
the
the
timer though. It's
when
like
was the last
2-year
time that-
buffs.
When was the last time the overseas classes got reworked? I think it was like
2021 February was when Hayato got instant slice and line division.
2021 February. Okay.
Yeah, that was like our last big update.
Kanna got reworked in like the middle of 2019, right? I remember, or
Well, it got
somewhere around-
reworked twice. It had the 2019 summer update when they made it so you couldn't just hold down Kish, right? They made it so that you had to
No,
keep
I'm talking
it
about
up.
the complete rework when they.
Yeah, I think that's when they changed like boss too.
Yeah, that was during Adventure patch, I believe, where it's like they changed Kishin and they also just or actually no. So the Adventure patch one, to be honest, I don't remember the date anymore. That's when they changed that's when they removed the double Kish interaction. And then
Yeah.
they also just completely reworked Kana's kit. It had the
Yeah.
2% final damage Shikigami hunting node that everyone hated. A couple months later, it got changed to 5%, and the class all of a sudden just shot through the damage rankings. And then some other time later, I don't remember. It's the one that Hammy's talking about where they changed they made it that you can't they did like Kishin has like the cooldown, and they also reworked Vanquisher at the same time.
Oh yeah.
I don't remember the
Vanquishers.
dates on these, but those are like the major changes. And then obviously in Destiny they slaughtered the Habusta again.
Yo, honestly, it's not fair, man. Boost node not scaling at 2% intervals is not right.
Yeah, everything should be KTK 100 so I can just
Whoa,
get
whoa,
7%
whoa,
scaling.
what? Where'd you get that from? What are you talking about?
Bro, that's the funny part. Even with that skill's still ass.
Yo, it still sucks. Yeah, bring back the old one, bro. Let it cost 1,000.
Yeah, it's okay. It's like it's not that good, but it's an okay mini burst.
Yo, it's garbage, bro. Buck's 90-second burst is just that, but 50 times better.
Yeah, but you don't get to be this cool weeb swordsman, man.
That's true. You
Big
don't get to dash around fast. That's true. Do you think your Hayato nowadays is like top 5?
Oh, not even close. No, I have not been funding it. Like I got everything at 22 and liberated it, but then I just haven't really worked on it since then. It's not that strong.
Because there's like so many less Hayatos now. So I'm like, maybe.
I don't think you have any Oslings too.
No, I just bro running Oz on Hayato is like such a shit use of time, man. The class's burst is so weak.
He also has all the rings in the pool, unlike Demon Slayer.
Yep, that is true.
I think Yo, what are some of the classes that just don't get that much from Oz rings?
Bowmaster doesn't get that much.
In general, every 2-minute class gets less utility out of Oz rings compared to 3-minute classes because they need sort of 2 rings to cover both their big bursts.
Mm-hmm.
I think Demon Avenger is also a very weak Oz ring user. I actually have no idea how good weapon jump is on them.
Is it the same attack as the DS weapon?
No. But the thing is, the scaling is like weird because it
Oh,
gives you
because it's
HP.
HP. Oh shit.
I
Also-
actually don't. I actually
Forgot
have
about
literally
that.
no idea if it works out to be good or not.
Does durability ring do anything for them?
It's a durability ring is like plus 100% HP. That's like additive with your potential, so it's not actually very good.
Yeah,
see.
because think about it, like I think you're close to 650 to 700% from your gear and everything, right? Gear and flame. Like pot and flame, I mean.
If only DA got percent HP from flames. If only.
Oh, sorry. Okay, yeah. Then also
and 13%.
They also don't get
don't have
13%.
13% lines, so it's probably like 600 around. I would say.
They do get a little bit of compensation because the set effects all give HP percent.
Yeah, and things like dump.
But I think in the end they still have a lot less HP percent than we have stat percent.
Yeah, then in the end of the day, then durability ring is not even like it's not even 20% FD. It's like 15.
It's really trash. But
Yeah.
I have literally no idea how good weapon jump
For
is
most
them.
classes, weapon jump should be like around. It's more than 30% FD.
Yeah.
And durability is probably like 15 around from the simple math from it. It's like 15, 20%. Definitely sub 20% then.
Yeah.
That's really horrendous.
L.
Yeah, they changed how weapon jump and totaling ring works for DA, but the numbers still don't seem all that good.
I would need to ask an actual DA main who's ran Oz to say, because I just
Yeah.
have no idea.
Yeah. Are you guys all EST?
I am Pacific time.
Oh, same.
And-
Okay.
and
That's why you
J-
were eating dinner at like 8:30.
Yeah,
I was like,
and JP is in Israel, man.
oh, okay.
Why is your sleep schedule just like on American time, JP, or what?
Sometimes.
I see.
Sometimes I have a messed up schedule, let's say.
I got you.
We have a joke where we call him JPST sometimes.
That makes sense. Because this guy's like always in chat, and I'm like, bro, it's like midnight. This guy's typing. I'm like, isn't it like 6 a.m.? Like, but all good. About to make an exclamation point, JP.
What's that gonna be?
Clip of you saying your one Thunderbreaker friend's performance isn't that good. Yep, they're going after you now. All 3 of them.
They can all fight me.
all
The
three of
class
them.
is kinda ass, man. What can I say?
Buff Lara.
Okay, guys, take your screenshots of this thing. I'm gonna close it soon. I'm sure these guys don't want to sit here forever. I should probably save this. Save. Title. Best tier list ever.
What do you guys think about like the meta, like the 3-minute versus 2-minute burst meta on Kalos? Because I'm pretty sure at this stage, when we're just trying to start off on clearing the boss, everyone's just gonna play 3-minute just because we're trying to sync up with the Oz ring, the Roar 4 time. But based on what I've seen from KMS, when these people get to 260, 270 sack, the 2-minute party just clears faster.
I think that there's it's too early to say. I think that people are still learning the boss. And also obviously like comps are gonna be pretty all over the place for Kalos.
Yeah.
It's not like people are gonna have like idealized 3-minute fucking boom the boss burst comps. So it's gonna be
Yeah.
Well, it's way too early to say anything, basically.
If you have 2-minute classes and 3-minute classes both in your party, would you just wait on 3-minute timer, or would you play 4-minute?
There's some interesting nuances in Kalos because of the timers that it actually becomes it's unclear. You have to run the boss first to see how things perform. I don't think there's like an obvious answer.
Yeah, I still haven't even, well, obviously no one has, but I still haven't even seen like the second segment of P2 yet. And
I mean, literally nobody in Reboot has. It's just
yeah,
like
that
impossible
first
to reach out yet.
segment is still not that many. It's not still
Actually,
not that.
you know, a lot of people are 210 sack now. It's actually possible now, but I don't know if anyone's actually reached it yet. Because not that
Yeah.
many people are 210 sack, yeah.
I'm the only one in my party that's 210, but
You
yeah,
have to have missed like at most 4 or 5 days of dailies to be 210 already. Or actually, if you did symbols for troop, you hit 210 a long time ago. But I think almost nobody did
the
that.
symbol for what?
True.
For troop.
Night troop.
Yeah, I didn't do that. That shit was way too AIDS.
Yeah, I did that and I didn't
was
get
like,
shit.
that's way too AIDS.
Yeah, so someone in our party did it, and they hit 210 sack like way before everyone else. We're just like, huh, okay then.
I think I'm right now 210 and 60 symbols in, so I got 210 like a week ago.
You only missed 1 day, right?
Yeah, I missed 1 day.
Noob.
Dude, I didn't even miss the quest that day. I just forgot to turn it in.
That's crazy. What the fuck? Guys, is this a W or L tier list? Be honest.
W for sure.
Same here.
I would say it's pretty accurate, yeah.
Okay,
I
W.
wouldn't change too many classes.
Actually got brought out of my copia on a couple classes.
I still think Hayato's
Which
an S tier.
ones?
FP is one of them, and then there's some other ones.
Wait,
FP
what
is
do you
one
think
of them.
about FP?
He thought it was better than.
No. I thought it was
higher.
mid. I thought it was the middle of the S tier. I didn't think it was like top tier, because of the recent changes.
I think I will say even before Ignition, it was worse than Demon Slayer and Hero. But what made it seem better was because we had double event buffs with buff duration, obviously. So, but even then, like, only my BM clear time was faster than Dark or Lawrence. Like everything else was much, like a lot slower.
Yeah, the reason
They would
the
one burst Dark now.
Yeah, that, like literally
yeah,
sub 1 minute Dark Knell.
To be fair, even with the same event buffs, I can't do that anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you lost your 4-minute burst. That's fine.
Yeah, but Demon Bane does literally half as much damage as it used to, so I just cannot
The other
one-burst
thing,
with
okay,
the same
so
event buffs.
the other gripe about that I have about Demon Bane is that I think right now, so for the duration of Demon Bane, right? I feel like inside of the duration of the Demon Bane, the damage per second is lower than before, and that's something that I
It's literally half. Like I'm not
Yeah.
even kidding. It's like the DPS of Bane is just halved.
So this is what I think, right? The reason that my thought process is that the reason that the 4-minute burst version was so much heavier is just because before Demon Awakening got changed to give 90% FD to Demon Bane during its duration, it's because back in the day it was you're in the situation where using Demon Bane within the duration of Demon Awakening didn't feel that good because it wasn't that much higher in terms of DPS compared to just holding a button down for Demon Lash. And the 90% FD just pushed it way higher than auto attacking. That's why it was really good. But now that they broke it down to 2 minutes, although the total damage of Demon Bane is halved, I think they should have done it in a way where they just have the duration instead of like also cutting the damage percentage on it. You know what I mean?
I mean, I think that there's changes that would have been better, but they buffed the snake and Orthros in
Oh, true.
return. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't really feel very strongly about this change. In fact, I think that it exposes the bad players actually, because now they can't just
Ooh,
like they
Oh.
kind of just can't like hide and burst, and it's like a lot less effective because their burst is a lot weaker.
is Wally in chat?
I'm gonna send that to some of the Chinese demon slayers.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm gonna
oh,
quote that to some DSs in
I
my chat.
bro, I see so many demon slayers complaining so much about this change.
Oh, me too. I
Like
fucking
it literally doesn't matter where I go. I go on Invent, I go on the Chinese forums, I go in like the English like Discord or Reddit or whatever. Like literally everyone's complaining about the change. But
Yep.
like I think that objectively speaking, like it's like not really a big difference.
Yep. All I hear is Old Bane did it better. That's all I hear in chat, bro. All the DSs they just say Old Bane was better.
I think it was better, but like the overall changes to Demon Slayer are like basically neutral.
Bro,
I
this guy
also
got.
thought.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I thought every 4-minute class wanted to like go down in city so you could pause the play.
Exactly.
Like and then when they got that change, they're complaining. So
It's
I don't know.
it's because the changes were not handled well. Or like
I think Hero
I-
was good.
yeah, Hero one was good, but like I think the most egregious one was Demon Avenger, where like Revenant is like fucking bad now. It was like not they did not like what they should have done to Revenant is they should have decreased the damage percent and kept the duration similar. But what they did was they halved the duration, and like because of how Revenant works, that's like really really bad.
The other issue, well, so the issue with doing that way though is that then you have like a 25% uptime on
Yeah,
diable.
yeah. So they could like tone it down a little bit, but just like that's just an example of like
Yeah.
a 4 minute Briscoe that just got like absolutely gutted with their 2 minute change. And I think
Yeah.
that yeah, it's like the other classes wasn't as bad, but like
Arc was pretty bad too.
yeah, it's just like I think that it wasn't handled well with the way they did it unless you're a
Yeah.
hero. Then if you're a hero, you were very happy.
I feel like they just didn't put as much thought into it as they should have.
Mm-hmm.
I
It
agree.
was a lazy change in my
No,
in my
that's the perfect way to put it. It's
Yeah.
a lazy change. That's all it is. Cut number in half with no thinking.
yeah the
Except
arc
thinking
one,
for hero. For
someone on
Phoenix.
the dev team
It's
is
because
definitely
Hilo
playing
is the main
best one.
character.
Yeah, it literally is. Wonky mains hero. Like literally.
If
Oh,
only
Bishop,
hero was three
one of
minute
those.
burst class. If hero was a 3 minute burst class, it'd be fucking best class in the game.
Yeah.
I mean, you can say that about DS too, though.
Yeah, true. But I mean, it's just hero is like, kind of surprised it hasn't because it's like this class just fucking gets buffed every patch, man.
Yeah. You guys remember when
Yeah.
Hero first got Combo Instinct? That patch? How crazy it was. Long time ago. Have a great night, Scuffed.
Oh yeah, the combo instinct patch.
Yeah, when we got our third Vs. It was a very long time ago.
Yeah, I was still maining Buck at the time, and then my third V was that movement skill, the dash. I was like, the fuck is this?
Dude, Hayato got Susanoo. I was like, this is so cool.
Okay.
No,
Susanoo
Susanoo looks
was
cool, but it doesn't actually do that
Doesn't do
much.
shit.
Bro, for the style though. The
Bro,
style.
Hayato has like the coolest looking V skills, but then they
Oh,
just
yeah,
like
I
don't do
agree.
anything outside of Phantom Blade.
Yo, I think that should have bumped Hayato up to A tier just because of that, to be honest with you.
I think all four of Hayato's V skill are very, very cool.
Did you
by
know there's
design.
a frame of Instant Slice that's just all white, right? Like, it's actually a flashbang skill.
I actually remember there was somebody who like because their game was laggy, they always skipped the white frame, so they were never getting flashbang by
hell,
instant
buff.
slice. Yeah, crazy buff by having low FPS.
Damn.
Yo, it really be like that, huh? Bishops, man. TB should I be at least B? Shut up, bro. No, it's not.
Remember how, like, when Ignition first dropped, I also didn't believe in Downware, and then I saw Jordan's videos. I followed Don's videos
Yeah.
recently, like this
I'll
week. I
be
was like,
honest.
God damn.
Yeah, when Ignition came out, I did not know how broken Dawn Warrior is.
Well,
Yeah,
we all knew from the showcase that Dawn Warrior got the most like visual effects and quality
Yeah.
of life
they
improvements.
definitely put
But then, once we saw the damage, we were like, "Holy shit, this class is not fair."
Yeah. It'd be like that.
Bro, these guys have problems, man.
That's crazy.
What the fuck?
What happened?
Bishop had a little makeover.
Do you see this, Phil?
Oh,
It's just the latest NX set, man.
Yeah. Interesting. Bishop equals Drake. Uh-huh.
yeah. I knew from I knew like how much
Happy New Year's,
what we
RJ.
were getting ourselves into in terms of, like the bishop changes ever since that I saw the when KMS dropped the Destiny patch. I was like, holy shit! And then it was not until recently when I started practicing Kalos, I learned how much that bishop actually brings to the party. I was like, the fuck?
No, the thing with
I mean,
Bishop
I
is
think
everybody
even
always...
even
Oh, go ahead, go
or
ahead,
sh-
go ahead, go ahead.
oh yeah, I was gonna say even before Destiny, Bishop was in the party situation. They were like absolutely broken. They provided so much damage to the party.
Mhm.
So then and then when Destiny dropped, you're like, wait, their party utility like barely dropped, but now they can also do damage at the same time. Like, what the fuck? This is like literally not fair.
Oh yeah, no. So
Yeah.
so I was not saying that just how much it brings to when I say how much that bishop brings to the party is in combination of how much damage that I gained from his buffs and his BA. I was like, the fuck?
Yeah, people always think Bishop is just Benny. That's the thing. Like, they just think it's like, oh, it gives a party like 30 FD or whatever. It's like, nah. Bishop gives you literally everything.
And somehow it's still a very strong DPS at the same time.
Yeah, like super strong.
They had to buff that fourth V like 3 times in a row.
Dude, it's even right now, if your divine punishment is not like above level 20 or something, it's not
Mhm.
even worth using.
Oh, I hate how like so many key down Vs are like that. Where if it's below a certain level, it's just literally useless.
Yeah.
Like Demon Bane is the same. Where if it's just not a high level node, you don't even want to cast it. It's
Oh,
just that bad.
dude.
That's
That
facts.
that thing. Oh my god, you just said something that I just remembered. So many people in my guild, my other guild, they just kept on asking me like when because they're making boss meals, right? Because that's the meta right now. And they're like, what nodes I need to get? And then they were like, why is my Demon Slayer weak? And then I was looking at their nodes, literally level 5 Demon Bane and Demon Awakening. I was like, dude, can
Yo,
you
Demon
not do
Awakening
that?
is level 5 is crazy, bro. Like, how? How do you allow that to happen?
Well, I just tell people for Demon Slayers like just don't level up Demon Bane because it's so bad until you get it to high level. It's like
Mhm.
so low on node priority.
I mean, Demon Slayer in general, I don't recommend as a boss mule. Shit's too expensive on nodes.
That's true. It is very expensive
Hard
on
to get
nodes
the
despite
trio
being a
soup.
strong class.
Yeah. I had to put 1500 into mine. Like, that's a lot.
Because
That's like 2 Bowmasters.
both your Demon Awakening and your Demon Lash boost node goes into your overall damage on Demon Lash, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah, and
Sounds like
also
Akatsuki Trace.
that's also like True Spirit Claw and shit like that. But yeah,
Any predictions for Savior? You think Nightwalker above Bishop or nah? Probably
Nah.
not.
I
I
think
don't think
Bishop
anything will be.
Bishop is unshakable.
Bishop
It's
will
just
not be changed.
its support is too strong.
Mm-hmm.
They have like for Bishop to go to like middle of S tier, they would have to nerf the final damage it gives by like more than half,
Wow.
in my opinion.
I agree.
That's so much.
Didn't Bishop already got nerfed once since Destiny, like on the feather and whatever?
Not really. It's
Oh,
like
It's
because it got compensated by the infinity change, so it's like not really a nerf.
yeah, but like I guess the feathers went from like 2 seconds to 3 seconds, if I'm not mistaken. But it's like not super huge.
damn.
I think like what was the number? I think endgame bishops give like 80% FD on
Yeah.
burst.
Yeah,
Something
80.
like that. Yeah.
Mhm. Insane.
Like what's the next class that gives that much? Like Kanna gives like 33 or something?
Yeah,
Mhm.
Kanna's
35.
33.
Yeah, bit higher because of
Kanna,
barriers, but
Kanna is
yeah,
33 with a 45% boss barrier, right?
yeah. So it's like probably closer to like just under 40, and
Yeah.
like it's it's half of bishop, and then bishop also gives a lot of final damage off burst as well. So it's like
Yeah.
real fair.
I will say though, like Bishop has to be funded. Kanna can just,
That's
give the
true.
same
Kanna can
amount
be, as long
at
as you're domain
any
attack
level.
level.
Yeah.
This
Is
was
it
the Cadena metric, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's what-
I think A is Cadena.
Yeah, it's Cadena
No,
for A.
not really up for debate.
Mhm.
I think based on what okay, this is what Smosaki told me. He said that without T7 weapon flame on for Bishop, without T7 weapon flame, um you should be around the at at the end game level you should be around 94 to 95k stat with weapon jump and goddess, and with T7 flame you should be over 100k.
Yeah.
Wait, I don't think T7 Flame by itself makes that big of a difference.
Yeah, I don't know if it's T7, but like
I
I
think
Hmm.
the
think
difference
most
between
endgame
T6 and
bishops
T7
are
is like
like
1k
100k.
at best.
Okay. Cause it's like 196 versus 250, right?
Wait, sorry. What did
The
you say?
flame tier 6, tier 7. Yeah, tier 7 is 250. Tier 6 196.
Okay, then it's probably closer to like 2k then.
Yeah,
Like,
54.
not as big as like the 5 to 6k difference from that description though.
Yeah, that's 1.5k. That's only 1.5k. Never mind.
Yeah.
How much do you think is the difference between, like, if we're just talking about like pure damage metric without talking about support and whatever, if we consider like Nightwalker and Cadena versus like the bottom classes on C and D, how big is the gap at the moment?
Wait, can you repeat that question?
So if we compare to the damage performance, raw damage output on bosses, like comparing without looking at like party utility, if we're comparing Cadena, Nightwalker to Arc, so top and the bottom, like how big is the gap at the moment?
Probably between 50 and 60% final damage.
Holy
I was
shit.
gonna say a little over 50%, literally.
Yeah,
I think it's that big of a difference. Like,
because
I think 2 arcs is like 1 Nightwalker.
before this call, basically I was I was in a black mage party, right? And that shit was like nearly 20 minutes, and the carry is by far the strongest arc on the server.
Mm-hmm.
And he's a good player. I can assure you that the guy's got good hands.
Wait, CXYY?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Kevin? No, not Kevin. CXYY's gear is also really crazy too.
No way. This guy said that in chat.
Yeah. True.
That guy's like 4-set with triple prime weapon and you know triple crit gloves. And that Black Mage runs way longer than it should have been if it's any other class, in my
Bro,
opinion.
20-minute BM is so fucking slow in a whole party too, because the party breaks your shield for you. Like, that's
Oh
crazy.
no, they're all like 255s. So
Oh,
it was
no.
him. It was just him.
Hey, that's not that bad then.
20 minutes is okay. I think that like most of the classes in B tier, that's like around the times they aim for.
Oh yeah, 255s have support buffs.
Yeah, I guess that's the big difference. Like, did the 255s offer any support? Like, if you have Kanna, that instantly speeds up your run a lot.
Yeah, there was a Kanna, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, then 20 minutes is not that impressive.
Yeah. Guy had both rings too.
L.
Yeah, it was really L.
Dark. Kanna is not pure dog. No, it's not. Also, you gotta... Bro, honestly, I can't even answer the questions. You just gotta watch the video, bro. You gotta hear what we said. If you just look at it at a glance, you'll be like, what the fuck? You just gotta hear the context. This is the nature of every tier list. You have to deal with comments like that. Arc deserves DL. No, we're not even talking about lag Kanna. That's the thing.
No, this is assuming like low ping Kannas.
Yeah.
We're assuming high ping Kanna, it's like S tier.
Yeah. Yeah, the thing is we're not talking about solo bossing only. We're talking about party bossing and just maining the class in general. I do understand Kinesis is strong though. That's why I lobbied it for it to be over mech and CM. But things like Kanna party bossing utility and stuff like that, like that matters. Like if you're gonna main this class, like that's something you're gonna experience. But whatever. I don't have to reiterate myself 100 times.
Yeah, okay. I just asked him that run was 22 minutes. And he said, yeah, if I were a hero, it would have been half the time. L.
What is this?
How?
114.
I hope he's not a mage.
Oh, let's look at his inventory. I think he is a mage. He said I'm free. Congrats, bro.
Congrats.
He's a Kinesis.
That's
W.
really
1 mil range. Bro, you could tell he's like 50k. You could just tell by how much range it gives. Did you guys hit anything on your totems?
Not
Nope.
yet.
What are you guys going for? Well, I saw your.
Well, Lawrence
Yeah,
wrote his own thesis paper, so.
I mean,
I
I'm just
saw your
following what
dissertation
I wrote,
paper.
basically.
Is that what you're going off of it?
That's how I'll be going off of, yes.
Okay.
I got my box on the wrong character. So I'm going for good enough.
I actually saw someone have support move it for them.
No way. I sent the ticket
don't
and they
know.
said they couldn't.
I don't know if it was a fake screenshot but someone posted a screenshot of them being able to claim it in their gift box.
No way. They literally told me I couldn't do it. They said it's impossible for them. No tools.
Maybe you just got bad GM RNG, man. You know how it works.
Yeah, that's true. They said it's a bug that it's supposed to be transferable though, and that they're gonna try to fix that. Like the box. Whatever. I'll just hit fams.
Nope. Just get 3 double line fams and you're all good.
Yep.
Cool.
Hmm.
Is that
What?
No, nothing.
All right. Well, any final thoughts or now we're all good?
I'm good.
I'm good as well.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate you guys pulling up again for real. It's been almost 5 hours, but yeah. Probably gonna bounce now. Thank you so much for pulling up for real. And yeah, I hope you guys have a great new year for real. 2023 should be a good year. Copium.
It will be. Hope the world will be.
I hope everyone hits on our totems on the next weekly reset so we don't have to run Misty Island 15 times, man.
Yeah.
For real. Misty Island is the best thing ever. All they had to do is make it co-op. That's all they had to do.
Maybe they also should have made it like clear 5 times instead of 15 times.
And skip day feature because I'm done by day 15.
That's true. How, you know, all these tower defense games got skip day features. Where the fuck is the Misty Island, man?
For real. Whatever. Anyways, I'll catch you guys later.
Yeah. Catch you guys
Yep,
later.
Thank you for
See you
inviting
guys
us.
later.
Of
See ya.
course.
Fun doing this.
Mm-hmm.